endgame.
And I like the mental here for Sphinx, just trying to utilize that Reaper, see if he can collect either a knock or even just body tags. I mean, 110 pops, really nice damage, guaranteed. Breaks somebody's shields for the most part, and when that happens, you never know. Maybe Sphinx and Pump, if Sphinx is able to connect, they might look for an aggressive charge if they manage to crack anybody's shield. But until that does take place, Sharkman and Elsa seemingly reaping the benefits of some rewards here.
Yeah, and Taco, I hate to say it, but that's typical gamers loot pile right there.
Yeah.
As Sharkman did get the full elimination there in the feed just shortly ago. So getting a little bit of an update here. Take a look. Noah plays, gaps out, gets a little distance. He's now a solo in this game here. That's where the grapple hook comes in handy. So you can definitely space yourself out and wait for the replenishing hooks to come back. But all in all, Noah's got an uphill battle, quite literally, to fight for here. Let's see if he's going to go for it. Yes, of course he is. He doesn't want to be down on the low ground, commits the heavy material here, but the team below him knows he's a solo, right? So it'd be likely better for him to edge over just a square. If he stays single, all the teams in the vicinity will know he's just a one-player man here. Let's see it.
That's the thing, though, is that the team that just watched Noah grapple blade up that cliffside, they are bound to recognize the fact, okay, nobody came after him. It's literally just this guy trying to play things out as a solo. But Noah could definitely still inflict some pretty heavy damage to some of these teams. You were talking about that water. Now we've got teams that are going to be looking to try and maybe cross this little river that's taken place. But it really just all depends on which side the zone might kind of lean towards pulling.
Is working hard to manage migraine one big nope? It may be time to say yep to Vyepti. Vyepti is an IV infusion that helps prevent migraine attacks. Chronic migraine patients saw 23 fewer migraine days on average per treatment. And it's just 4 30-minute IV treatments a year. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling, trouble breathing, hives, and redness of the face. Ask your neurologist about Vyepti. It may be time to say yes.
Jumping back in with Chimp now. Down on that waterfront here, low ground, just looking to keep that material capped off. This is not a bad spot to be in. However, there are teams all around them, so it's not safe by any means just yet. Cone Maid is putting up the walls. Okay, so they're very much aware of Chimp's presence here, and those teams are not safe, so they're just trying to hold this squad out to the edge. Chimp trying to time the movement. There it is. Off they go. So this is also another interesting play, right? Playing for a more advantageous position early in the game as opposed to waiting for things to, have to be decided later.
I like this a lot, though, from Chimp, just kind of getting that reposition, get away from some of that congestion that was seemingly starting to build. We'll get back to that, though, in a second, because right now, Beast and Jojo Fishy, they've got a potential elimination on their hands in the form of K's, and that is going to be a well-placed knock into the full finish elimination. They're kind of just waiting for Beast and Jojo Fishy. Jojo Fishy will finally take down K's entirely, and it seems as though K's duo was able to get away temporarily. Beast and Jojo could potentially look to capitalize on this further, but no, instead they will just take the immediate win. Looked as though might have had another team potentially pulling up on their short side, though.
So I was just going to say, the zone's going to pull pretty far east, and for Aviv and Bugha, this is the worst spot to be in at the moment. They have to pretty much march through all this noise here. All of these teams will take a look. The dead side rotate. They already recognize all the abandoned fortresses, the abandoned bases here on the bottom side. Nothing to worry about for them right now as they cut all the way across, and it should be pretty easy rotates for them. However, it's not going to be the same story for everyone here. So right now, 5 eliminations. One of the Elam leaders in this game, Aviv and Bugha, really heating up here in the first game, and now edging their way towards an end game. I mean, they're not going to have an issue as far as the Surge is concerned, but that's not the same, or to say it's the same for everyone else in the lobby. The warnings are out. players now know what kind of situation they're in. So even if you are Aviv and Bugha, you know, it's not safe because you never know what teams are just going to decide that, hey, we got to fight, and this box right here looks tempting.
To be fair, though, to Aviv and Bugha, when you have 1576 above storm damage threshold, they could probably coast for a bit. They don't necessarily need to make their presence known to anybody else in the lobby. Although with the way they've been playing this match so far, it seems as though sitting pretty is not really their ideal world. It seems as though they definitely just want to keep trying to take some aggressive engagements, at least the ones that they can tell will likely go in their favor. Meanwhile, teams like Creep and Hades kind of just waiting for a better chance. Because again, we talk about how nice it could be to have those grapple blades to make those movements, but Creep, he doesn't have a grapple blade. He's gonna have to depend on these crash pads to get where he needs to be.
I'm happy you pointed that out because they did pull pretty favorable zones. So they're one of the few teams that are actually on that north side where Cone Maid and Ames are not, right? Grapple Hook, yes, but they were below the surge. Now, granted, they only need a single tag, but finding that tag is going to be tough as they walk right into Team Agent's walls there, and they're just pretty much ready for any kind of defensive course of action, and it's not looking good for Ames. Although he is above, although Cone may have found the tag there, it's probably not going to last very long. There it is. Right on the moment, right on the marker. Things roll over. No more heals here, Taco. I mean, could it get any worse? Doesn't look like
well,
it.
Is that worse, you would think? Getting full E-limbed almost immediately. Yeah, there's no such thing as a short-lived relief in these kinds of lobbies. Just
shout out Noah though. He's still up. Still
he's making it happen. To the best of his ability, at least. This is not a dream scenario by any means.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
builds, shambles,
tough.
Heals.
Yeah, it's a tough material situation. Trying to rotate on the outer edge right now. He's even got grapple hooks, and he's like, dude, I gotta save these, right? There it is to get all the way across. Tough spot.
And it's only getting worse by the looks of things. Just teams recognizing the fact that this man Noah down to his last build. It has been placed, and he will get 8 up immediately after the fact. It's gonna be Dolzer with the elimination count for that one. But now Aviv, Bugha, we said they had a long rotate, and that's gonna be Bugha down. Aviv now picks up the medallion. He's gonna try and do his best to get his shield replenished, and shield potion will definitely help him get that back to 100, but with no white heals in sight, this is gonna be a tough rotate for Aviv. He's gotta be careful too. He doesn't want to get caught in some of the low ground congestion. So he's gonna opt for the high route with the grab lane again. Catapults himself immediately towards the next zone, but gets that box out and is trying to make something happen here, Monster, but he's just not being given much of anything.
This is not going to get any easier either as we're getting later and later into these moving zones. Things are starting to pick up here. Other teams are getting desperate. But Aviv gets to showcase to us just why he is a top-level player, just why someone like Bugha would decide to pair up with Aviv. The accolades to match now. Aviv has to put up the fight. Pump on the other side, and Sphinx still up and running as well. Hurt here too, so the veterans having a bit of a tough time here in the end game. We might just have some new blood walk away with this whole thing, but only time will tell right now. Hump now looking for security here in the box. Enemies everywhere. Sphinx is on the other side, trying to break his duo in. Come on, buddy. Get on over. There it is. This is just how you gotta play it.
Now, unless you're Phenom and Ziggy, though, who are seemingly the high ground team, everyone here on the low ground just getting so caught up with each other. A nice blast from Elsa is going to mean one more elimination there onto Trow, but Aviv still, as a solo, still trying to make the placement dream happen. Seemingly going to be able to possibly try and play spoiler maybe for some of these other teams. That's another elimination from Aviv. Bound to be off of a body that he knocked while making this progression through the low ground. And again, just climbing all over the place. This guy's almost like a spider monkey at this point. He is just everywhere.
That was a weakened Sphinx there too. One shot would have been enough to him to get the knock there. It was so close. yet so far. But look, Aviv is really showing you why you need to put some respect on him. Notice he lost Bugha around 20th place. He is now in a top 10 situation on his own here. 5 material left. He's going to go to try to heal as much as he can, but it's all about finding eliminations now. Another player in the box. This is the chance. There finds the 150 on the backside of the zone, and there's a down body there too. You know he's thinking about it, but first he has to cap off the HP. Aviv is truly heating up right now.
Yeah, we called him a man on a mission, but right now it's looking like this entire lobby believes Aviv to still be in duo standing. Aviv gonna go sink right down into the water. Might have jinxed him at the very end there, but a beautiful run nonetheless from Aviv. Now it's gonna come down. Spacey, Brega, are they gonna be able to suppress the low ground well enough in case they can't? Elsa and Sharkman certainly putting in a punch. 6 elims already and still working through for more.
It's not looking easy for the team on high ground right now. Spazzy and Brigger right now, although they have 4 eliminations, yes, they're inside the top 5. This is a fantastic game, but the material count, just a singular build. If they don't put pressure down, infinite amounts of pressure right now, the other teams are going to have a moment to fight back, and that could be the end. I like what they're doing. They need to force that duo into Elsa and Sharkman, who are also out of material. This is it. It's desperate time now, Taco, for all the teams involved here. They have to fight or flight. There's no healing through this amount of pressure right now, and Elsa tries to go for it. It's not going to be enough. Sharkman's already in the heal situation here. He might just have enough, as Brega couldn't find the heal, so he should fall here shortly, and it's up to Maxo and Sharkman, but we already see it. I think the numbers are there, Taco.
The math is mathing for the most part, and Maxo should not be able to take this. It was a close one at the end there. Just went for it. I respect the full send entirely, but Sharkman just able to hold on long enough, and that's going to be a Victor Royale claimed. A nice finish there as well for Sharkman and Elsa.
Well, you know what? That could be the difference. That could be the difference for someone like Sharkman there. That singular tag allows him to actually get the elimination credit when the game ends. So, hey, at the end of the day, it is a little bit of min-max. Let's go ahead and run that back one more time. Elsa and Sharkman, they were looking like the team to win at this point. The moment they took down, the low ground competition and gave them all the space here, Taco, to see how the heal-off plays off. Now, you know for certain that Sharkman has the visual cues. He can see exactly where the opponent's at. Look at how he's building around, puts the protection up, goes for the tag as well, and gets the elimination. So a well-played victory out for Elsa and Moon's Sharkman. That's how you like to see it, Zeke. Catch us up with the rest of the game now, though.
All right, I like the kind of start off the day, right? Everyone, you can tell, everyone's kind of like trying to feel each other out. They're like, okay, the chaos from last time, that was too insane. Everyone slow the pace. No, we're going to heal offs. Let's do that. Let's try and make these shots count. It was very close there in those final moments. If Sharkman did whiff that shot, it actually could have gone the other way, but thankfully he held strong and they closed it out with the first victory out that we're watching. My, oh my, we still got some aggression to kind of get out here though, Vivid. I kind of expected a faster paced first game.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of eliminations very, very early on, but after those happened, everybody seemed to slow down in the middle game. But for Elsa and Sharkman, their aggression started to continue in the end game. As you can see, Elsa going for some of those eliminations. He knows that Sharkman, his duo mate, is already in the zone, going ahead and hitting those medkits, so maximizing the amount of eliminations. And the last shot is the one that closes out there. Very well played from the low ground, right? Going back into some of those old tarps that they had to make sure that he went ahead and stayed safe right there.
Yeah, great play there from Sharkman, and Elsa also grabbing a few eliminations as well, trying to grab even more, and it got really close, but fortunately Sharkman was able to pull that out. But for me, the shining star of that game had to be Aviv. And Vivid, you were talking earlier about how absolutely incredible that duo is.
You know, there's got to be something that Bugha is doing, whether it be his process for selecting duo mates or maybe his comms when he is not. I swear, whoever Bugha is doing with is just always so good at solo clutching, right? If we go back a couple duos, Miro, when it was Bugha and Miro, they had so many solo clutches to keep them throughout some FNCS's threats, right? We saw multiple from them. And then Aviv shows up right here, right now, today, with an incredible performance. And like I said, I don't know if it's like the Booga effect or just all of the duos that he goes and searches out for have to be good at solo clutching. But every single time, I feel like we just see so many Booga-oriented solo clutches, whether it be his duo or he himself.
Guys.
Oh.
Guys, do you remember last week when Ritual were over 100 points ahead of everyone else at the end of the day?
Yeah.
It's happening again, Kelly. It's going down.
Let's go. Not just a victory royale, but 14 eliminations going to be putting Ritual in But hey, there's still a lot more to go. We still have 3 hours of the competition, so a lot could be changing. However, seeing Clicks and Epic Whale up there in 4th place, right below the team that just won that we were talking about, it's good to see. I'm sure a lot of fans are excited.
Okay.
Yeah, and 12 eliminations. That is insane. But I'm getting word. The battle bus is ready. As much as we want to keep talking about that things, there's way more action at hand. So let's jump back in with our casters for our next game.
Clicks and Epic Whale up there in 4th place, right below the team that just won that we were talking about.
Okay, they're gone. What are we filming again?
I'm not sure. I was hired by a guy named Jim Watkins.
Sounds like a fake name.
Yeah.
All right, coast is clear. Dick's Nation, let's ride.
JJ,
what? So are we not supposed to be here?
At least the lights are off. There we go.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Now that I'm retired, my wife and I, we want to find our forever home. She wants a nice neighborhood with good schools, and Dick's Nation, let's ride. I want to live in a Dick's House of Sport.
A house of what?
House of Sport. It's an athlete's paradise. So we snuck in here to film a video to convince my wife how sick it would be to live here.
Wait, are we
You want to live here?
Yes! Ready? Break!
Ow. Oh. Action. Okay, action's my line. That's what I say. I'm the director.
Greetings. It's me, your husband, JJ Watt.
I don't think you need to introduce yourself.
Yes,
She knows
I'm
it's
my
you.
husband.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Kaylia. It's me, your husband, JJ Watt. Now that we have a baby,
Sorry. I don't think you need air quotes around baby if it's an actual baby.
yes, I don't know why I did that. Okay,
It's okay.
Here we go. Dick's House of Sport has literally everything you could want for 2 professional athletes. In sport or in a home, like stunning furniture.
Part of me thinks that he wrote a script, and the other part thinks that he's just absolutely winging it.
Dick's House of Sport.
All of me thinks we're going to jail. There are cameras everywhere.
So what's your favorite room in the house?
Oh, hands down the the bedroom. Welcome to the luxurious bedroom, hon. Who wouldn't want to fall asleep to the sweet baseball sounds of the state-of-the-art hit tracks cage? America's pastime, well, it's past this American's bedtime.
Scripted for sure.
Look. Oh no, what's missing? Just you. You know how you've talked about having a walk-in closet? Well, why would you have a closet when your shoes could have a whole house? There's literally like an acre of shoes back there. Or a spot to grill out with all of our new friends. Just you. It's the perfect home. Just imagine all the adventurous date nights on the climbing wall. I used to free solo, but now you're my rock. How could you not love it here? That's so weird. You look just like my future ballet partner. They even have a perfect nursery for our little bundle of joy. Just imagine all the adventurous date nights on the climbing. Living with you at a Dick's House of Sport would be a real slice of heaven.
I will say JJ is selling it pretty well. Outdoors, team sports equipment, accessories.
So you get it now.
Oh, I mean, no, it's outrageous that he wants to live here.
You gotta see this. So many urinals.
So many urinals.
Last but not least, a soccer superstar like yourself needs her very own practice field. Welcome to our new backyard. What more could you want?
Hey! What are you doing here?
Last but not least, a soccer superstar like yourself.
I don't care if he's Ray Ray or Bebe. This is my playing field. And after hours, I'm the quarterback.
5-0! Scramble!
Hey!
Oh, we're going to jail! We're going to jail! Change that! No! So what do you say we make this Dick's House of Sports a Dick's Home of Sports?
So you got a whole team to shoot this? And there's an entire room for shoes?
Yes.
And a rock wall for date night?
Rock wall, baby.
Hard pass.
Oh, come on.
But I'll meet you at the golf simulator. That looks fun.
I'll take it. Dick's House of Sport. So what if it's just our weekend home?
Don't push it. And there's an entire room for shoes? And a rock wall for date night? Hard pass. But I'll meet you at the golf simulator. That looks fun.
I'll take it. Dick's House of Sport. So what if it's just our weekend home?
Don't push it.
And there we have it. It looks like the games are starting to heat up here. And now Peterbot and Pollo are going to be the first that we jump in with. So looking at the standings, though, we're
how'd you say
already
his name?
seeing Pollo. Come on,
gotta add that little flair to it.
Put the twang on it, you know, come on, Hispanics rise. But no, seriously, this team right here is one that's already off to a pretty hot start, and they're continuing to keep up the pace. Our vets with big eliminations here, showing off.
Man, imagine if you had said that, though, and Pollo would have just, like, ate it. I know that would have never happened in a million years, but it might have been funny, but it's no funny business. It is all seriousness with Pollo in this exchange alongside Peterbot, just absolutely dominating here at the Rift Island. Quick little back-to-back pump action, and well, Pollo definitely gonna be feeling himself off of that one. You have to keep in mind, Peterbot and Pollo, they are connoisseurs when it comes to the high elimination stakes. So I can almost imagine if they have any inclination that Reef and Ritual just collected a 14 elimination first place, you know they're gonna try to top it, but I'm missing what's happening right here on the screen with Shadow, because that was a nice clutch there to get Walkers back up in the action.
Yeah, that could have went pretty bad with Shadow recognizing that, oh, wait a second, I should not go into this left camera peek. I mean, clearly Walkers just ate it there. Steps around, plays for the save here. Now we get to jump in with Scope and Travis. I mean, this is a team that you and I both are keen to see perform today. Now, their first game didn't quite go their way, but the second round right now might just be an opportunity for them to go in and bounce into things. Already, though, this lobby is, I mean, sliced and diced down to 20 duos and running and counting. I mean, we're looking like we're in an open setting here. What is going on?
Everybody is just kind of schmoovin' right now in BF, and Scoped as well. He's not trying to stick around where he realizes he doesn't need to be. He's gonna keep trying to just push himself further forward here with Tragics, and now get a little opportunity. Already talked a bit about that last double elimination we just saw Pollo collect, and yeah, he's gonna keep the ball rolling here. Okay.
Work goes smoothly when you know the right steps. With Asana, you can coordinate tasks across teams and stay on track, so your team can spend more time celebrating wins. Try it for free at asana.com.
Okay, immediately jumping. I mean, what else are you meant to do when you have Oscar's Mythic, okay? Because the Mythic Frenziato is just ridiculous at times.
I mean, look, I was hoping to myself, thinking into my brain, nah, that elimination feed can't be happening right now, right? Surely it's catching up. No, they are literally still active right now. Pollo and Peterbot into the next battle. Here's the thing, though. Last weekend, we covered this team. Vivid in particular, alongside Kelly, had a lot to say about this team being mechanically aware and ahead of the majority of the competition, right? Very rarely do you have two very skilled players mechanically pair up with one another and perform exceptionally well. unless you have someone to kind of lead you through the end games, right? To get to those moments to shine. But Taco, we put ourselves in this type of setting where, I mean, elims are really all that matters, right? These types of open qual style games, this is perfect for them. There's no better position to put them in other than saying, jump into the fire, go fight.
I mean, you're talking about end games. Well, as far as Pollo and Peter Butter are concerned, these two, they're trying to craft their own end game lobbies, and that is surely by eliminating everybody else from it. So as long as Pollo and Peter Butter are on a tear like they seem to be in this current match, MDF, I'm definitely a little scared. I'm a little concerned for some of our friends here just outside of Grand Glacier, because the way that the zone is pulling towards that north side, it's going to get rough soon as far as elevation is concerned.
Well, we've already saw the leaderboards. 14 eliminations is one of the bigger swing of the games, but the shows us the potential's there. Anything can happen here. Now this lobby has dwindled down to just a mere 34 in this end game, but this is a mountain, so honestly you couldn't ask for anything better. Slightly less congested lobby with the terrain this difficult. It's still going to be tough to navigate here. And this is a fight that's going to be tough to navigate too. Peterbot and Pollo versus veterans and Walkers and Shadows. Very tough fight for them to try to steamroll through, and you can see the punishment is there. The respect has been earned. And both sides have to reset here, Taco, and it looks like Shadow and Walkers are also back in for more.
Pollo and Peterbot, though, gonna take this opportunity to get a little bit of their shields back, some of that Flowberry fizz, and now Pollo looking for a slightly different approach. Gets cut off momentarily, but they found the opening that they needed. Cut off yet again, though. These walls are getting thrown up so fast.
Yeah, we're talking about true tier ones going head to head right now, but Pollo and Peterbot making it look very easy right now as they're continuing to back down Walkers and Shadows. And that's just the skill difference right now as things are starting to play out right now. Walkers into another team. Peterbot comes in and finishes up the deed. And just like that, they reap the benefits. Sometimes all you need to do is just put enough pressure, show them that we are feeling like the stronger duo in this engagement, in this clash right here. And look at that, walked him into a terrible position there.
It's the rate of fire for me that I think is really making the difference, though, as far as Pollo is concerned. He is just so aggressive against these edits, and it's, again, that mythic Frenzy Auto, and then on top of that, the epic Ranger Pistol. He's got a lot that he can do in terms of shredding through builds.
Oh my gosh.
Peterbot just shredding the competition.
Does he even need him?
He just ran off without him. That's the craziest part. Peterbot was like, hey, I'll be right back, but I'm going to have another elimination with me in the process.
Incredible performance so far. Now we're at 11 eliminations. All the action so far into the lead. Peterbot does it again here, into the box, finishes one, finishes a second one, takes down two more. He's not trying to be outshined by Pollo by any means right now, and they are picking up the numbers. Very rarely do you start to approach a zone 9 and a team is at max material right here. So it really just does show you they are having their way with this lobby. This is Peterbot's world right here, and they are making it look so easy. Take a look at they hunt down more and more players here. They have enough mats to play this creative fest. They don't care.
This is just absolutely brutal what Pollo and Peterbot are doing to this lobby right now. Just so much distortion taking place as well throughout multiple layers, Monster, because it doesn't even look like a team has truly claimed height. They haven't had a chance to with the way that Peterbot and Pollo have been playing, and now Peterbot, Pollo, they've been dissecting what is seeming like half of the lobby.
Oh my gosh.
Just between their edits. And again, Peterbot, Pollo, the elim count is at 15, everybody.
I almost feel bad for the audience at home right now who's like, you gotta try to keep up with this. Like, Peterbot is just on a different wavelength right now. They're at 15 kilos. We're just celebrating Re-and Ritual's 14 elimination game. Talking about that's gonna be difficult to overcome, but Peterbot and Pollo in this lobby are just looking like a cut above the rest here. There are still so many options as well to choose from when it comes down to finding eliminations here. I'm looking at the player list of names here. so many of these users for the first time are playing in the FNCS, and it's very clear that the pressure is on right now. You know, they get to see the difference, really witness what can happen when you go against a true tier 1, a top tier competitor like Peterbot, like Pollo, players that have won FNCSs in the past, showing you guys how high the bar is set.
Yeah, right now, Peterbot and Pollo, though, saying thank you to Tragics for setting up a little bit of these high ground layers. It was before he got chopped by Peterbot and Pollo, but again, Peterbot going to work his way back down to where all the rest of the lobby is currently situated. Some of the lower layers. Nice jump around there from Shadow. Going to lead to a quick elimination. The question is, can he get back in time? No, just barely managing to get cleaned up. Unfortunate for him, took too many ticks outside of the zone. So now we're back to the Peterbot and Pollo show, everybody. 18 eliminations now. It's almost like they get one every single time we blink at this point.
It's an incredible job by Peterbot there, recognizing that that player was just about as good as his as far as the points are concerned, but someone else ends up sniping it up. Now you have Cole, A-Fly, Y-Take just on the side there. Peterbot trying to find a couple more eliminations. How big of a game can they make this? How much of a lead can they take as far as the competition is concerned? I mean, it's looking like an upper bracket spot for them. It's all but solidified at this rate. This is just incredible to do in a top 250 team situation here.
People ask all the time, look, what is the difference, right, between some of the T1 pros, you would say, in Fortnite versus everyone else? And I think right now, Peterbot and Pollo, they are just a prime example of what happens when you've got so much combat experience in a lot of FNCS lobbies. Because keep in mind, these aren't even set lobbies. And Peterbot and Pollo just make it look that easy. The final elimination there will be credited to Peterbot with that head-on attack. But the lobby itself, that's almost got to be crushing to some of the other competitors here. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the mental bounce back looks for anybody that was just in Peterbot and Pollo's lobby.
A wise commentator once said, respect isn't given, it is earned. Dash MDF. Yeah, GG, well played for Peterbot and Pollo here, coming in, cleaning up house, and even in the end, they did not allow a heal off to happen. It just wasn't in the cards. It wasn't in the playbook for Peterbot and Pollo. They walk away with another win under their belt. Zeke, take me through it, man.
Woo! The 20 bomb! It finally happened! This is all I wanted! This is all I wanted, and Peterbot and Pollo deliver! Also, MDF, you can't quote yourself. Only I'm allowed to do that. Wow. Peterbot, Pollo. Okay. 23 eliminations. Crazy. Big drill, crazy. What was going on with the pistol? What does Pollo know that we don't know? Because this led them to victory. They just kept running shots. They ran that entire lobby. And as Taco kind of said, the mental bounce back a lot of these players need to make after they kind of go back and go, yeah, 23 elimination victory royale. Our bad, Pollo, Peterbot. We did not mean to set you guys off. Our apologies. But man, these guys went off.
Yeah, hey guys, analyst Vivid here, very, very analytical here. Let me go ahead and check my notes. I got a bunch on Peterbot and Pollo here as to why they went ahead and won this game with 23 eliminations. Let me just check my... they're just better is what it says. I mean, there's really nothing to say. They were doing anything that they wanted. They wanted the higher ground. They took it. They wanted an elimination. They would get it. I don't know what else to say, Kelly.
Okay, so with the purple pistol, you get a lot of add-ons to it, which obviously we saw him using the sight a lot with the pistol. The pistol in the purple level has 184 DPS, which matches that of almost the purple SMG. It has a faster reload, and it actually does more structure damage than a purple SMG. So I think Pollo has kind of learned something that a lot of other players have kind of been ignoring a little bit, because what we see in an esport like this is once the meta is established, people don't like to kind of defer away from it. But when we have players like Pollo that kind of just understand the game better than most, this is what we get.
Have you lost Medicaid or CHIP? At healthcare.gov, 4 out of 5 customers can find a quality plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Enroll in a plan today at healthcare.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is when we like talk about those moments, right? In tournaments like this, where there's like a meta, you know, that people are playing week to week, but then when the tournament starts, there's like a meta within the meta. Poyo is just redefining what Fortnite looks like this week, and it is all at the hands of the pistol. And you know, for them, as a great host once said, sometimes you just got to be better than everyone else. Dash Zeke. So you know, MDF, I feel like it's just like, dude, I hate this guy so much. Poyo Peterbot, a massive victory royale coming out here and really kind of setting the tone. Because remember, this is the last opportunity for some of these duos to go to that next stage of the FNCS. Now, all of them are looking and going, what are we supposed to do? How do we stop them from stopping us from proceeding forward? And that's just this game, Vivid. Like, if they were to continue this streak, especially when I'm thinking about people like Reek and Ritual as well, there's all these lobbies where these duos are trying and clawing their way up, and you've got these Titans just going, nope, nice try, you're gonna work for it.
Oh,
yeah, there it is though. Peterbot and Poyo with their very big elimination game. They're actually going to take over that #1 spot on their leaderboard there. If they continue that performance throughout the day, I'm pretty certain we'll see them in the upper bracket there. But as we know, these games are always rolling, Kelly. I'm sure Ritual and Ree are also in a game right now, maybe towards the end of theirs, so they got some catch-up possibilities in that.
yeah, there's still a lot of possibilities going on. We're starting to see some big names jump up into our top 10, but also some new names as well. And that's what I love about the new meta. Having it be 250 teams instead of 50 teams allows a lot of these lesser-known teams to shine.
And keep in mind, this isn't like the final, you know, standings, right? We've got, as I mentioned before, games are kind of going on. Some of them are ending at different times. So this will continue to shape up. And once we kind of get to the end of the day, we'll have a good idea of what that final number looks like. But this was just the second game of the day, at least that we were watching. I want to see so much more of Peterbot and Poyo, but guess what? We're tuning in with Clicks and Epic Whale for this next one. They got 12 elims that game one. What can they do? And this one. Casters, take it away.
Can't help but appreciate high quality Fortnite, and right now that's all we're getting. We get to jump in with another favorite, community favorite, Epic Whale, the 6X himself, alongside the young man Clicks here. They've been putting up a great performance too. The first time we showed that leaderboard there, Taco, they were well inside the top 3, showing that they're not having an issue by any means here with the NA region, with the option of teams they're colliding against. This is off to a great start for them.
At least it's what you would expect. You see that duo. I was actually curious if Epic and Clicks were going to run into the other duo that was kind of hanging around near Lavish Lair being Clicks and Epic's originating drop spot. That's where I like to see them go the most often, and it's been on more than one occasion where I've seen teams, when they recognize the fact that they're dealing with Clicks and Epic, they'll kind of wait by the vending machine near a Lavish Lair because they'll just know what the loot path tends to look like for Clicks and Epic Well. So good on them managing to avoid that danger for the time being. Written Ritual though, this is a duo that I think, if anything, they run towards danger. They try to create danger, even with the way that we've been seeing some of their high elimination matches.
Yeah, very opportunistic duo right here. They're going to try to find an inch and turn it into a mile. Even now, look at this, cautiously approaching teams, approaching new positions, not taking this opportunity for granted, this lead that they had for granted, still putting respect on the lobby. So erring on the side of caution so far. Meanwhile, we jump in with Aviv and Booga here, the opposite. In fact, 5 eliminations. Another pretty respectable team in front of them, Yuz and Sid. This is not a duo that doesn't have experience in top tier lobbies. This is a team that has been here before. However, Booga and Aviv are making it look that much more simpler. They just seem to have the answers to all the questions.
And I like this as well from Aviv, kind of trying to pressure from just one layer up, while Booga stays on the same layer as Yuz and Sid. But Bugha does eat a tag. That's going to force him into expending one of his shield potions. Does buy a little bit of time here, though, for Sid and Yuz. You tell Sid trying to make the approach, trying to see if there's maybe a flank they could possibly look to mark, but instead it's going to be Yuz still doing his best to hold the walls up against the likes of Aviv and Bugha. A little bit split, though. Bugha starting to take a little bit more of a direct path, maybe tired of hanging these around here, but again, massive return damage. That's going to give Sid all the momentum that he needed to try and charge in Bugha's box, and that's where you'll see Aviv immediately transferring the medallion over to Bugha to make sure that he can regen shield at a much faster rate. Crash pad off the Flowberry Fizz, and Bugha and Aviv still chasing down Sid and Yuz, and now Sid just ate so much damage while trying to disengage, but it's Bugha who might get turned on.
Sid had 26 health and somehow manages to find a tag that takes down Bugha as well, so an equal exchange on both sides. And Sid has got to be so confused about, or sorry, Bugha's probably so confused of what just happened. Aviv with a monster shot, though. Oh my gosh. In the white tag right here, Aviv with the finish onto Yuz. What did we just witness? That was an incredible play by Aviv when it was all looking so desperate. And another one with the follow-up. Don't tell me he's going to do it again.
That is a nasty combination, though. And Aviv looks like he's just going to go for the next lobby, though, at this point. After losing Bugha at a stage, Aviv probably thinking to himself, look, we've got other matches that we can work into. We'll queue next. We don't need to try and force it in this one. Don't think Aviv wants to do back-to-back solo clutch runs, even if he did manage a top 10 in the last one. Respectable choice. Did some serious damage, though, to some of the other teams that were rotating. But yeah.
And you know what? I just want to give a little bit of credit to Sid and Yuz, because they also had 4 eliminations already in that game. So not only did they also just have a very hot start and they were hoping to, you know, capitalize on it, but Bugha and Aviv were on the same track. Unfortunately, the rotate just backfired for both of them. So they're both going to be upset. They both are essentially losers in the situation right there, which is so tough of a spot to be in right there. But hey, man, luckily, the way the format's going to work out, yeah, they can just get right back in the queue, right? They can just play it out, try to look for a win, try to capitalize somewhere else.
I wonder if they'll run into each other again, though, in the next lobby. They might. They were both Eland at a relatively similar time. They're in the same queue. I would imagine, anticipate even, that those two might have an opportunity to clash yet again. But worried about this lobby right now. What the replay has in store for us, it's Epic going a little crazy.
We like Epic Whale. We love to see Clix winning here. Let's take a look at how they set it up. Epic even checking the flank there, making sure things are safe as they push through this team. They're very much in the mix of all the opponents starting to rotate in. So finish off that Elam nice and quick is definitely the way you want to play it out. And now trying to go for a high ground spot to see if they can secure a dub here. I like the play, but it did bring the attention of the lobby. So little reset's going to happen here. Medallions exchange, just making sure they can cap off all HP. Set themselves up for success here. And Epic still drinks the big pot. He's not taking any risks. He's like, nope, I'm making sure I get the help I need.
I like this as well, though, from Epic. Just trying to suppress some of the other teams a little bit further west of him. It seems as though Clix and Epic, like you were saying, yeah, they definitely have in mind we want to try and maybe play for high ground here. So we're going to prevent some of these other teams from looking to build up as well. We don't want people that are able to maintain the same layer as us, essentially. So for Epic and Clix, we'll have to tap back in shortly to see whether or not that actually works in their favor. But another team that's looking to play a little bit more mountainside, quite literally. It's Visuals and Braids in a slightly tough position here as well for Visuals because he doesn't have any crash pads, doesn't have a grapple blade. So this next rotation might be incredibly tough.
Well, for them, you know, they're more or less at the top of the mountain, so they could, you know, likely rotate with a little less resistance. But it's not going to get any easier should it come back later on.
Braids had the crash pads.
Yeah, they had one, which is not bad, but yeah, if they're using it this early, I mean, again, they only have a couple more options to rotate with, so if things start to bounce back, if things start to go up the hill, which it very likely will, like I don't see it going down to the water, but who knows? For all I know, I could have just casted the caster curse right there. We'll see.
That's how it always goes, isn't it? You think it won't, and then it does. The love and joys of commentating sometimes, but looking at one of our last lobby winners. We pan quickly over to Reet and Ritual, see what these two have been getting up to. And it's not super high on the elims yet, but we've got Ritual representing with 2. Convict could be in a tough spot here. Reet thinking about possibly pushing further down. No, instead, Reet, Ritual, they're going to stay focused on just trying to move upwards. There's just so much vertical play being involved right now with the way that these zones are pooling.
Yeah, and I respect that they want to make every game, as great as possible here. Jumping with Void though, they have high ground, they have all the metal down in the low ground. Clicks and Epic Whale, the team that had legitimate stronghold over the lobby now, a little bit a desperate situation here. Medium ammo running dry as well. So all in all, they're gonna start to exhaust all their big heals. Meanwhile, Pylat going for high ground with Jack here. Might just be a fight up top. Void gets his high ground broken out, so it's an all-out battle. Ritual and Reet join the fray as well. Slow and steady. Ritual and Reet play the game until they put the foot on the gas pedal, and now it's 0 to 60 in a matter of moments before you even realize what is all happening here. They're already on height. They're already trying to secure a second victory out, but Ritual punished in the process. The zone, too powerful.
Jeez, just enough there for Reet to get through and keep the placement dream alive. Has a moment to try and utilize that med kit, but as a result, height has been forfeited by Reet and Ritual. Looked like they were setting up for a nice take. Instead, it's gonna be Braids, it's gonna be Visuals, and everybody actually having to peel away from that last segment of high ground, because again, you gotta follow where the zones are going, and this is nasty work by the zone here, Monster.
You know what? If you're Visual and Braids, you're thinking, where did we go wrong? Like we had high ground, we had a crash pad, we had Mads, and all of a sudden, silence. Like, no, we want to fight for high ground too. Like, we're not trying to go down there, down to that beach, right? Like, what is happening here? But Clicks and Epic Whale have a completely different story. They're like, hey, we're happy to play this low ground right now. You come to us when you guys decide to, and now it's their territory you have to fight through. It's not an easy place to be in by any means here, and luckily for them, they find a little bit of mats, go ahead and recycle, but they're looking very desperate here. They have to edge their way out. Even Reet still playing the mid ground, not looking to give up this high ground positioning here. No one wants to go down to the low ground.
But Clicks and Epic, they need a refresh more than anything. That ammo is only going to last for so long, especially with the way that Clicks was trying to challenge some of the solos hanging around the low ground. Reet, though, still doing his best to tarp his way through. Carbon Blade onto the cliff side. Excellent job repositioning here for Reet. Kind of got ahead of the action. Seems as though everybody else lost sight of him, and Reet with the takedown. But Gavin is just gonna barely manage to get out. Instead, it's gonna be...
If you're someone that suffers from having sensitive teeth, but you want them whiter, I recommend Sensodyne Clinical White.
Reet, who finds himself claimed by the lobby. But Clicks and Epic, still no materials here for Clicks. This elim onto Josh, though, might be the refresh that they needed.
Yeah, definitely. And if Clicks doesn't get some kind of mats here, I mean, he's just gonna have to fight for it, and that's what he decides to do. Fights for his own material count there. Finally, something gets generated. He still has a couple grapple hooks left, but the mats are gonna be enough to go ahead and start swinging his way up. Him and Epic desperately clinging on right now to the edge. The zone does the rest, and down goes Clicks. A side shot from Silent. The team that had the high ground managed to play it out, and that, my friends, is exactly why teams didn't want to jump down, right? In that super unfortunate position, if the zone decides to go all the way back up, Taco, you see what happens there. It's difficult. It's nearly impossible to get back up and over.
It's just nefarious work, though, by the zone to pull all the way to the edge of that shoreline and then right back over the mountain face. Only so much realistically done for the teams on height. But again, a great attempt from Clix and Epic. They nearly found themselves the winners of this lobby, but Silent and Wangiki just one step ahead as far as the positioning was concerned. And that's as easy as could be a Victor Royale, but I'm sure Zeke and the analyst might have more to say.
Man, oh man, a big shout outs there. Silent and his duo partner getting themselves the victory royale, a moment for them to try and make something happen, right? Remember, some of these duos are coming in with half of the duos we're seeing compete today being new and having to put on a performance today. That victory royale paired up with the eliminations is huge for the duo.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I saw them during 11 zone. I was like, they're on the high ground. They're kind of making sure that they stay close to the mountain in case it does pull all the way up over top of it. And that high ground came into play so well for them, and they played it just perfectly. As you can see, they're like, oh, listen, we got to make sure that we go over there, make sure none of these duos get above us or take our high ground, and closing it out in a 2v2 against Clix and Epic Whale. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, and there was a moment there where Epic Whale was actually able to jump the gun on them and go to the front of zone first, but because he was just a little bit lower than Silent and Monkey, that they were able to build kind of on top of him, which gave them the advantage, and then inevitably the victory royale.
Yeah, again, just getting that, look at the points, 117. This is exactly where they want to be. We know like 160th place is kind of where that lower bracket is. So if they can kind of keep this momentum going, they could be vying for that lower bracket to keep the FNCS dream alive. Clix, Epic Whale, I don't know how they are capable of stealing away games like this. The situation they were in, they should have been eliminated so much earlier on. And yet they held on. I mean, Clix dropping down to 7 HP and for a while having no materials. And yet they pull out the second place. Some might say, well, they didn't get the victory out, Zeke. It's not that good. No, you don't understand. Even coming in second place from the position they were in is massive. In their book, that's as good as a win.
If we think back a couple of highlights that we just saw right there, they were on the beach. They were all the way on that shoreline, which is as far down from the top of that mountain you can possibly go. And when it came to getting second place, that last 2v2, they were all the way at the top of the mountain from 0 mats all the way down there, all the way up top. What a game.
Absolutely impressive performance. Another player that had a great performance is Reet, because he had a solo run, of course, there, and was able to grab a bunch of eliminations, even when it seemed like all hope was lost for him. He was able to grab just a few more placement points by boxing up down to a sliver of a health, and even grabbed an elimination, but that was towards the end game here. It's still in the middle game right now.
Yeah, and listen, hey, big shout out to Reet and Witchrow, honestly, because, you know, we just saw a massive 23 elimination game from Peterbot and Pollo, kind of just like picking on the rest of the lobby, feeling confident with how many series points they have. But Reet and Witchrow, just 2 eliminations, making sure that they learn everything they possibly can to prepare themselves for those semi-finals in a couple of weeks, which I like to see, right? They're sticking to their game plan. They're making sure that they are playing it perfectly. And right here, oh my gosh, that player on the receiving end living with 1 HP could have been the difference for Reet going just a little bit further.
Oh, but look at the standings here. Clix and Epic Whale fans rise up in unison as they take over that #1 spot. But take a look. Ritual and Reet. There we go. My names are all jumbled up in my head. They're still in 3rd place even after that game. So, you know, Kelly, I feel like they very well could have, if they have like some of that, you know, energy from last week, being this close, they could very well overtake that #1 spot and hold it.
It's definitely a possibility. Last week, their last 4 games were all victory royale, so we didn't really get to see the dominance until the second half of the games there. But what I noticed was Peterbot and Pollo hadn't changed their points, which makes me believe that they're probably in another end game as well. So we might see them take over Clix and Epic Whale.
Big names closing in on the top 10 there. Duke and Threats, a new duo this season, and then Baka and Pars, a returning favorite. The action has been crazy so far today, Zeke.
It has, and guess what? We have more action ready to go. We saw them get the 23 bomb. Could they make it more? Could they get another one? Let's find out as we tune in with Peterbot and Pollo.
Well, hope you're strapped in, Zeke. We don't know what is going to happen coming out of this one because Peterbot and Pollo, we already know, is completely heated up here, coming out of that 23 elimination game. I mean, they've done enough, honestly, to secure the weekend at this point. And my gosh, Taco, look, we get to jump in, and they're at 11 already. Here's a cool part.
It's
Boyo
fourth zone.
Fourth zone, and they're rocking the same loadouts. Like, so it's clear now that Boyo just prefers the pistol alongside the high fire rate AR, right? They just coupled together. It's just pressure nonstop.
And it goes hand in hand. When you are so mechanically in sync, like the way Peterbot and Poyo appear to be, it's kind of difficult, I think, for even some of our most experienced teams to try and deal with the likes of Peterbot and Poyo. And we know that they have 11 eliminations, but how they got there.
You can just see them looking right now as well. Take a look at the replay here. As again, we kind of catch up to what all is happening here. If you're just tuned in for the weekend for the first time right now, you're trying to figure out what's going on. CS, I'm familiar with that, but what is this format? Yeah, there are a lot of games happening, and we're covering all of the rounds happening simultaneous right now. Essentially, the upper best of our 250 duos qualify in, and you're playing for tons of series points here to position yourself into a later bracket coming in just 2 weeks. So this weekend here, it's all about performance. It's all about how great of a weekend you can have. How well did you play last weekend, right? Where are you going to position yourself all in all? Things get a little bit more difficult in the later stages. But if you're a team like we're following with Peterbot and Poyo in particular, you saw what they were doing, Taco. They are just running box to box, shooting at boxes. They're not letting anyone get comfortable. If you're isolated on the edges, they want to take a clean fight.
And it's almost a little bit of a 180 in comparison to what Rapid and Batman Booga were getting up to. But
look at this.
It's resource farming. Poyo and Peterbot, they just have other methods that they like to utilize for their resource farming, and that is simply eliminating other players. Chubbs and Bryce, though, that's not an easy duo to just instantly topple over. Poyo, Peterbot, they've got their work cut out for them, and they've got to be careful here because the likes of Bryce and Chubbs, there is definitely opportunity for this to go south rather quickly if Peterbot and Poyo aren't careful.
Yeah, Peterbot is definitely the one that's going to play up in the front lines, in your face, trying to take the walls, do the shock and exchanges, right? The heavy hitter. Poyo is the crusher. I would love to see a follow-up breakdown here, maybe sometime later in the week by Vivid, to really just give us the dynamics of this team comp. What makes this team work? What is it about this loadout that seems to, again, play into the favor of the playstyles? Because so far, they've been doing a great job. And look, even recognizing, hey, you know what? This might be a tier 1 team. Let's just back out. They played that really well. There's the easier fish we could fry up right now. And that's what they're trying to do. Just looking for other opportunities.
You know what else it is? Because they both have the grapples, they're utilizing the flow berries. Not the flow berry fizz. You'll see other teams. Granted, flow berry fizz is nice. But I saw Peterbot with, I believe, 6 flow berries, which is max sack. And then we saw Poyo, I believe 5, he just expended one, if I'm not mistaken. But it's the fact that they both have 12, and they heal both of you for 15 shield. That's kind of nice as far as the effect as well. It's still really effective because the full rate fizz, obviously, you take it for the gravity. And the flow berries, I mean, you get shield regen, you get 20 seconds of that floatiness. It's definitely a pretty nice trade-off.
Yeah, especially when they're trying to capitalize on grapple hooking across additional mobility, right? So really just building to their strengths, of building an offensive loadout. And
a lot more aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, watching it play out is very, very nice. Jumping in with Sphinx and Pump, though, much different situation. They try to find a fight, didn't quite play out, and they're just gonna kind of settle out here. On the other side, it's not looking so lovely here if you're snacky and possessed. Actually, I take that back. Look at the load. They're capped out. I thought they were running from some problems, but no, they're just trying to stay away from the storm at this point. All is well for the duo here. 4 elims. Good material count. It's pretty good for this team here, Taco.
For sure, in this current match, it seems as though maybe the other lobbies that they've been involved in, if it's 1 or 2 at this point, might have been a little bit more tricky to work with. So Snacky, Possessed, maybe looking to see if they can boost their position a little bit here. Instead, it's going to be Snacky loses possessed in that last box fight. And I call it a box fight, but Snacky, he never really even got to be involved. Just unfortunately, he had to watch his duo get Elam cleanly, and now Snacky forced to just do what he can to try and be a solo, try and box up, already investing a little bit of metal here as well. Because of the fact that he's a solo, he wants to try and protect himself as much as possible.
It's one of those things where, you know, it's a little too quiet. It's kind of a problem. That just means everyone has options of looking around, gathering information, and for Possessed, I mean, they just scouted him out. All the teams are already set up. He walked into a bit of a trap there, a fly's nest, if you will. For Chubbs and Bryce, we saw them take on the wrath of Peterbot and Boyo there just a moment ago, and it cost them a fair amount of their materials. So not the prettiest position to be in, but not the worst either. They do still have a good amount of heals here and a fair amount of material to work with.
But it might not be exactly what they were hoping to leave that last exchange with. This is a familiar sight, though. Peterbot, Poyo, absolutely running down other players in the lobby. And Peterbot just having his way with this lobby now, alongside of Poyo, Renesha, and Maruga. They've got to be careful. They're seemingly teed up to be the next victims, depending on how Poyo and Peterbot handle this.
Well, let's watch it. 12 Elams right now, looking to continue to ramp up here. Should be another monstrous game. Should they cap out the material counts here? If they don't win this fight, it's going to be a troublesome end game. But all in all, the pendulum is swinging very much in their favor right now, at least from a surface glance.
Wait, you see the above damage threshold? I just looked over.
It's terrible.
This is disgusting by Peterbot and Poyo in the best way possible, of course. But they are not the only team stuck in this engagement. Peterbot, you know, it's all fun and games up until you eat some massive blast from somebody else. So many teams.
And notice, Boyo's like, oh, my teammate's hurt. Maybe I should get on over to his box. Peterbot was doing all that solo. Guys, like, he didn't have Boyo next to him. Boyo was off on his own little witch hunt looking for Elams too, so the sheer amount of confidence to break up, apart from one another, and try to find fights and comfortably do so, and then just bounce back to your teammate, I mean, that alone tells a story on its own. So, you know, again, it's just another big game for them, and there's nothing no one can really do about it.
And they don't have to get greedy either. Once they recognize, okay, there's way too much heat taking place inside of these edits, that was their cue to bail. They don't have to stick around much longer. And granted, even with them disengaging, Peterbot and Poyo likely just positioning themselves elsewhere that they could still look to attack other solos or duos. It really just depends on who encounters them first at this rate. But Ducky Slam Jam and Encrypted just trying to do their best right now to just slide their way. Actually moves a little bit more towards center zone here. And Ducky and Encrypted, honestly, not a half bad position for them to sit.
I like the spot, right? Utilizing the additional gravity boost with the grapple hook. You really do get to see how much more further drive you get out of it. It's very, very nice, especially in a position like this where the lobby is, kind of cut down a significant amount. There's not much obstruction in your way. Jumping over to Sphinx and Pump, though. Another one of our very much experienced teams here in the game. And they're on the front side of zone, sitting on their first elimination set right there, and the loot is very much available for them. Fortunately, Sphinx blocks his teammate on an accident, but I think everything's all right.
For Sphinx, though, considering what he's probably considering if he should drop that Reaper since he didn't have any more heavy ammo for it. Maybe he's bankrolling on the fact that they might run into a box or something where there just happens to be some heavy ammo lying around that nobody else decided to collect. You know how crazy it can be when the congestion starts to build. Some of these lower layers. Poyo, though, Peterbot, Poyo especially, finishing what he'd started off a little bit earlier there. Bryce could not escape the clutches of Poyo after all. And now Peterbot, Poyo, alongside each other, just where to next, but they are so content to just hang around these mid-ground layers and said no. Rotating even deeper with everybody else. I want to make sure they don't get too far behind the action.
I'll be honest, I think Peterbot's seeing all these wood walls and he just can't help himself. He can't contain himself. I'm sure he's looking to jump into another box. Meanwhile, Batman Booga's like, bruh, I'm struggling out here. You got 14 elims, I barely got 2. I'm just trying to hold on. He's got the math, but no teammate rapids down. One of the few FNCS duos that have come in, paired up with one another, not looking to try anything too drastic. I like how Batman Booga's still willing to fight for the territory, dude. Not afraid to get his hands dirty here. Woyo does manage to fall here, so Peterbot, bit of a desperate situation. 8 builds left here to work with. He's gonna need a refresh if he wants to stay alive any much longer. Might just see the opportunity right in front of him. There it is. That's a duo, though. Does have a teammate.
Not anymore.
Money gone falls. Yeah.
Hasn't slowed down either. Maduga, wrong place, wrong time. That's the wrong person to take some shots at.
Wow.
Peterbot is an animal sometimes when it comes to displacing players in the low ground.
No way. Oh, I thought that was another wood wall in front of him. He's going to get the 2 elims right there. So close, yet so far. But there it is. Finds the weakened wall. The 146 on the healthy player of the 2. And it might just be a matter of moments here before he gets the follow-up. And reading the zone perfectly. There's no pressure on him right here. 100 tag in the box. Edits his way out. He's just that mechanical. That's what we talked about. Sometimes there are just, you know,
he has 4 medallions right now
of difference. What does that do for him? What does 4 medallions do for him? I don't even know.
Shield to 85.
Like what?
If he gets the last medallion, he can actually full regen his shield. Right now, he's just getting the 5 tick, getting that shield regen back up to 85. But Peterbot, he's still going. Just a one-man army at this point. Absolutely nasty with the precision. He's got duos on the run.
It's incredible. Like, he doesn't even hit a shot, and I'm already impressed. And then when he does hit the shot, it's just like icing on the cake at this point. Look at him follow up and run down teams. That's another 2-piece, 12 elims now. Looking to get 20 secured on his own here. Fought his way into the top 10. Just a run. Just an absolute incredible run Peterbot just went on right now. And yeah, he may fall, but at the end of the day, he earned more points in just that streak of eliminations than most of these teams are in this end game right now. Sphinx with a beautiful shot here. Dump the pump. Clutch moment right now. 8 HP, not enough to stay alive though, Taco.
But Ducky Slam Jam, we saw him a little bit earlier on. A nice clutch there as well, finding that final elimination. But the problem now is if the Tick has the med kits, and he does, that's going to be a heal off to finish things off for this lobby in particular, MDF. But what we witnessed as far as solo clutch runs were concerned, that was an absolute masterclass effort by Peterbot.
Yeah, I don't even know if clutch is the right word. Like, it's almost unfair. Even with the amount of medallions he had, he was worth a player in its own, just starting to stack up his health. Man, what a game there. Luckily for the Tick, though, the threat was eliminated long before he had to worry about it. And there it is. He sat back with 3 medkits, gets himself a wonderful victory royale alongside the regrets there. And you know they're going to be happy about that one, Zeke. But what another monstrous game we just got to witness.
I don't know. I don't think they can be stopped. I don't think, you know, okay. We'll get to that moment. The Tick, regrets, victory royale. Congratulations to y'all. Y'all pulled out a VR, especially now, especially under all this pressure. I'm super proud of y'all. And again, going to that like heal off, and that's first off the fastest heal off I think we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because the last guy's like 6 HP, like, you know what? If you've got it, you've got it. But still, listen, we're trying to get these duos with this last opportunity, right? They're trying to put pieces together to keep that FNCS dream alive. And for them, the victory route in this moment is the supercharge that they need.
Yeah, that was a very good win for them right there, right? You know, getting a victory out of that can be all the difference when it comes to experience. They kind of learn how some of these lobbies kind of play out, right? Experience that end game, learn the timings and everything like that. And right there, we saw still 3 more med kits available to work towards that heal off win as well. So very well timed, very good job on keeping and making sure that you had all of those heals necessary.
Yeah, it's fun watching these crazy high elimination games, but when it comes down to it, you need 30 eliminations to even match a victory royale. I think possibly even more. So, although yes, high elimination games are great, if you can grab that victory royale, regardless of what way you do it, that's your priority.
Absolutely. Okay. Peterbot, Boyo, what are you guys doing? Calm down, okay? Leave some of the lobby for everybody else. How on earth is it possible that as a solo, he is directly not only fighting every other duo on his layer, but above, below? Peterbot's like, no. You think that I'm trapped in here with you? No, you're trapped in here with me. Now run. Like, what is this man made of?
I don't know. I mean, on a serious note, like Peterbot, he's just so good at fighting, considered one of the most mechanical players in the world. And a lot of that comes down to the amount of pressure that he is able to maintain, whether it be a 1v1 or, like Taco mentioned, a 1v2, right? Had a duo running from him because the amount of pressure that he can apply so well, fast, effectively, it's unmatched. And seriously, like, has to be the best mechanical player in the world.
Something that Taco also said was that he had 4 medallions, which allowed his shields to regen up to 85. And on top of that, he had arguably the best mythic in the game, Nisha Striker AR, that has a whopping 235 DPS. So he was set up for victory, and we saw what happens when you give him all the tools to succeed. But another team that was succeeding there that I like to talk about is Batman Buka.
Of course you would. Of course you're bringing up these old NA West players. All right, Kelly, let's hear it.
Listen, Batman Buga is an incredible player, and to see how he's evolved from the NA West days and to still control and dominate now, grabbing not too many eliminations, but still able to kind of control the low ground here, Vivid.
Yeah, Batman Buga on the grind for sure, and some of this low ground's very, very hard to actually control. Eventually ends up going down there, ran out of mats, so not much left for him to work with, but that solo clutch, getting those just a couple more points, always worth it. But Zeke, no surprise. I mean, look who's in first place.
Dude, 43 eliminations. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They literally looked at Reet and Ritual last week and they're like, all right, bet. You guys one-upped us? No, it's fine. We're going to come up and we're going to one-up you. Now, of course, if we just look at this top 10, I mean, Clicks and Epic. Well, you've got Ritual there. Remember, Sharkman and Elsa, they won that game not too long ago that we watched. I mean, this is starting to get out of control very quickly. And what's interesting to me is one of the stats we kind of pointed out, or saw rather, is that a lot of these top end teams, they actually had like less points overall. So there's a more like of a spread of the points. But in NA, that's not really happening. We're starting to see some of these bigger end players pull away very quickly.
Yeah, it's scary for some of these teams that are looking to grab some of these points, right? They got to be comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. So if you get into a lobby with them, I would be a little worried.
Yeah, I'm worried as well, but I'm excited to see what we got going on next.
Well, Kelly, we're hopping on with Reed. We're hopping on with Ritual. Let's see what they can do in this next game. Taco, MDF, over to you guys.
Aveeno Wash and Lotion locks in 2 times the moisture in 2 steps.
Well, there we have it. We get to continue on the hype train here with Reet and Ritual. They started the day off explosive, and now things have settled out a bit, but still picking up wins seems to be on the menu for Reet and Ritual here. Another great game for them so far.
So far, that's for sure. But if you were to do it in comparison to how week number 1 went with them, I'm almost curious if this is Reet and Ritual. They kind of understand, hey, last week we went ballistic. We got our series points, okay? Upper bracket basically confirmed for Reet and Ritual, and I think we might be seeing them kind of slow it down a little bit as a result. You know what they say, like, you don't want to just keep gas foot on the pedal the whole time and burn out a little bit, but burnout is the last thing on Reet and Ritual's minds here. Scoped and Tragics in a fickle position up against the likes of Reet and Ritual, and Reet making quick use of Valeria's Mythic. Hyper SMG definitely going a little crazy there for him. That was a nice couple of elims.
Great set of elims. Now we jump over to a pretty desperate position for Shadow and Walkers here. gonna cost them everything they have in the inventory. Group and Lucify also set the reset up. So both sides fared off a lot of punishment here at the Ruin Reels. Not exactly a type of battle you want this early in the game. Very little bit of room to work with, but it looks like Pride's gonna keep them around. So as opposed to jumping out when they have the chance to, they go for the full reset and they say, you know what? I need your loot. Like, I don't want to waste time farming up, and in the distance, the team sees the fight going on here. They might just be jumping on in here shortly, so if they don't wrap this up quickly, it's going to come down to the wire, and there it is. Walkers does the rest.
I think Walkers might have heard you. If not, definitely Shadow probably thanking his teammate for clutching that one out. A really aggressive attempt, though. But Walker's definitely able to pull fast on everything. Threats and Duke. The possible sneaky play. Can't really tell. Threats might just be waiting for Duke to do something else. Doesn't appear as though Threats really has much intention. I thought for a second that they were just sitting around waiting to see if another team would run up on their building, but no. Even though there are duos close by to where Threats and Duke are currently situated at Snooty Steps. Seems as though right now it's kind of just up in the open whether or not Duke and Threats want to do anything here. Seems as though they're going to just sit by.
Yeah, and you know, again, while that's all unfolding, there's battles happening everywhere here. Reet and Ritual, 3 elims when we tuned in. Jumps on into the box, makes it look easy, finds the 4th, finds the 5th. Wraps him up, packs him up, sends him out the door. Express shipping to the lobby is what we're watching go down. Meanwhile, Skittles and Trashy, okay, a first for us here on the desk to get a little coverage on the young Skittles and Trashy, a very much beloved team of the Fortnite community. Years and years of experience under their belts. It's going to secure them their 5th elim now. Coming into Zone 5 here shortly. So we're going to start edging our way into the late game. All these isolated edge battles are going to be coming to a close here shortly.
But that means teams like Skittles and Trashy, who might be rotating into zone a little bit later than most, they've got to be careful because it's definitely no guarantee that you're safe. A moment that you come up to the edge of that zone, I think Trashy, Skittles, maybe just farming out a couple more resources because they're aware, I think, of what lies ahead. So we'll have to tune back in with this duo a little bit later on, see how they're faring.
I was just gonna say, I respect a little min-maxing, you know, went down to fish the floppers and just bring those all the way in and stay max HP. The little things, you know?
Hey, gotta hold the med kits. We've seen how impactful they are when it comes to the final moments of some of these lobbies. Even though I don't think heal off has been as repetitive as what I was watching earlier in EU, but I think it's just because of the sheer fact that Heron and a lot of these players just going so dummy aggressive in those final moments, not really giving anybody a chance to look for the heal off opportunity.
This lobby in particular is probably the most contested or congested one, I guess I should say. Stepping in with Ignalai though, beautiful shot right there. Ignalai made his debut just a couple seasons ago and, you know, really showing us that he's one of the young up-and-comers of the community and continues to make appearances like that. I'd like to see it. He continues to trend upwards. Meanwhile, got Day and Redux here.
Yeah, definitely no foreigners to the competitive environment. Is Redux and Day situated in a decent spot right now. I mean, with 3 eliminations, they probably got ample surge damage, but Reet and Ritual, I mean, I'm sorry. I should not have said that you guys are taking it easy by any means because we have just seen elimination after elimination 3 times over now for Reet since that moment occurred. Not even 5 minutes ago, MDF. So, yeah, Ritual definitely feeling pretty good at this point. I mean, practically max builds. That's basically exactly where you would want to be. And now it's going to come down to whether or not Reet and Ritual see how much of this lobby they can continue to control and just hoping to keep things in their favor.
Look at this possible battle here with the very good walkers in shadow. Both sides are pretty fired up. You know, you had me second guessing, like, man, are Re and Ritual just like trying to, you know, execute strategy for like what the upper and lower brackets, you know, like for next week, like are they trying to like put some kind of rotation into practice, and then all of a sudden we tune in, they're back to 7 elims. Like, maybe not. Right? Maybe not. Maybe that first game was a monstrous game, and you know that just happened, and then they're trying to slow things down. But nope, it looks like they are trying to gun for first place right now, because they're pressuring opportunities as they come.
Again, shots being fired every which way, but as of right now, just seemingly trying to get the upper hand.
New Pronamel Repair mouthwash actively repairs acid-weakened enamel beyond brushing alone.
Bronos, my use on the move right now. Above the surge, so we actually have an active surge here. This is looking like a rarity at this point in the day. But we embrace it. We embrace this stacked lobby that these players have found themselves in. Your Bronos and crew, you definitely got to try to find an elim. I like how we're seeing this new resurgence of this bird skin.
Everybody, dude. Everyone is rocking.
Was it a V?
Yeah,
like,
a V had it. Skittles as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Saw him at one point. And it's also like the different outfit color variations I've been a big fan of. But you know, you gotta find fun in the little things, right? I've yet to see a duo that was rocking it back to back though. There's always one.
There's always one guy in the team that's like, nah, bro, you could be as serious as you want. I'm having fun this weekend.
Like, they're gonna know exactly where I'm at, whether you want them to or not. But hey, if you got the weapon play to back it up, can't blame them in the slightest. And that's something as well as we're checking in here now with Pilot and Jack. Seems as though they've had a little bit of a slower start to this lobby, but definitely still holding their own. They got Solo approaching them, but Solo's the least of concerns right now. As far as Ziggy and Phenom are concerned, they're just trying to get above that damage threshold. A desperate attempt here out of Ziggy, but it will lead to some promise. Now only 15 below the damage threshold, but he's got to keep things moving. And finally, that elimination will take him just above, but having lost his duo mate Phenom in the process, not looking like he's gonna have an opportunity. He's just gonna have to play this one out as a solo, but at least as a solo, he's able to collect another elimination here onto El Scruba.
Yeah, Phenom is done and dusted. Ziggy's just gonna have to figure this one out here. Zone's gonna start to slide in. I mean, I don't know how I feel about the early rotate. Maybe it would have made sense to let things cool off and heal in the zone, but he's just gonna go for it with the pressure on his back right now. It's gonna cost him everything and then some. Still no moment of opportunity here. The zone catches up. It's moving so fast. It's got such a long way to go. Here comes a shot from the mountains. Somehow it all misses. What? Hello? Oh my god. Looks around, finds a player, but we all know there's nothing there to give you HP on the elimination. So down he goes to the lobby, on to the next. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Back on over to Re and Ritual though, who they have to hit a reset.
But again, they have more than enough time to reset when they are 1200 damage above the damage threshold currently taking place here. Double mythics as well right now for Re. Curious if that means that Re and Ritual are in control of 2 medallions. If so, that might mean that each of them has one. If they're willing to split it as a duo, which I'd imagine would be the shot call there for the two of them. But Re and Ritual kind of just doing their own thing. Ritual, I think, keeping tabs on some of the teams off to the side, and Ritual, big pump blast onto one of these duos. And then an immediate draw back to Reed. Wants to make sure that he never really pulls too far away from these duo, despite the fact that they're both kind of attacking separate boxes.
respect the textbook decision there. On off the new zone here. Things are looking a little bit critical here. Ritual have to slow down. Give things a moment to breathe here. Continue to inch their way in, right? They're taking their time right now, respectfully so. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Day and Redux also on the outskirts here. Much different strategy for them. No shields to bounce back either, so not the greatest spot to be in.
But they do have a decent amount of materials, so at least by having the builds relatively high, Redux Day, they could possibly look for an aggressive opportunity, maybe a third-party instance, especially here in the low ground layers. You'd have to expect some of the congestion to start building as the zone continues to close, as it starts to move as well. I think is going to create some nice opportunity for some of those low ground teams to kind of catch somebody else off guard. I mean, we have seen a couple of solos trying to work their way through things. Reet, though, taking care of one of them. Elimination feed reading off onto Tragics, but it's Shadow who's in a whole world of hurt here as he gets picked off and waits for the next cue. But Reet and Ritual, again, just a team holding so strong, waiting. They can just keep tarping through this low ground for what feels like forever.
Yeah, I like what we're watching here. You know, just different moments of greatness, different areas of strength and strategy coming into play. Your Duke and threats, though, you're definitely on, you know, the edge right now. Very little builds here to work with. Elimination picked up on the rotate there. He'll take the zones to support, but all in all, something's got to give here. He's gonna start running out of mats fairly quickly. Looking for elims. Needs one, there it is, finds one, tries to box him up, just barely misses. But that's what they want. They want a big elimination here on the low ground, even if it's just an extra 150 mats. That's a zone's worth of material.
Nice job still from Redux and Day. Might have to bite my tongue here in a moment. No, instead, Redux still gonna hold strong. Finds those small shield potions. Doesn't get a chance to pick them up. Not sure if Day might have taken them in his place, but Day and Redux still needing a little bit more damage than what they'd probably like. They've got ample white heals, but again, it's just whether or not, no, it's not even a question about what Day might do, because Day is down. It's gonna be up to Redux here, try and hold strong. No shield though for the solo in front of him. Redux as well loses just about everything on this exchange. Does get that elimination though onto Ames, but at what cost here for Redux? His threats simultaneously losing Duke, but still managing to find a couple of elims in the process.
It was to the hands of Reet and Ritual there. Reet, this is his game right now. 10 elims for the duo here to catch them back up, making up for lost time. Their second game wasn't the biggest. They just had 6 elims, but look at that. Picking up that average score by a fair margin right now. We talked about it, the placement points are so much more pivotal if you want to continue to stay up at the top. We're talking about a team that's well inside the top 5, right? But if you want to trend your way up to first place, you want to catch up to the likes of those at the top. I mean, there's like a 50-point gap from where he sits, so wins are going to be necessary. For Skittles, though, he's going to jump in front, desperate to find anything. The Flowberry Fizz support here, the berries allowing him to bounce all around. Keep him in the
Medallion.
Game. Yeah, possibly. Something's happening here.
But Skittles, there's so many builds here, MDF, and they're just not his. Skittles doing what he can to try and break through, but it's going to be right into the loving hands of Ritual and Reet. Just absolutely more than happy to wait for anybody to keep working their way through these low ground layers. It's just Reet and Ritual dominating the low ground, not letting anybody pass through.
Like I said, and I like when they started to kind of pivot into this playstyle. They slow things down. Once they got to endgame, they committed to a layer, and they just said, hey, you know what? Things are a little chaotic right now. Let the lobby simmer down a bit. Let us get to endgame, and anyone that came their way, they took care of it. They handled business. For Hector, who's on high ground, and his teammate Rez is down, and now Reet slows to play for the win here, goes for the heal off. A surprising decision that might be the winning one. It's very close between him and Flitz, but he's got the secondary heal. But Flitz has got an extra one. So it might just come down to Reet having to find him in the process, and I mean, he pulls it out. This is it.
But does Reet actually know?
Oh, so close.
Respect the effort, though. It was definitely a solid attempt to not let it resort to a heel off there for Flitz, but Flitz calm and steady. That's sometimes all it takes, and he played to his strength, which was just banking on having more medkits than anybody else.
Yeah, but still, a crazy run for Reet and Ritual. So many points in the second place is just, you know, going to continue to solidify them up towards that top 3. We get to run it back one time, see how V Flitz picks up his first victory out of the weekend across the day with RBW. That's a well-played win either way. Really showing you that you can do this, showing you that you can play in these strong lobbies and take a win there, Zeke.
You know, Monster, sometimes that's all you need, right? You just need to get that victory out, just energize you in a duo and just kind of get you over the line and keep moving forward. For the duo, though, having that extra med kit, just taking that extra time, pick up, making sure you have 3, saying if we go to the heal off, we're going to be prepared for it. Those extra points, especially when we're looking at tiebreakers, even now being at the halfway point, Vivid, those could really add up very quickly.
Yeah, I like the fact that you bring up the halfway point, right? We already mentioned earlier on that the pressure is on. You got to go ahead and secure your spot in the upper bracket, the lower bracket. The fact that we are halfway through this competition, halfway through the opportunity to go ahead and get as many series points as you possibly can. We're closing in on the end here, Kelly.
We are closing in on the end, but some players have better ends than most. And what we got to see here from Arby and Flitz is that I believe Arby was actually able to save Flitz in the final moment, which definitely worked out for them because Flitz was able to grab that other med kit and go for the heal off against someone like Reet, which, you know, if it was a 1v1, Reet may have won that that game. I can't, you know, predict the past anymore, but congratulations to Flitz and Arby for grabbing their first victory royale.
Again, sometimes that's all you need, right? Instills a bunch of confidence, and you know, look, hey, if we can take away a victory out and under these circumstances, we can go. We can keep pushing over that line and hopefully make it to the semifinals. This being the halfway point, though, we have to talk about a bunch of stuff we're seeing. I mean, again, if you're just tuning in, you've missed. There's a couple of Titans that have just got a chokehold on these lobbies, Reet and Ritual being one of them. I don't know how we combat this duo, right? They just affect the lobby at every single moment. It doesn't matter if one of them is playing solo or they're combined or they have literally nothing in their inventory. They are still somehow taking every single advantage they have and forcing the lobby to like play the way they want them to play.
And you're talking about having nothing in their inventory. What about the 2 mythics that Ree has going into the end game right there, right? Some of these eliminations that they're finding in the mid and early game are helping them out so much. But honestly, something that I wanted to point out is, look, when they're going through these end games, look at their white HP. Both of them, 100 on both of them, which means that, listen, no storm plays are being made, right, when it comes to those end games, whereas everybody around them seemingly was on like less than half. So they're already preparing themselves for that heal off. Now, of course, we already saw how that game ended up playing out, right? They ended up losing the heal off, but the mindset to be ready to actually go for that victory royale, that's what I like to see.
And that mindset is what is going to get them up into that first place spot. Ritual and Reet with 225 points, but Clicks fans rise with Epic Whale, of course, in second place. And then we already know Peterbot and Poyo in third place. But I do want to go back to Ritual and Reet real quick, where last week we saw them grab 5 victory royales, and every single victory royale was won from high ground, where it looks like Reet and Ritual have kind of switched their play style a little bit, and they're sticking to the low ground. And I think because of that, they're in a lot more fights that do damage to them, and then they're going to be healing, and they had less med kits because of that. Clearly, they're grabbing a lot more eliminations, but that does mean that their win condition of Ritual staying on high ground to heal while Reet goes down has kind of been taken away from them. So I think that's kind of the reason why we're seeing less victory royales from them, but more eliminations.
Sure, I like you bring up this win condition, because for Peterbot, Poyo, their win condition is just W key. Go in, find a box, go in, take all of their stuff, and fight for the W. I mean, again, and Poyo doing this all with the pistol, which, again, we just traditionally don't see this happen, right? A lot of times we see an AR or a shotgun and a sniper rifle, but for some reason, Poyo has really gravitated to this pistol this week. And I want to kind of catch up with them. So like maybe, you know, during semifinals or finals, we can have the answer. But for the duo, especially dropping basically 220 bombs in just the first half of the competition, these guys are in peak performance.
Yeah, I mean, the 23 elimination win definitely opened up everybody's eyes, surprised everybody for sure. But hey, listen, we've talked about it time and time again, the most mechanical duo for sure. And they're coming out, they're coming to show everybody why people are kind of saying that about them. And honestly, you know, watching through some of these games, through some of the highlights, it just makes sense that they're finding so many eliminations. It feels like every single peak that they make, the amount of pressure that they're able to apply as a duo, it's just unmatched.
The real MVP is that pistol. Let's be honest. Pollo coming out with 15 eliminations there, and almost every single one of them was with the pistol. I'm imagining, if not even just later today at the end of the tournament, but probably during semifinals, we're going to be seeing more people using the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, when he's putting up performances like that and applying the amount of pressure they are applying with what seems to be like that pistol, you know, again, the meta within that meta, we're going to see more pistols coming out for sure. Let's take a look at the standings. And as far out as top 30, I kind of want to start to gauge where things are at. We kind of saw here, this top 3 looks unbelievable, right? Ritual, Blix, Epic Whale, Peterbot. But now as we kind of start to move out, I wanted to see these point thresholds as well, and maybe just call out a few people. You know, you've got a couple people like 13th place, Acorn and Cold, right? Veterans in the scene. You've got Blake and Macwood in 16th, Muzz and Paper there in 18th. And now we're starting to see 139 points being that top 20.
Yeah, and listen, I'd like to see Acorn and Cold up there. If we take a look at their point breakdown, only 90 placement points, but 29 eliminations. So it looks like Cold and Acorn have been very, very aggressive on the day. I don't think we've been able to see any of them throughout the day so far, but I'm also seeing Cooper and Miro right there in 17th place. So it's good to see both of those duos kind of climbing up towards the top of the leaderboard, and hopefully we'll be able to check them out in one of these games.
Ooh, and the final page here, we got Duke and Threats in 22nd place, Quanti and Bilo. Love to see them in our top 30 right now, of course. But also, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, a lot of new duos, a lot of new opportunities for a new shining star in North America to show off their ability.
I'm starting to think, okay, so like obviously we've had some duos coming out of last week, right? About half of the players we're seeing compete today played last week. So likely they're somewhere in that either lower or upper bracket. But for someone like, an example, Cooper Miro, that aren't like in that top 10, which is kind of where I expect them to be, I almost feel like they're just flying under the radar. David, do you feel like that's maybe the case? Like they're just chilling. They don't want to bust out all the stops just yet, right? They're not quite like a Reet and Ritual or these guys in the top 3. They're just like full guns blazing, but they're like, yeah, we're here as well. Like you guys do what you got to do. Victory Royales, y'all ham it up, but we're kind of keeping the secrets for those semifinal rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a really good week 1 qualifier, right, you already, accumulate so many series points, and then just making it into round 4 in week number 2, that alone is putting a lot of these top duos very, very close to that upper bracket already. So a lot of them probably feeling pretty comfortable, not necessarily going in and, trying to expose some of their strategies maybe, and probably just having some fun throughout some of the games, right, queuing up and maybe trying some new things out as well if they have the opportunity to do that.
I will say Cooper and Miro, obviously an incredible team. They are the reigning global champions, but I don't think that they're kind of flying under the radar. I think actually that they are better performers in set lobbies. I think when they know who they're going to be going up against and what the rotations look like, they have a lot better of a plan. But with this being non-set lobbies, that they're not having any difficulties. They're still top 30, but that they aren't in the position that they need to be in to get into the first place spot.
Kelly, I like this breakdown, and I do want to talk more about this. But guess what? Games are ready to go. So we'll come back to this point later on. For right now, though, Degen and Larson is the duel we'll be hopping on board with. So let's send it over to your casters. It's Monster D-Face and the Best Taco.
That's what we're going to see, a lot of widespread coverage here on the FNCS main broadcast. So far, so good for Degen and Larson. They find themselves right in the middle of a fight. Put the eliminations aside, put the early game activity aside. It's going to be their first true battle now. And look, it's already cost them all of their heavy material here, Taco. Sitting on no metal, very little brick, and a dream essentially in front of them. They need this refresh.
But that's exactly why Larson and Degen are probably going to be more inspired at this point to try and chase down this refresh. You kind of can't just walk away from this one. After a certain point of investment, all right, Monster, you just have to fully commit, because otherwise it's going to take Larson and Degen a decent bit of time to really work their materials back up. But not only that, but to try and do it safely is the real challenge.
Yeah, you can see Larson's like, wait, they're gone.
They're gone.
We did all that, they're gone. He checked every single box, took every wall that he could, and unfortunately, yep, no refresh for them. And that's going to be a troublesome situation to put themselves in. We jump in with Chaos Game Live and Tro now. T-Row, not bad by any means here, just on the outer edge. They have a bit of a move to make. It's still early in this game though, right? A lot of time to work with, but plenty of duos as well here. So threats all in the vicinity, quite literally 2 teams here to their left-hand side. They pop the wall. There's another team now shooting in, so the team that's right in front of them said, wait, you shot at me, though. I'm gonna shoot at you. And they end up turning on the gasoline here, and they're trying to light a fuse, light the fuel up. This is not good for Chaos Gaming. Eclipse and Poppy pushed back pretty aggressively, to be honest.
Doesn't seem as though Chaos Gaming was anticipating what truly lied ahead inside of some of these boxes, and now because of it, again, some resources going to be expended as far as the shield potions are concerned. And now Chaos Gaming, Trow, kind of faced with a little bit of an ultimatum here as to whether or not they want to try and push a little bit deeper into some of these boxes, maybe see if they can find a true 2v2 engagement exclusively against Yana and Eclipse, but that's not going to be super easy to come by, because I'm sure if things start popping off in those edits, you can expect another team nearby to maybe mosey on over, see if there's a way they can look to punish both of those teams even further.
No curiosity here though for Tavern and NG. They're just trying to max out material, play for an end game here down at the Sundi steps. Other teams are already moving on out of the POI. Wait, someone doubles back. Might be catching visual cues of the duo utilizing the grapples here. And yep, there's a team just to the left there. So bit of a scramble, bit of a mix-up. Tavern doesn't want to stick around here though. Edgy, not content with the positioning right now. They have a lot of work to continue to put in, man, if they want to make this end game and be comfortable at it, right? Not just get there, but have a winning chance, winning opportunity. On the other side, Me Too, Shonya on the move right now, gonna play the bush here. Nice spot to be in, also pretty desperate. You just start weighing out the material count in general, so also they need a little bit more as well if they want to be comfortable for the end game, but a couple elims here, so it's not for nothing, Taco.
Yeah, they've at least got 4 eliminations that they've managed to cook up in this lobby, and Me Too trying to see if you can create another one. Some players
that's nice,
just trying to glide away into the distance.
Close.
Nice shield crack there though. And now Me Too whipping out that Reaper. Lots of ammo as well to use on this sniper. That's solo in between Me Too, Shanye, and the other duo that Me Too and Shanye were just shooting at. That's a really concerning predicament.
Just got to keep that low profile right there. Can't attract the static. Here we have Poppy Blast and Zyro on the move right now, though. Luckily for them, they did have the rift. The island was completely secure. They're a team that's surprisingly above the surge with just the 2 elims. So
you see that
kind of
jump?
goes. Yeah, I was just gonna say, but it kind of goes to show, right? Looking at the 60 or so players alive, this is a fairly stacked game we're moving into. This is now, starting to become a trend. I feel like as we're getting to the back half of the tournament, right? You start really weighing your situation in the game. You're like, wait, I gotta play better. Like I need to not try to WQ right now. And in fact, I need the placement point.
But that's the last thing that some of these other teams are trying to give. Looked as though Ziggy really wanted to take up this fight up against the likes of Poppy Blast and Zyro. And if Zyro and Poppy aren't careful, they might find themselves getting eaten up by the likes of some of these aggressive duos that have been all over each of these lobbies today, Monster. I mean, just in the ones that we spectated, it's largely been, the high roller veteran names that we're familiar with, but I like seeing players like Ziggy and Falam kind of just try to get a little bit more active. And curiously enough, Chaos Gaming and Trow, they actually haven't moved from this position since the last time we checked in.
Zone just favoring their side. Why fix what isn't broken? But now the zone's gonna go pretty far. Still have grapple hooks. What I'm most concerned about is this loadout, right? Like I'm not a big fan of running common rifles here this late in the game. So if I'm them, I want to finish this fight above me. I want to take an opportunity right now to pretty much jump in while they have the man advantage. They're thinking about it. Meanwhile, Fafila Gunna, this is the team that did initiate, right? He started this whole fight. He shot at them first when they landed nearby him. And the punishment already comes in, tries to go toe-to-toe with Chaos Gaming, doesn't work out. And that is exactly what he needed, right? A shotgun option, an upgrade here, some material count as well, grapple hooks in full effect. This is decent for him.
Not too surprised to see Chaos Gaming, though, with a little bit of a janitorial cleanup action inside of the engagement. I mean, if you're going to stick around as long as they did, because I understand the zone's favoring them, but they definitely wanted to make sure that they were the only duo actually still able to stick around in those boxes. Nice play indeed. Remember once upon a time when Flowberry Rizzler was probably in a better position than where he finds himself right now alongside his Eiffel. No shield, just have to make a play, especially with them being just below that damage threshold. But the desperation is not enough. It's going to be Krep and Buildable who find a cleanup here, but if they're not careful, it might get cleaned up in the process.
Pretty tough. 93 above. Desperate spot to be in. Talk about getting cleaned up. Yeah, exactly. Veteran teams all around them. Long rotate to make. Someone in the old tarp of Degen and Larson there. It's Dogo. Meanwhile, Elige, we haven't seen in quite some time, making his appearance here. Right on the cusp here of a potential great game. Grapple hooks fully loaded as well, so they're not going to have a problem getting to safety, right? They just want elims, likely see if they can pick up some mats.
Yeah, I think with Elige's case, could tell some of those teams that were grappling by their current box. I mean, curious if any of these teams here, which ones were actually able to collect the forecast towers, but that's a question. Well, I'll leave the analyst desk to maybe answer. I don't know if that's something they can keep track of for themselves either, but one thing that is difficult to keep track of, MDF, it's where exactly everyone is tarping, because so many of these mid to low ground layers are just getting quickly filled up.
Yep, and honestly, if you're in a lobby this stacked, you kind of want to be up towards the upper half more often than not. Degen and Larson, I like the spot that they're in, but very passive, right? It's like, I feel like a complete opposite of the teams up towards the top 10 who quite literally don't stop pushing players, right? Staying fired up, staying on the heels of all the opponents. For Larson and Degen, much different pacing here. This entire lobby seems to be content trying to play high-end rotations, much slower endgame.
Almost wonder if part of that might be due to the fact that Larson and Degen, at least, they didn't look like they were living lavish as far as materials are concerned. They were in a decent spot for builds, but you always want more, especially with the way that we've been seeing some of these zones, and moving zones in particular, progress. It just gets so easy for builds to get ate up, especially when there's a good team playing height, just tearing through all the builds below you, and Edgy finds himself in that exact position right now. Has a quick moment to pop a couple of small shield potions, even a med kit, but this is his only med kit. Edgy is just doing everything he can to survive.
Dollar and Leon trying to fight for the high ground here. They actually have control for the most part. Other teams thinking about coming on up, but they seem to have the runway to work with right now. Here comes the counter pressure. Most of this lobby very fragmented, hurt, if you will. Edgy by himself here. He's got the shield crack. Sees the opportunity to capitalize. Can he get it? Yes, he does. Nicely done, but where's the material? He doesn't find that. He does, however, find the med kit. But will the med kit keep him alive long enough here? Can he actually utilize it to its potential? Tries to get to the front side of zone here. Needs another fight. Doesn't quite grab the wall. he's just so vulnerable right now.
And unfortunately for Edgy, that run's gonna get cut short. Just ran alongside the wrong low ground builds, and well, unfortunately, as you can tell, most of them don't belong to him, but Chaos Gaming pops around a corner. A little disastrous there for that solo on the other side of the wall, but well played. Chaos Gaming, Trow now looking to see just how far they can actually maneuver through some of these pre-existing builds, actually having to expend some shots. Got to be careful with the reloads on those in case they do run into another team or another solo. Ever want to find yourself caught out without a reloaded weapon? As Larson, Degen, we saw them earlier playing a bit more passive, and we see them now definitely not in the spot that they were hoping to be. 4 builds left now for Larson. Time is ticking, but it just doesn't seem like Larson and Degen, they need to find a refresh, and they need it now, but instead it's going to be Larson who gets taken out. Degen trying to do what he can to hold on. Degen nearly finding the completion there of that 1 versus 2 scenario against Chaos Gaming and Trout, but Chaos Gaming will find himself eliminated, and the lobby just keeps moving forward.
Yeah, super unfortunate. At that big swing of events right there, was looking like it was their game to win. And all of a sudden, they are right back in the lobby, right back in the queue. Meanwhile, Lige, El Nino on the move right now, but no, loses teammate Logic to the backside of Storm and a team that was waiting there. And now trapped between a team below him and a crew in front. And down he goes, back on over to Zyra, who's working their way up to a 10 elimination game. Another big game here. These point swings mean a lot, but placement is even more important. Zyra's going to go for the early heal here to try to cap off. I don't think he's going to be content with that, though. They will try to continue to hunt. There it is. Finds Dogo on a low ground. Gets the knot. Where's the teammate, though? He needs that finish. Has to secure the points before they get out of the lobby here.
It's going to be Raucito still clinging for dear life directly underneath Zyra and Poppy, but Poppy's doing just what his name says, blasting through all of these edits. Medallion not even going to get picked up there by Zyra and Poppy. They're a lot more preoccupied with just trying to make sure they stay in zone for as long as possible. Pressure now to Dala and Leone. Leone drops first. He's going to take this 1 versus 1 against the likes of Poppy Blast, but it's going to be Dala with the med kit up on top. Distraction was the absolute choice of play for this duo to find their victory royale. A nice attempt, though, from Poppy Blast to try and take this one down, but well played, Dala, just maintaining his position on height.
Yeah, all in all, I mean, the threats were eliminated fairly, late into the game, and then things just kind of simmered out. Things became a little bit easier. If you were up in those stronger positions, it took care of itself, more or less, and that's kind of what you want in a lobby as things start to unfold left and right. So take a look one more time. Leon Fishy and crew controlled the high ground from early. Never did they face any resistance out there. They managed to just cruise their way all the way across, and they weren't even that high. You can see the builds in the distance, and the heal off was just a matter of moments. Even though it was late, they still get the win. Nicely done for Leon and Dala FN. So well played, Zeke. Catch us up to the standings now, because things are continuing to shake up here.
They always are, MDF, and we're getting closer and closer to shutting things down and starting to tally some of these votes and queues and see, hey, who's going to be in that top 50, 250 rather. Man, for Dala getting themselves victory again. It's just these moments, right? For these duos that can find themselves these victory royales, they can kind of boost their confidence, and that can kind of carry in momentum into their following games, right, Vivid?
Hey, time and time again, we mentioned the high ground, and yes, it's very, very important, like Zeke was mentioning, to go ahead and win some of these games, to have some of these runs, to make sure that you pick up some of these points for that series point leaderboard. When everything settles, when the dust settles there, you gotta make sure that you're top 250 to go into the semis. And Dala with that win right there, making sure he plays the high ground perfectly, saves those couple of med kits to get into the end there, goes ahead and wins out that game.
Yeah, great
I like
plays.
too as well with the distraction. That was pretty good. I like that Taco kind of called that out, kind of breaking up and making sure, like, and it's interesting to me because, like, when I watched that, it was really, Kelly, like, it was like I was watching what I'm used to, like an FNCS game, and I'm like, how, you know, who's gonna get this outplay? But then I was like, wait, where's the chaos that I've been like used to seeing?
Yeah,
for the last 2 weeks.
I know. It was a little bit more of a calm end game than we're typically used to seeing. So, you know, that's nice. You like to see a lot of variety, and that's what Fortnite brings in spades, is that there's a lot of different varieties and ways that players not only can play the game, but also succeed in it.
Yeah, I mean,
I love it.
You know, high ground, just kind of chilling, coasting, building over top of everybody, winning the game. We like to see that.
Like to see that. And you know what else I like to see? It's edgy highlights, because they were in this game. Now, of course, based on that end game, you would have had no idea, right? If you blinked, you missed it. But edgy kind of having this solo effort, right? Again, just under these somewhat chaotic circumstances, for a veteran like this to just hold it down, just look at these angles, look at these little like pockets he's creating for himself. Like, it's just so good.
Yeah, finding opportunities that he can actually go ahead and capitalize on was pretty much the name of the game. They're trying to find some other solos that maybe he could win that 1v1 against. Ultimately, though, dropping down into unknown territory is going to be his demise. But Clicks and Epic Whale on the other side of things, they are on the rise. 274 points, Kelly.
Oh, let's go Clicks and Epic Whale. And that is 100% due to their obscene average placement, which is right now 3.75. They have not placed lower than 6th place out of the 4 games that they've had. No victory royale yet, but when you can get back-to-back second places with a dozen plus eliminations, who needs a VR? But speaking of VRs, Baka and Pars, the first team to grab 2 victory royales in our lobby.
What's wild too is that consistency you're talking about, right? The fact that Clicks and Epic will have placed so high. When you look at Baka and Pars, you look at that stat line, you're like, wow, that's crazy. But then Clicks and Epic Whale are just so far ahead of everyone. But for Baka and Pars, look at just this massive lead they are starting to develop, right? They're really trying to solidify themselves going up into that upper bracket in semifinals. As we kind of look down, remember, look at 10th. Buzz and Paper, they were outside of the top 10 when we looked not that long ago, and suddenly they've jumped up, right? And you just need one awesome game. Guys, 17th place, Iamzo and Rise, a duo we talk about all the time as being like this dark horse, that like they're such a credible duo. They've really been under the radar, and yet they're in that top 20.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, speaking about top 20 right there, 20th place and 11th place, the difference there is only 11 points. So the competition is way closer than it may seem.
Something that I'm noticing also is now that we've reached the second half of games that we're no longer seeing these giant 15 placement jumps. Instead, it's like 1 or 2 placements that are moving between these games. So if players want to make sure that they make it into the upper bracket of the semifinals next week, they're going to have to do something drastic in these final games.
They're going to have to, Kelly. Otherwise, they have to go back to the drawing board and watch the semifinals and eventually finals all happen, and they have to bring it back in major number 2. But I want to see more games, and I know who you want to see. It's Clicks and it's Epic Whale. So why don't we jump on board, see what they're up to into this game? So casters, on over to you.
And one thing we are noticing on that leaderboard, that getting a victory royale is just that difficult, regardless of how many W keys we've seen, regardless of how many, you know, conversions on eliminations and great battles from some of the greats that we've seen play out. Clicks and Epic are still showing us that winning may not be as easy as it seems, even though they are the most consistent team on the weekend.
It's the quick leaderboard stat popping up in that top right corner that gets me, NDF. Peterbot and Pollo, it's like a tug of war right now between them and Clicks and Epic. Peterbot and Pollo, 296 points, currently in first place on the leaderboard. But again, Clicks and Epic being in this match, there's a chance that they could look to change that. And I love the fact that Kelly pointed out just how well their placements have been so far today. They've really done an excellent job at maintaining their momentum so far.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to keep up a pace like that is very, very impressive. Talked about the types of teams that have entered into this weekend's competition. I mean, it's still 250 of the best duos in NA, all going head-to-head. The volatility in the draw spots, the randomness game after game. You never really know who you're going to go against, but that doesn't seem to stop Aviv and Bugha from continuing to press hard and press early for as many eliminations as possible in the drop spot instances, and so far it's played into their favor as they continue to pace along the top 25 here. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Rise, that team top 17, all in all so far, also doing just that as well, keeping up the pressure.
Zyfel, though, where are you running to? Yamzo hot on his heels, now tarping underneath him. He's got Zyfel spinning every which way. Flowberry Rizzler trying to see if he can reconnect, maybe find an opportunity to shut down Yamzo and Rise, but Yamzo just keeps closing in. He's got that Frenzy Auto just letting it rip now into the boxes of Flowberry Rizzler and Zyfel, but quick moment of pause here. Rise decides I would like to get a little bit of medkit action going. I really thought Yamzo was just going to keep going.
Well, happy he stopped because Aviv and Bugha right on their heels. That's going to give him just enough time to figure out there's a threat nearby. Things are going to have to stop here as they bunker down together, but Aviv moves in. And look at this, Aviv has done switched up the whole fit here. He's in full focus mode right now.
But is he focused or is he a distraction, making people think he's Bugha?
Oh my God.
With some of the shots that he's landing. Nah, that's all Aviv at this point. Just tearing through the health bars there. That's going to be a knock for Bugha onto Rise. The tag team work right now, though, between Bugha and Aviv, the third party this circumstance. Yamzo, Rise, probably a world of regret right now, trying to deal with Zyfel and Flowberry Rizzler just weren't able to collect those elims fast enough. Zyfel gonna manage to now counter squeeze Yamzo. Since he knew that Bugha and Aviv had pressure from one side, they just took the other side of the box wall edits, and now Bugha breaking down some of these pre-existing builds. Meanwhile, Aviv tapping into a little bit of that Poyo strategy. See him rocking that legendary Ranger pistol, and it seems as though other teams have definitely taken notice of just how much pressure you can really apply onto some of these builds with the fire rates.
That's what I was going to ask. I was going to say, how many, what are the chances you think someone took notice of that? What are the chances you think the inspiration comes through, right? Like, is that the reason, or is it just a well-known fact at this point? We'll have to continue to feel out the lobby, continue to feel out the plays. Epic Whales doing just that too, showing us why they're breaking into the 40+ elimination range here. So far, so good. And they get everything they need as well, just to heal right back into the swing of things.
Hanging out just on the cusp of classy courts. Not too surprised to see Clix and Epic, though, because again, we talked about the momentum and how well they're gonna try to maintain that. On the opposite end of the spectrum, though, Cooper and Otto only. Seems as though they've been having to deal with other teams along the way. 3 eliminations, though, definitely a nice spot to be in. Seems like this is a potential look, though, for an approach off the edge of the zone here. And the tough part, too, is that I almost feel like Miro is a player that loves his dead side rotations. And I feel like that's just what he's gearing up for here.
Well, we'll have to find out where this is all going to end up going. Paper and Muzz, the first we've seen of them here in our coverage. So we've continued to hop round to round. Muzz, most recent sign to Elite, sticking around in NA for another set of seasons here. You love to see it. I can appreciate Muzz just like, yeah, dude, I just don't want to go back to OC. Like, I'm here, I'm competing.
I think
he's making sure he extends his stay with every time he gets signed. I mean, he's here for work, right?
I think every time Elite signs somebody, it inspires Dignitas to think, okay, we have to sign somebody else too.
How do we one up this this signing here? Who else is available?
I feel like all of NA might as well be contracted underneath those two, but that's neither here nor there, because we also love our team agent representatives, and Baka and Pars they've certainly been holding their own in this lobby. This is a heavy slugger lobby, by the way. I mean, we saw the likes of Yamzo and Rise, Muzz and Paper, Baka and Pars, Clicks and Epic.
Right.
A lot of greatness taking place here in this lobby, but that means that there is so much opportunity now for a lot of these veteran teams to maybe just look to try and put down each other, see who can get a slight edge in the leaderboard, slight edge for the series points. Even though a lot of those teams I just mentioned are basically confirmed for the upper bracket.
Well, typical gamer Noah plays, trying to get their way into that conversation of confirmation. First, more performances and opportunities are in front of them. Let's see how it all plays out. Aviv finds another one in the feed, though. Okay, so Team Booga and Aviv haven't stopped. But for Noah and Typical, they haven't found any elims. Taking their time here, trying to play in their weight class. I can appreciate them actually surviving this late into the game, but this is where things are going to start to get real difficult. For Booga and Aviv, they're on the move right now. They just love being on the outside edge, love coming from the storm side. There's no strangers to taking their time, even in these types of lobbies. And look, still 8 eliminations, right? So it's even though they're playing passively on the outskirts, they are cleaning up teams. Look back at what's happening. If you're rotating late on the outskirts, they're finding players on the move, Taco, cleaning them up quickly.
Just no time to react there, though, for Myers. Clean transition for Aviv. And going straight from the crash pad into the shotgun blast. There's only so much to be done. He's even got the diversion of attention as well with that initial sniper shot, because you think, okay, I have a good idea of what direction that sniper shot just came from, and then all of a sudden, he's right in front of you. But that's just part of the greatness that we've come to expect so far today, as far as Aviv is concerned.
Well, for Trashy and Skittles here, 4 elims. He's going to find Epic Whale on his rotation in his sights here. Trying to force the lobby to target him, but instead, those wood walls are not going to fool anybody. Other teams would prefer to shoot the weakened structure. That's what ends up happening there. You can see, if you're going to put up a front, if you're going to put up an offensive fight, you have to be prepared to receive that damage. And a little thing like that, just the wood walls. It's like, nah, shoot this guy. Maybe he's in a desperate spot. Redux and Day, what do you think?
Oh, I was just going to say, I love the spot that they're currently sitting in. With 4 eliminations, have to imagine that they're definitely looking pretty steady as far as their surge is concerned, but that's probably the last thing on their mind currently, because again, with the position that they're currently holding, it's really just going to come down to how quickly they want to actually rotate into the next zone. They might not have to go very far at all, but no, they do find themselves just outside of where this next zone pull is going to be, but it's not like it's impossible for Day and Redux to get there by any means.
Yeah, definitely still have a stretch of a game in front of them. What an end game here, right? Coming to another major point of interest here at the Grand Glacier. Plenty of structures to work through, but this comes with a double-edged sword. You see the Elsa and Sharkman not too comfortable with you know, the natural structures here, not trusting if there's teams lurking in the vents nearby. A lot of trickery to be had in spots like this, and being more safe will help you from being sorry later on in the day. For Jackson and Convicted, they want nothing to do with the interior of the castle. They're going to play for high ground here. I like this spot. I prefer this position here for them, especially when you have max mats like this. And all in all, they seem to have the lobby under control right now. So they're just waiting out the zone here.
Well, I was about to say no rush as far as Jackson and Convicted are concerned, but again, damage threshold just falling a little bit more towards their favor as Jackson just continues to overlook the rest of the lobby. Most of these teams kind of just choosing to settle up inside of the actual buildings here at Grand Glacier, and Auto Only on the low ground here spots out Estif, but won't actually be able to close in for a not an elimination just yet. 6'4". On the other side now, some other builds as Otto only continues trying to apply some side flank pressure here. Might have a good wraparound technique going and does find a massive blow. Tons of pressure now coming through with that Thunderburst SMG, but the ammo is so low, but it's okay because he's got other teams, other players taking note of what's going down on the low ground, and Otto only will find his elimination actually interrupted.
Yeah, and don't forget, you got Cooper there to back him up, so things are going to start to swing in their favor now, as although he picked up all that resource, the heals, still no ammo. So that's going to be a pretty tight spot to be in. I think that team had 10 bullets, so pretty rough as far as the refresh is concerned. But we jump on over to another top tier individual, Thoric here. What are they doing? Ratting their way around the backside with all this material. You have to think there's a method to the madness here. And they're committed. There it is. I knew it wasn't going to last very long. It was just a matter of when. Out the side he goes. They try to be conservative. You can see what happens when you do so. The punishment. Now the other teams turn on as well. And the burn comes through, but at what cost? All of his shield, all of his meds here.
His duo.
His duo. I didn't even notice that. Duo as well. Yeah, that's it. That's a GG.
That's pretty tough if you're Thoric and Chris, because yeah, the lobby almost like piranhas, man. They spun a little bit hotter. They just ran right through there. No questions asked. Whole lobby just focusing in and where Thoric was situated. But Otto only, alongside Cooper, will finally finish off the other half of that starting process there. 6'4", getting successfully elimed. Still only 4 eliminations though for Cooper and Otto. Is take a look at the grand scope of the lobby and how it's shaping up. And Paper and Muzz very confidently on this high ground.
They got the mats to do it as well. They have the ammunition. It's a great spot to be in here as we're going off the mountain. We already saw this earlier when we covered that second game. You have high ground like this, the elevation starts to change. I mean, the last thing you want to do is opt to go all the way to the low position, because if it bounce back, you have a clear runway for a win laid out in front of you. And oddly enough, Clix was in that game, so we're coming full circle here. We'll see if Clix decides to go against the grain and go for low ground or play for the height now that he has the mats. The option to try to save Epic Whale, though, doesn't work. Date ends up finding Epic Whale, and the finish comes in from Sales there onto Click. So tough spot to be in for Trashy and Skittles. Last desperate effort of hope here to try to stay alive. The shots are coming in. The zone's hot on his back as well. He's trying to jump over into the ramp there, but even that might be risky in its own. It's Booga and Aviv who's under pressure.
Just having to forcibly commit so much of his metal there, though. And once you're down to brick, it's crazy just how quickly some of these players can actually run through their builds. But Aviv, Booga, they don't care about materials because they're more interested in just trying to find the overall refresh. Hopefully Booga was able to actually collect some of the resources. But now, no, it's going to be Aviv stuck in a hard spot. And he will get spotted out before Booga's able to reconnect with his duo. So now it's going to be down to Booga to see if he can have a little bit of that solar clutch action that we saw earlier from Aviv.
Yeah, and it's Booga who's, normally tarping, normally leading. So when Aviv picks up the elimination, Booga tries to secure the material there, and unfortunately, that was the mistake, right? Splitting a little too far off when Booga had all the mats to keep him safe. Now, deep scramble here. We already know Muzz and Paper have comfortability on the high ground, so Booga will likely have to give this up. He's trying to find a grapple spot, but it's a little too risky with this low of an HP pool. He's feeling it too. Goes with the trusted builds there, but no, Noah plays. Oh no, someone else edits him down there. Finds the elim, and now it's a fight for high ground. Paper uses all the material, and Muzz has to give it up. That's not what they wanted to happen here this late in the round. It's Pars who's up top. That Flowberry effect there, giving them the advantage, but Paper jumps down. The drop kick onto Patek makes it look easy.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta take it by force, and that's exactly what Paper did. Now continuing to see if he can get a slight reign of terror going inside of this secondary high layers, but Dash directly above. Paper instead finds himself being eliminated by Trashy the moment that he scurried out from the safety of those builds. But Otto only, all by his lonesome, down to 4 AP and a dream. Has a small shield potion, might be able to pop it in time. In fact, does get the 25 shield extra, but 29 HP essentially to work with. That's going to be one shot from Day to end it all. As now, Day, a solo himself, Flowberry Fizz comes out, might be able to jump up and challenge some of these teams on the higher layers.
Yep, Ken here, trying to work his way down, says, I don't have the mass to go up for the high ground. Bach and Pars are down to the low ground. So for what did they fight for high ground positioning to end up all the way back at the bottom, essentially tossing everyone's win who was up top? Muzz and Paper probably turning in the lobby right now, so upset, but here it is. Bach is going to fall to the zone. The Tick is still alive. Wait, will we see the Tick get a second heal? Victor Royale, we already saw it earlier today on the coverage. Pars looking for the heal off. Where is it? He swings past him, misses the opportunity. Down he goes. Inside Slam still healing too. And in the end, Slam wins, but the Tick nearly walked out of there with another Victor Royale.
Curious if Storm Sickness might have been the end there for Tick, but with the way that things shaped off on that last little heal off here, MDF, I'm sure that both of these teams are definitely just hoping that somebody else was going to be able to take care of the other problem. And, well, it turns out that when you've got the Storm on your side to do the damage for you, that's all it takes.
Yeah, sometimes that is all it takes. We saw what happened there. We saw what unfolded. Miro definitely turned up. Things worked out pretty well. All in all, a win's a win, though, and you love to see it for teams like Slam, who again just stood back. He had multiple med kits. This was at this point, you can even see the Tick takes that little bit of fall damage there, which was a huge mistake, right? It kind of set him off track. It set him off beat.
So much MDF. It did. And you know what's crazy? We saw the Tick not that long ago get themselves a Victor Royale, but sometimes you need to make sure you're holding on to some amount of heals, right? In those final moments, they just didn't have anything. So for Side Slam and his duo partner, because they saved those vital heals, they took it to the heal off, they get themselves the Victor Royale, and that's what we are here to see, Vivid.
Yep, Side Slam coming out with the strategies, maybe stealing a couple that we've seen throughout the day, throughout the couple of weekends that we had so far, the qualifiers. The med kits proved to be pretty strong when it comes to closing out the game. Your bro Ken and Side Slam, they just had the med kit stacked up. They claimed the space necessary and found the refreshes needed to keep their game going. Ultimately ended up with the Victory Royale. Shout out to them.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, you need to make sure that you're set for any kind of win condition, whether that's going to be a 1v1 fighting or what we seem to be seeing a lot this week and last week as well is the heal off. So by having those med kits and by sticking to the low and mid ground where a lot of these players are dropping their items once getting knocked, definitely seems to be the primary strategy for a lot of these duos.
Yeah, and I love that some of these duos, right, when they get themselves a situation, especially at all the chaos, they know, like, okay, if this was like a normal semifinals or grand finals lobby, this is kind of how we have to play, right? And they can show that they can execute those strategies, which I'm very hopeful for, right? I like to see that not only can they survive in these chaotic environments, but when the time comes for that final 1v1, 2v2, they're like, nah, we know what we need to do to get ourselves that W. We continue to look at highlights here, especially, Vivid, you know, the competition's starting to wind down. We're getting real close to saying goodbye on the day.
Yeah, but one of the duos that we saw some life out of that game is going to be Paper and Muzz. They were on the high ground. The mats were looking good. The loadout was looking pristine. And then, you know, I'm not really sure what happened, really. You know, we know that we saw Paper go down to the fall damage a little bit later. But yeah, ended up losing Muzz just a little bit early. I think a team went up, challenged the high ground. They ended up winning out. And Paper was left as a solo to go ahead and clutch it up, or at least try to get a couple more points, as many as possible. And yeah, he grabbed a couple, but whew, from that high ground position to that, they got to be feeling like, man, what went wrong there? But hey, a great opportunity for them to kind of learn from that.
Oh, and another opportunity to learn is from these top teams right here. Peterbot and Koyo still in first place, and that's because they grabbed a second victory royale. But Vivid, you were asking what exactly happened to Paper there. Well, that's because he went up against Pars. Pars was able to steal high ground from him, and he's in the high ground right now on our leaderboard as well, in second place with the second set of 2 VRs.
Of course, third place,
good.
though, Zeke Clicks and Epic Whale. Kelly was mentioning, right? Top 6 in every single game so far. I think she went ahead and cursed them on that one. As we just saw in that game right there, they went down a little bit earlier than top 6, unfortunately, but still towards the top.
I gotta blame
Yeah,
you,
they're
man.
definitely looking to fight back. I mean, they're not gonna let this slide. We are gonna deal with Kelly, okay? There are caster curses that she's putting out. All right, for now, we're gonna go back into game though. We have another one lined up. We're hopping on board. We got Asian Jeff, Oliver, OG, casters. Let's take it in.
Should be good fun here as we start to hop into the mix. Asian Jeff, Oliver, OG positioned right underneath the Rift Island here, and you know what? You gotta give respects to Asian Jeff and Oliver OG making that second appearance this weekend here, right? Continuing to show their strides as not only creators but also competitors at heart.
It's the creator side, though, of Asian Jeff and Oliver OG. If you guys haven't listened to their comms, I would thoroughly recommend it. A hilarious duo, but also an incredibly talented one at that. And I think that Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, they seem to have the idea here. They don't have any eliminations yet, but sitting directly beneath the Rift Island, maybe trying to see if they can find or even generate their own opportunity to try and take out any teams that might be passing nearby, as Blake and Macwood just kind of strolling on over with these grapples. But they do encounter Curve and Zonda while they're rotating.
This is good, you know, so I think Blake and Mac would need a little redemption on broadcast here. They are inside the top 20, and you wouldn't really know it if you just judged it by the last time we got to tune in with them, which was game 1 on the Insta elimination against Booga and Aviv. So far, they have been having a pretty wonderful showing, right? Just all in all here as far as their games are concerned. And look at this, even going as far as conserving material here. So really trying to continue to maintain the pace here and play for endgames.
Yeah, but Scoped and Tragics, we kind of touched on them, you know, at the top of this show about whether or not they'd be able to find that 160th or higher placement. And so far, it seems as though the lobbies have been very difficult to deal with, but Scoped Tragics doing everything they can to try and keep their lower bracket dream alive. Currently sitting in 206th place, though, as far as the leaderboards are concerned. They just need to find themselves through a consistent end game, because a lot of these matches that they've played so far have just been eliminated, honestly, off drop.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. If they want to make any of the, you know, even the lower bracket, they have a good stretch to go. They're going to need to find their footing, essentially, right? In the back.
Strong.
I don't know, 30, 40 minutes,
game.
you know? Yeah, like there's like 30, 40 minutes left into these opportunities to queue up, essentially. We've been at it for quite some time.
Kind of just goes to show, though, the level that everybody is here competing up against. I know that we have tapped into enough of Peterbot and Pollo matches. You kind of get an idea of how things are going, but realistically, I would definitely say there is a lot of strong competitors in every single one of these lobbies. So don't just expect the big boys to be the ones swinging, because Scoped and Tragics, they might still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve, and if they do, oh, we're going to need to see them Houdini it real quick, because they don't have much time left.
Look at this game. They're dead center right now in Zone 6 with a wonderful cachet of loot here right beneath their feet. They have 2 eliminations. I mean, this is the spot to be in. If there's a time to do it, it could be here and now. Take a look at this quick elimination here. They find Mag on the backside of Zone. They make quick work. Sco tries to walk his way through the wall there in the tags. More than enough to go ahead and pressure the elimination. Another big dog here in the round, Chubbs and Bryce. 2 elims as well, not far off from the Legend Scopes there too. great all-around positioning here for Chubbs and Bryce. If I'm playing the game, if I'm in this FNCS lobby, if I'm in a setting here, I want to be in this spot, just outside the the commotion of the center mix, but not far enough to find players that are rotating on the edges. That's a great spot to be in here.
Definitely a position that they could look to try and control some of the lobby as well, depending on how some of these other teams are looking to rotate. There's the roller. A couple of nice tags there. That Thunderburst SMG, and just continues to connect. The accuracy looking kind of nice here for the roller, and every little bit counts when it comes to that surge damage threshold. Is now the roller, Tabney, taking note. Some of these other teams a little bit closer situated.
Tabney's a funny one. He retires every so-and-so again and just comes back like it's nothing and just, yep, top 250 duo, no problem. No problem, picks the game up, naturally talented, just that good. Meanwhile, Macwood and Blake, though, turning up the heat here. They got Ducky down, Encrypted down, 2 elims, big pickup for them. It's exactly what they were looking for. And the zone reveals itself, so it's pulling towards where Scoped was at. It's pulling towards where Tragix was positioned. Up towards the left side there. A lot of players still have to make a move here.
Look at this loot pile.
How do you pick what you want to work with? I mean, Macwood's got a decision here. He's only got 17 bullets.
He had 5 shield potions at one point, opted to go for the 6 small shield potions instead. I guess quantity does play in your favor at times. And Blake, I mean, I don't think he left those medkits behind, but if anything, I would expect maybe Blake is carrying the white heals while Macwood is opting to carry all the shields. This is a fun duo, though, to kind of tag along with. Bully and Darts. Bully, longtime player in the Fortnite scene. Definitely been a little bit rough here in today's round 4, but at the same time, I think Bully and Darts are in a decent spot currently. They're not really drawing the attention of the rest of the lobby, and that's sometimes the goal when you get to these sorts of endgame positions.
Yeah, definitely. There's an eerie level of silence taking over the lobby right now, so you got to be careful as teams are starting to position up here. And there it is. Fight starts to break out now as the zone pulls back. Hence the way they came. So if you overcommitted and you played for the bottom of the Rebels Roost, I'm sorry. You might have made a mistake there. We'll see. Braze and Jeff Oliver OG finally now. They're starting to connect their shots. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a surge issue. However, they do need to likely pick up the mats there. Will they go for it? I think they're just going to be content with the spot that they're in. So yeah, why risk it?
I don't think Oliver or Jeff trust that they'd be able to grab those mats and confidently make it back to each other in one piece. That's the problem, because look, you got Bryce Chubbs boxed up directly underneath them, just waiting for the slightest movement. There's now Macwood, Blake, trying to stay low. Macwood, though, when we talked about their plethora of shields and just options that they had at one point, still 2 shield potions left. So Macwood could get back to full shield if he wanted to, but instead, looking to make sure that he doesn't get pinched here alongside Blake. Some of these layers, especially that low ground layer, getting real active now. But Macwood spotted out the duo directly next to him and Blake on their current layer, and Blake and Macwood actually seemingly content to just sit tight for a moment, gauge where the rest of the lobby is actually going to decide to move.
Yep, time to get the hustle on here. Prodigy, Chubbs, and Bryce fragmented here. Chubbs solo. I like his all in all loot situation here. Grapple hook is going to make up for what he lacks in a duo mate. He's got the heals. He's got everything he needs to possibly put together a win condition. One thing to note, though, when we continue to glance over those leaderboards, we talked about, yeah, some of these lobbies may seem like a different caliber, right? You have some big dogs, you have some new names. But notice, there's not a single set of duos racking up 3 wins game after game after game. Getting a victory royale against the top 250 duos, regardless of who shuffled into your lobby, is very, very difficult. This is why we see such a wide spread over the victories in general. Mac would make a huge mistake, though. He should have known something was wrong once he got tagged up for Blake. He's going to have to make up for lost time here. I'm not sure how you do that, though, because Macwood had the bulk of the mats. He was the tarper, it seems like, here. This is a really, really tough spot for Blake to be in. Oh, finds his way to Macwood. Okay. That's very close.
Genuinely incredible that Blake,
very
he's
close.
going to commit. He's looking to get that, and it's successful. He successfully brings Macwood back to life into the action. And Macwood, though, might be reconsidering how he actually utilizes that grapple from here on out, because it is amazing just how quickly some of these players get picked off when they go for those rotations.
100%. Well, we'll have to see how it ends up continuing to shuffle here for Chubbs. Chubbs is just trying to hold on right now. And again, I talked about me really appreciating the loadout for solo clutch, and I meant it. And he's continuing to prove just that he can continue to stretch this opportunity across. Sometimes it's all it takes, the right loadout, just enough material, and that'll ease up the pressure. Not getting possessed, though. Eyeing up the high ground here, showing that they are trying to play for a win, but High team seems to be very much aware of the potential opportunity there, and looks like Asian Jeff jumps into the Snacky duo here, and Snacky's hurt, but not hurt enough that he doesn't want to potentially finish the fight here. Tries to secure the material count there, but no, it's going to be all sniped by Asian Jeff, and possibly the save for Oliver OG. So Snacky not really happy about that. Tries to fight back, tries to hunt down Asian Jeff, but no, finds his way into a duo box with two more. It's not gonna last long. Meanwhile, Asian Jeff alive, scot-free.
Hey, Asian Jeff, not only that, he's got 4 methods with them. Aim's just caught looking the wrong way for a split second. That's gonna be another medkit, 5 medkits now for Asian Jeff. He's just gotta make sure that he stays alive, tarping like a madman right now through these mid-ground layers. Gonna go ahead and expend 1 of his 5 medkits, by the way, doing an excellent job not to get stuck in the back of zone as well. Just needs to make sure that he avoids all that congestion that's taking place currently in the back of zone. And Chubbs, again, just doing what he can to try and find mats. A little bit of Flowberry Fizz. Jumps, rotates a little bit further out than what he would have hoped for, and barely managing to stick on this low ground backside of zone. But again, it might just be the storm that takes him out. Only 6 HP left. And it's not gonna matter because he just gets absolutely trounced.
What? Scope just slid his way into the DMs right there and left like nothing ever happened. That was so clean. And he picks up tons of points in the top 5 in the process. Turns it around. What a shot. For me, that is the 1 HP play of the day. Stamp it and forget it. Respect to Scope there. Making lemonade out of nothing. Well played for him. Asian Jeff, meanwhile, just marching his way to the zone here. He can see what's happening. The HP ticker. He's got 1 more med kit. So does the opponent. He's got much more to work with. Does he have visual cues, though? Does he know where this opponent's at? He's looking up. I think he kind of figured it out. He does have a grapple hook. Player jumps down. That's a mistake. You just gave Asian an opportunity. Can he get the win? It's going to be all or nothing. And 2 HP. He does it in the end.
Nah, Asian Jeff is different for that one, man. For a moment, I really thought, oh, 5 medkits. Asian Jeff down to his last 1. Just gets a slight glimpse, a shimmer of hope, and immediately punishes the opposition for daring to stick themselves out there. Beautiful edits there out of Asian Jeff.
Listen, I'm happy I just didn't count him out, because at this moment, it could have went either way, but I saw Sov jump down, and I was like, that was the most, the most tragic play you could have made in that moment. Asian Jeff secures the victory royale on behalf of him and Oliver OG. Well played. That was a big one there, Zeke.
Bro, that was disgusting. The 2 HP shotgun shot. That Asian Jeff. What on earth, bro? You are sick. That was so crazy. Congrats to you and Oliver OG. And Fortnite fam, listen, Asian Jeff is streaming, all right? If you want to go see that from his perspective, see him freak out, go check him out. There's all kinds of watch parties. You've got Booga, you've got Aussie Antics, you've got Life with Panda, you've got Tokata, you've got Clicks. There's so many people all streaming Fortnite. There's so much happening here. But for Asian Jeff, I just cannot believe, Vivid. Like, the fact, like, that, to be so calm under the, like, that specific situation, right? To know exactly where Sav dropped down. Like, if that's me, I'm gonna panic, right? I'm gonna hesitate for even a moment. But for Asian Jeff, he did not hesitate. He's like, I have to execute. Instincts kick in. Boom, shot goes out.
Yeah, I mean, well played from Asian Jeff there. 2 HP to work with, 1 tick. The difference there, Sav drops down. Questionable move, but Asian Jeff immediately punishes for that, gets the wall, makes the edit, hits the shot. And if you guys have ever watched Asian Jeff before, you already know that reaction must have been loud.
Yeah.
Shout out to them. Congratulations on that victory royale.
I'm already looking it up on social media. I want to see his reaction. I love Asian Jeff. He's one of the most explosive personalities in Fortnite, I'd have to say. So I'm guessing grabbing a victory royale in one of the final games here for week 2 is going to have a good reaction.
Yeah, for sure. And guess what, guys? I know we want to talk more about what we're seeing, but I'm getting word.
Oh my.
Next game is ready to go. I know, all aboard the battle bus. We're jumping right back into all the action. MDF Taco, one more time.
And I just have to say, you know, that last game, I gave Scope the play of the day. And then, like, right behind it, Asian Jeff puts it right up on the pedestal. Just incredible end game. Definitely the best we've seen so far. That is the showing of FNCS top caliber players going toe-to-toe. You'll have to see it. And of course, Taco, we just get to jump right back in with Peterbot and Pollo. This has definitely been their show today as well.
That's the thing, though. We're jumping back in with Peterbot and Pollo, and they have felt like the raid bosses of every single lobby they have participated in. With 5 E-limbs already in the inland feed. And excuse me, I said 5. I really meant 6. Because Peterbot is going to collect onto Yumi. And now, Pollo, Peterbot just continuing through with their strategy of we'll eliminate everybody else before they can even play the game.
They know exactly what they're doing this early in the round. They key everyone before the server starts to take its toll here. You love to see it. Look at the aggression. Look at the W key. Look at the response time on Peterbot and Pollo. 6 eliminations. Every lobby we've tuned in with them in particular in has been wiped clean early. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is literally the Peterbot and Pollo effect, but it's just like key after key.
They're just so in sync with each other. It's almost unbelievable, but those two just simply don't miss a beat together. And this is a duo that we actually haven't seen much out of here today. I think it's actually the first time that we're getting a chance to spectate their actual lobby, but Acorn and Cold trying to finish off the world's deepest box fight over no man's land here as Acorn, Cold seemingly in a much worse for wear situation. Acorn not able to bring those mech hits close enough to him just yet. In fact, that is going to be Cold. He gets knocked first as the Olympic continues to light up instead of Pollo, but now it's up to Acorn to see if he can close this one off. Does have a mech hit that he can expand for the time being, but again, just Acorn and Cole, they are simply out there right now, and Snakesy, he's not letting Acorn get away. In fact, the final charge here, but that's only going to be 1 knock so far, 1 elimination that Acorn can count on. The other 2 are on Cold, but it's still nice for Acorn. They'll be able to clean up that fight. I think him and Cole can definitely get something going.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, was it worth it? Like, he's got nothing right now. Very tight spot to be in. We're late in the tournament. You just back out, run it up again while the queues are open. Yeah, I think they're thinking likely something similar if they can't just key their way across. Like, Acorn's pretty desperately holding on right now, and I'm more curious as to why. Could it be out of games? I don't know.
Might just be a classic circumstance, though, for Acorn, where he's just trying to make sure that he's not going to make it easy. That's for sure. Up against the likes, he already got the elimination onto Snakesy, so now it's exclusively up to Acorn's discretion, just how long he wants to keep this solo at bay. And given that Acorn is likely going to touch land before
Oh my god. Hello?
Snakesy's duo, it's just Acorn is still
fish
way out
already pre-farmed though. What is happening here?
I feel like somebody was here
right back
before.
in. Yeah, no, he's right back in it. I see why they don't mind sticking this one out. There's like the whole bounce back is on the beach. Let's see it though. It's the Acorn show. It's the one-on-one here. Acorn really flexing his skill set here. Yeah, going just about how I expected. Yeah, there it is. Makes it nice and clean. You almost gave him what he was looking for, right? Puts him in a position to have the advantage there.
But at least Acorn got exactly what he was looking for there. Meanwhile, a very, very familiar sight. It's Pollo and Peterbot just running things down as aggressively as possible. Elimination onto Trow means Chaos Gaming shortly following after. Another couple of elims. And I think that's one of the most impressive parts about Pollo and Peterbot that we've seen here today. They don't just key these other teams, Monster, but their time to elimination versus every other team so far today, it just feels so rapid. It's like Pollo and Peterbot don't really give other teams the opportunity to third party, because by the time another team even rotates anywhere near their vicinity, they've already finalized eliminating a solo or a duo, or just forcing everybody else to kind of react to the space they create for themselves.
Yeah, this lobby's in a pretty odd predicament though, if you think about it. With 10 minutes or so, like I said, like the queues start to wrap up. Notice how everyone's starting to figure it out, like, well, if we just, you know, finish this game, we could probably queue up again and catch the final opportunity, another big game at things. So this is a very interesting round that's unfolding here. 26 players remaining, 15 duos. So clearly there's teams that are, you know, solos in the mix here. Does make you wonder, is it going to end a lot earlier than an average game? And will we get some of these teams that are on the, you know, on the cusp of making an upper bracket appearance in the last game to have an opportunity to do so?
Oh, you also have to keep in mind, I mean, we just saw this was Acorn and Cold's last game. How many other teams in this lobby are in that exact same circumstance? I think for some of these teams, maybe they've got one more lobby that they can try and work through. But I think for the bulk majority of teams, they are very much on their final game. So they don't really have any other option aside to play things out. Yeah, this is nasty work from Pamsdale and Lawrence.
Coming right in, recognizing Acorn back here by himself. Was it a reboot van that went out? Like, how did they know Acorn was here? This is such an odd spot for them to get spotted out by. But, you know, with limited view, limited context, it is what it is. Pamsdale, the young French-Canadian, comes in alongside Lawrence. It's the first, by the way, as well, that we've seen Pamsdale paired up with a completely different duo.
I think it was the audio cue, by the way, because they're right now next to Unmoored Manor, and there's a reboot van on an island just
but they only have a single elim. So, like, that's why I'm so confused.
Maybe
like,
they heard the audio cue going off in general, and they just decided to push.
Could have been. Yeah, it couldn't even been a successful pickup. Just, it was that quick.
More impressive is the fact that they were that far out of zone at the same time as Acorn. But that's another story for another day. We'll have to check up with Pamsdale later, Lawrence later on. But right now,
I want Pollo to show up next week with the name Tactical Pollo. Okay, not Twitter Pollo. Tactical Pollo. Stamp it.
Want him to? That's going to be his trademark now. Is forging his own meta.
At this point, it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Every single time we come in, it's looked so good. Take a look at the Peterbot fight one more time. He jumps down, swings all the way around onto move, finds a vulnerability in the armor, and then Pollo just monstrous shot. Doesn't miss, cleans it up, very quick, very precise.
Oh no. Talk about quick and precise. And it's going to be Blake that we watch getting eliminated. We did get to see, you know, Blake and Macwood do their thing a little bit early on in this match, though.
That's a different Blake. That's Blake 23.
Oh, good
The other Blake is SR Blake. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't do Blake like that now. Like, you know.
for a moment there, we got tripped up. I saw Blake and, yeah. I see Blake, I was like, man, where's Macwood? That makes a lot more sense now.
You know, if you don't address it, chat will just freak out. You know how they are. They know everything.
True.
Sorry. All the doctors in chat. My apologies.
And Chimp, unfortunately, seeming to be his own worst enemy, probably got pressured to find himself in that kind of predicament in the elimination feed. Unfortunate stuff, but the show must go on for everybody else that remains here. Fortunately,
you have to think Pamstone and Lawrence felt pretty pressured to start picking up eliminations. There's like no other opportunities, right? This lobby's gonna thin out. It's gonna go right to the final moments sooner rather than later. And if you don't get elims now, I mean, here's what's gonna happen. Peterbot, Polio that they see in the feed, they're gonna continue to claim.
Again, just so much underneath these builds, lying in wait for Peterbot and Polio to decide what exactly they want to pick up here. Meanwhile, Mason, no end pen, trying to get it done all by his lonesome. Nearly does. Believe he got stuck there looking for the reload. Reswit, nice job keeping his cool, keeping his calm, managing to get that counter elimination there.
You know what? I respect it too. Carrying the torch for his teammate. 5 elims right now as a solo. Not bad at all. Here's Peterbot and Polio jumping back in, trying to see if they can continue to rack up the bodies here. See what's going to happen. So the setup's looking pretty good. Polio's on the backside of the wall. The double pressure comes in. But that's just a little bit of a fake out. Into the box they go. Almost catches them while they try to make the edit. And you see, it's plays like that. It's maneuvering like that that this team's not even ready for. Look, Peterbot goes for the rinse and repeat. Back to the other side. It's his walls here, right? He's just swinging back and forth. Like, how do you keep up with this?
Peterbot, though, definitely eating a little bit more than what he bargained for initially. Polio now following suit with Peterbot. And it's just, again, both of these players, Polio and Peterbot, just doing such an excellent job at forcing the split attention. Right now, Blink just trying to do everything in his power to keep these stairs up, keep everything as far away from Polio as possible. And we saw Kazama look for an opportunity, see if he could get a counter tag onto Polio, but
you know what?
The health exchange is not in equal dividends.
I want to give a lot of credit to Blink right now. I truly respect the defensive play right now. This is not the best we've seen from a team. So I'm not sure if we're seeing some potential new greatness coming out of the qualifier right now, or Blink is just in the zone playing better than he ever has before, but very, very exceptional defensive capabilities here from the team in front of him. And Polio's playing very, very well, very sharp too. So both sides exercising high quality exchanges here, but in the end, how long can you keep up that level of exceptional play? How long can you keep the turbo on? How much stamina do you have to go the distance? It's all up to Blink now. Fends off Peterbot once again here. It's not once, not twice, but the 3rd time now. Ultimately, he starts to run loose a little early, and that might be the backfire here. All credit, though. All credit. You know what? I respect it, kid. That was
Still
nice.
respect the hustle. That's for sure.
Great. That was great.
I mean, we were talking about, or at least I mentioned, Peterbot and Polio. Yeah, they've got such a quick time to elimination, and then we finally see them get tripped up, even if for a moment it's definitely expended a good chunk of Peterbot and Polio's builds. They didn't really gather a whole lot aside from eliminations there. And an extra medallion, but that came from an earlier engagement. Still a lot of chase down, though, that took place from Peterbot and Polio, and now they're going to have to look for another refresh, at least if Peterbot wants to get his materials back up.
Yeah, they're going to find that refresher right about now. It's just like, oh, another duo? Sure, let's go ahead and wrap this one up, too. There goes the material count, 555. Oh my gosh, Polio's in a world of problem right now. If he falls now, this is going to be a pretty of a tight situation to be in. I mean, if there's a team below him, they could actually get broken out of the builds here.
and likely win the game. Yeah, Pollo starts to lower himself here. I think they recognize danger. It's literally 6 players left in the game. 2 of them are solos. And there it is, 2v2v1.
Hey, we were saying they need a refresh, and that is the one thing they're able to create as Chinitza. It's sometimes you've just gotta
Go
keep it
for it.
going.
He's like, they're weak. Now's my chance. I'm going all in.
There's still
Oh my
the likes
God.
of Pity Pro and Lower for Peterbot and Pollo to deal with if they recognize the fact that they are even here, but there's nobody else so they could possibly find.
The
Gotta keep
scenario.
in mind.
This is like, you queue into 2v2 realistics. What are you gonna do?
Insane.
Right? What are you gonna do? Pollo spawns with the high ground. Peterbot's got the high ground. They have more material than you, better loadout than you. Everything you can imagine is not in your favor in this 2v2 realistic. Go.
I almost wonder if at this point Peterbot and Pollo might just be saying, just like, no, like you stay away, like I'm gonna do this. Like I could 100% picture Peterbot telling Pollo, chill, these are my eliminations, since he already has 12 of them.
Are they gonna pickaxe one of these players? Is the real question. At this point, it's looking very prime. I mean, my senses are tingling here. I think they're gonna enjoy this last one here. The queue's likely closed. This is their last game. Are they gonna stretch it all the way out?
We all know how friendly Peterbot can be to players when he's in these sort of 2v2 scenarios.
He's
So
blocking him out. Look. Yeah, I'm telling you. It's only a matter of time before Pro's like, yeah, I have every advantage here.
the difference here, though, is that Pro and Lower, they're split. Like, Pollo and Peterbot are split, too. But it's by choice. Lower and Fitty Pro, I feel like they're getting split up from each other, and it's not even like they want to be, but Peterbot going
And
on
they have the
aggressive.
effects. Like, look at this. They just have all the movement, giving us a little bit of a show here as we start to round out the evening. Well played. Nothing like a nice clean win. Another one, by the way, Taco, for Peterbot.
Peterbot and Pollo definitely got to be feeling pretty good about their performance today. I mean, all throughout opens, this is a team that we have often regarded for being such a heavy elimination contenders, and well, they certainly delivered on all fronts today, especially the victory round elimination side.
Very nicely done for them. All in all, Peterbot, Pollo just managed to pick up a whole highlight reel on their own. The last couple teams were just no match there in the end. They had too much of an arsenal. It's like playing the game on hard mode when it's already difficult as it is to go against this level of player. So congratulations to Peterbot and Pollo picking up another victory royale in Zeke. The W for this team does not stop.
I mean, bro, it's just like they're playing with their food at that point, man. Just end the game. Come on. I mean, of course, a victory out, a ton of eliminations. And I know for some of you might be like, what was that game? Well, keep in mind, these duos had either 10 games to play or a 3-hour window to play within. So for some of the duos, they're already done, right? They've already cashed in their 10 games. So there's only a handful of players kind of loading into these lobbies. So that's why it maybe looked a little unusual, or maybe what you're not used to seeing. But hey, listen, for Peterbot, I mean, for him, it's another victory royale. It's a bunch of more points, and it's another reason, right, a stamp to say, listen, we are one of the best duos. And when we see you in semifinals, you better not contest us, because we will make your life very difficult.
Yeah, the terminology that some of the people in the Fortnite community use for a game such as this is a W key lobby, and unfortunate for everybody else, you just happen to be with Peterbot and Pollo in this one, and yeah, pretty much every single lobby is a W key lobby for them as they've showcased so far, so they're used to this type of playstyle, so no surprise that they go ahead and come out on top there, but they just had it all to play for, right? Which is why we kind of seen them slow down a little bit at the end, because this was in fact their last game. We'll have to see if their performance can keep them at the top of the leaderboard.
Zeke, I love that you say that it looked like they were playing with their food, because the entire time that I watched them, it just felt like I was watching a pack of hyenas cackling away as they take down a gazelle, and then they would go for another, and then it was absolute domination. They were already so far ahead in the leaderboard, and I'm sure this is going to cement them in their first place spot. However, We do still have a few more duos that don't have their final game, and the final game is probably going on right now, so I'm excited to see how the leaderboard is going to fully pan out even after that great game from Peter and Pollo.
Yeah, for sure. And I like the way you kind of like talk about this analogy. It's very surgical from the duo, right? They're kind of just dictating it. And if you watched this happen, right? This duo is trying to piece anything together, and they're just bouncing all over. Just, nope, you want to build there? No, I'm also there. Oh, I'm over here taking shots from this angle. Like, these guys know how to execute, right? They're just putting on a show. They're just letting us know, hey, you know, we are a duo that you guys need to be fearing and have eyes on as the competition continues. I'm curious to see how the standings are going, especially with this last game. This is going to be a tough one, right? Because for some duos, this is it. This could be their last game, Vivid, to try and get, maybe it's a victory out they need. Maybe it's just even 5 eliminations. Maybe it's a high placement. But this is the final game we'll have to try and piece any of these points together.
Yeah, one last opportunity. The pressure's got to be on. Are you going to be in the lower bracket? Are you going to be in the upper bracket? Are you going to be in semis at all? It's your opportunity right now to go ahead and clutch up if you are in this last game.
I definitely think we can expect Peterbot and Pollo to be in our upper bracket for the semifinals. I mean, they grabbed 3 victory royales, which was the second most that we got to see from last weekend. There they are with a 60-plus point lead over Baka and Pars, who are currently in second. Of course, we already saw Ritual and Reet in third, but a few teams moving back up into the top 10 list and a few names we've already seen.
Yeah, Baka and Par is definitely surprising me. A thing to note for like your second and third place duos, they only have 7 matches played. They're probably on their 8th like right now. So we very likely could see them strike at Peterbot and Pollo for that first place spot. It's doable,
yeah.
But still for Peterbot and Pollo, man, did they put on a show. Baka and Pars, Reet and Ritual. I mean, dude, these guys just haven't moved from the top of the leaderboard. But as we kind of take a look here at the top 20, you start to see names like Aviv and Bugha, right? We saw them have that super strong lead. Even 15th place, right? Sharkman, Elsa. We watched them get one of those victory royales earlier on in the day. But again, it's just hard to contend with some of these duos on that first page, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, it's real tough. I was actually looking right before that switch to the top 20. Oh my gosh, Peterbot and Pollo had 91 eliminations. They almost broke triple digits. I think the second most up there was 55, so a big lead in that regard. They showcased it so many times.
Wow, yeah, I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, and the next highest team is Bugha and Aviv with 60, so that is 31 whole eliminations over second, or not second place, but the second team to grab that many eliminations. And I mean, it's due to the fact that every single time they do make it into the end game, they're grabbing 17, 18, and then of course that 23 bomb that we got to see at the start of the day.
Yeah, this was just like a day of practice for them, it feels like, at least of how they're showing off, right? But hey, listen, we've got 1 game left to go. This is it for so many of these duos. They've got to perform right here, right now. How does this all unfold? It's time to find out together. One last ride on the day. MDF, Taco, over to you.
Let's do it. The FNCS second qualifier has been incredible to watch unfold this weekend. We knew what we were signing up for, but it's another thing to see it unfold firsthand here at Taco. And now we get to jump in with the legends, Duke and Threats.
And Duke and Threats trying to keep things going right now up against the likes of Fretbot and his duo, but Duke from above, only a layer or two up over Fredbot for the time being, but that might be all it takes. Duke gonna force Fredbot, have to expend one of his shield potions is now. Duke also, I think, wary of the fact that he doesn't want to lose sight of Fredbot's duo anytime soon. He's got Craze kind of on the ropes here. And really, it's just a matter of time before that medallion gets Threats back to 50 shield, but Duke gonna opt to spend his time a little bit more wisely, recognizing the fact that that engagement's taking a little bit too long.
Not looking too good right here for Cooper and Miro. Miro's down, fully eliminated here to the hands of a pretty experienced duo, so I respect Cooper's decision to go in and back out right now. This is a team that has been performing well within the top 10, all in all. Not quite the pacing of a first place position team like Peterbot, who just had a
extraordinary run today. Still great nonetheless. Exactly what you expect of a FNCS Global Champion. On the other side, high ground. See Chimp and Scissors in control of this battle so far. Very comfortable Coop and Team Moose down low. These are players that are also very much experienced in their own rights.
For a lot of these players too, it's definitely one of those circumstances where you can definitely tell that some of these teams or players that are left in solo positions for the final lobby that they might find themselves in, they're making the most of their situation regardless. Is now picked back up with Duke and Threats, Fredbot, Craze here at Grand Glacier. And Duke, for a moment there, it seemed like he was going to get a nice edit to maybe take a shot over at Fredbot. Instead, it's going to be a reposition. Now Craze again, scurrying around some of these builds. And it's again, just a lot of time to expend in this engagement. Keep in mind, there's another team not too far away from where this action is taking place. They're likely capable of hearing some of the shots that are unfolding. Fredbot now finds himself in the same box as his duo Craze. Flowberry Fizz going to come out, but there's a little bit of that third-party action. Some shots onto the back walls there for Craze and Fredbot. Makes them just take a run for the hills, run towards safety. They don't want to get pincered between Duke, Threats, and this other team that's coming in for the third-party opportunity.
You can see Threats and Duke under no pressure here, even deciding, hey, we can wait this out. We got medallions. Let's go ahead and just allow that to cap off our shields here instead of wasting what they had. I was a little bit curious as to why they wouldn't have wanted to finish the battle the first time. And you can see what happens when you wait around. You just give more room to get third party. For Pars and Baka, a team that's been performing exceptional here. One of the few to actually break into the back-to-back victory route thresholds. Well played thus far. Staying true into their performance. As we start gearing up for the upper and lower brackets, the set lobbies, if you will. I mean, I'm curious to see how the teams that performed at the upper echelon, right? The teams that could get all the elims and still win, perform under set lobby settings. Things are going to be drastically different in the coming weeks.
And it is all about making that initial qual in the first place. Whether it's upper bracket or lower bracket, all of these teams just want their FNCS run to continue. And it starts and ends here today, really, because if you don't make it into lowers, at minimum, that is the end of your FNCS journey. So a little bit of heartbreak to follow. So a huge shout out to all of our competitors that competed throughout weeks 1 and week 2 here, because this has not been an easy feat by any means.
Yeah, what I will say that's fun about this type of format is the randomness. Like, you never really know who you're gonna get at your drop and whatnot. I think it does require a certain level of precision, right? Where set lobbies, folks like to claim drops. You kind of know what you're gonna get into. You can almost simulate them in advance, right? You can practice for variables, whereas in this format you can't really prepare for the variable that is an incredible team who's on a run, right? And they just so happen to either be in your lobby or maybe not, or you get a couple of great teams that are just heated up, fired up into your game, and it has created some very interesting, all-in-all gameplay today.
And I mean, adding on to that, even we talk about drop spots. I mean, so many of our veteran duos, even players, if they're a newer duo but they're a veteran player, there is a certain level of respect, that's already been established. So oftentimes you'll see a lot of those veteran players where they get the uncontested drop spot normally, but I just don't think that that's feasible in this type of format for drops to be. It's not that they're being disrespected by any means, it's just everybody's got their own idea of their ideal drop spot and how they've been practicing, and they want to do everything in their power to replicate it, even if it means a newer duo having to tackle the likes of a more experienced one. And that's why I think I've definitely loved seeing the way that some of these newer teams have also dealt with that pressure. They don't have as much experience fighting off spawn.
Yeah, and just to kind of make that story come full circle, Cooper knowing very well that he was able to pick up the reboot card, circle back and pick up his, his teammate Miro here later into the round is an excellent example of teams that are experienced and being able to apply, their experience to the game here and come out, in a much more effective position as opposed to if Cooper tried to all in that duo earlier today when Miro got dropped. So little plays like that, little experiences like that, we definitely love to see it all continue to play out and be applied. As we jump in with typical gamer Noah plays, ends up finding their way into the final queued lobby here. I wonder where they sit all in all. We've seen them a few times here on the broadcast. We already know that it's a team that is desperately clinging on to a performance here in order to make it to the brackets.
And right now, if they want to keep, the leaderboard scoring as high as possible, this is a team that's seemingly setting up to play exclusively for placements right now, Monster, because they are making this massive wraparound rotation, trying to see if they can catch the dead side of the zone possibly. On the other note, though, Threats and Duke. Threats managing to get a little bit of revenge here for his duo mate. Does lose Duke, which is unlucky, but fortunately enough, there's a reboot van. So Threats.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy the fight ended, right? Like they've been here since we started this game, and it just concluded. Keep in mind, they have 5 elims, so it wasn't just like they were there fighting them. No. They were busy fighting everyone else, and still ended up finding them in the storm.
Nice solo clutch though from Threats with that in mind. And again, solo clutches, they're definitely starting to seem like a little bit of Threats' mantra at this point, because regardless of it being a duo that he's been with multiple times or not, it's just impressive to see him consistently finding those moments where they matter most, because Duke and Threats, they definitely just want to keep, again, trying to secure as high of a placement as possible, even though they are looking good as far as the series points is concerned.
Jumping in with Suscript and Freeze here. Just outside the Rift Island, so many teams here. What is happening? Is everyone capping? Yeah, it looks like everyone's looking to use and utilize the rotates here. So out come the Rifts. There's teams positioned all over. I'm surprised the whole lobby hasn't burned Suscript out the sky at this point. But they just open up the opportunity for the entire rest of the season lobby here to go ahead and jump in. Experienced teams in the air there, Zypha and others, amongst all others, and I like this. Now using the grapple hook, yeah, get all the way up to high ground here. Little does you know there's a team up here, but this position is fantastic.
It's definitely a much better position than what you would have imagined you would actually find. Because I'm right there with you. The fact that he was able to take the Rift and confidently glide through the skies without being shot down immediately, it almost seems more impressive than securing this high position in the first place.
Teams to note up here as well, Bach and Pars definitely being one of them. A team that's dominant, a team that's good, a team that's consistent on the day, with good positioning on the zone right here. You have to assume they're primed to win this one all. And notice they haven't done it flashly, right? They've, really eased their way into end games, played for positioning, played for placement more than eliminations. A couple times we've watched them edge towards end games. They were not the teams that had a bunch of elims. That's just not been their playstyle.
Sometimes keeping a low profile can definitely work to your advantage, and it just doesn't seem like they're willing to take on any unnecessary risk, and for good reason. I mean, if Baka and Pars are able to finish the day strong, I'm sure it's just going to be a nice little confidence booster while they sit out the bye week and wait for semis to actually start taking place.
Look at this. Pamstone and Lawrence thought they were super slick, trying to camp the launch pad here. Team ends up pre-firing just in case there was some waiting in the box, and it turns out, of course, they were. Why wouldn't they be? Meanwhile, NPen finds an Elim in the feed there, so NPen still in the mix here. Alongside his duo mate Mason. Kamsu notes exactly where he wants to land. Tries to get a peach of that touchdown, and he does get it. Nicely done for him.
We'll lose a little bit of shield in the process, but that's what the small shield potions are for, after all. As Cam and the Minish. The Minish, though, definitely looks like he could use some shield. I don't know if Cam's going to have an opportunity, but with a medallion to split, no problem. A Minish will start to get some shield regen going. Ample med kits to spread around as well. So much ammo as well here for Cam, so he could definitely extend this box fight engagement if necessary between his materials and ammunition. That's why I think we see Gamer and Noah opting to just look to see if they can maybe tarp some of those layers for themselves. Seems like a lot of those builds were pre-existing, not necessarily belonging to Gamer or Noah. Probably just trying to create their own space there, and Chimp and Sears kind of in the same predicament.
I'm just, you know, surprised that Typical Gamer and Noah is still alive right now. Noah plays, this is their last chances here to go ahead and really push their way up, really make a dent in the standings. Like we said before, an opportunity for them to make it to a bracket seat, a bracket positioning. Take a look here though, Chimp and Sires. Got to make a move, got to make the rotate.
Uh-oh. Waiting for the crash pad.
Gotta let things connect for a second there. Looking at Chimp, looking back though, Sires is hurt. Doesn't land exactly where he thought he would as far as safety is concerned. It's Zyphin short, desperate to find Elims, by the way, so that's a very scary team to be in front of. Look at this, he needs damage. He needs to find a little bit more. Well, does he know if he just shoots through the box there, just free Elims in front of him. There it is, knocks Zypha.
That's a big knock. Don't know if it came when he needed it most though, because Chimp will wind up losing Sears on the rotate. That's certainly a tough loss here, because now Chimp looking very low, doesn't have any heals whatsoever. Basically gonna have to depend on finding a pickoff somewhere and hoping that whatever solo or duo he manages to take out will have the supplies necessary to keep his final lobby going strong. But again, how strong can a solo be in a sea of duos, especially ones like the likes of Baka and Pars?
Still no Elims though for Baka and Pars. Key positioning to key positioning, but it hasn't quite converted. I think they finally got a knock. Don't know if the finish is going to come through. However, here comes the launch pad out. They set it up for their advantage here. This is a crazy place for the game to end, by the way. I didn't even realize it's right under the Rift Island. A lot of high ground, a lot of mobility, tons of positions to play, you know, into some trickery here. Miro and Cooper still alive as well. Back from the grave, mind you. Miro was completely finished out. You can see it really weighing into the loadout, but there it is. Finally, things should start to come together for them now as they find a refresher. Duke and Threats, very much experienced team on the other side of the wall, putting pressure in. Cooper doing an excellent job leading them out right now.
Look, that Elim might not have led to any sort of shield heals just yet for Miro, but getting the grapple, I think, is a huge win in Miro's case. Yeah, and the mats, as small as they might be, every mat counts at this point.
Definitely. Allowed them to stay alive this far, so back Pars and Baka finally, Elim on the counter. Typical Gamer, Noah W Play still alive in this game as well. The dream is real. They are holding on. Meanwhile, Pars and Baka find a team on their layer. Baka with the save when Pars had his guard down there. And this is going to force them to fully stop here. Win condition being utilized. This might be a blessing in disguise. The fact that Miro and Cooper are very, very much damaged. You do not want them healthy in a lobby like this where Typical Gamer needs to stay alive longer. When Baka and Pars want to solidify a top positioning spot in the standings, just to flex it. I at this point, we know they're going to the upper bracket, but it's always nice. Oh, don't count them out.
For a moment, I really thought they were going to round the corner and it was going to be the Miro show. An actual miracle, though, that Miro and Cooper have made it this far on such limited HP. Gamer and Noah,
Game's
though,
alive.
they are
Game's alive.
lurking.
Typical Gamer still in this. Noah W plays is on his own layer, his own world. No idea why Typical Gamer is alive, but and by himself in the low ground. I see, though, he has no bats, and he gets caught out by Duke and company there. Top 10, though. Should Noah W plays just stay alive a little bit longer, there is positioning to be had here. We already know the positioning swings you so far up the standings. How far can they go? Miro creating a havoc down on the low ground. 2 HP. Dukes is down. Threats is solo. Backside. Big tag. Miro finishes him 2 into the box. See, this is just what a back-to-back-to-back-to-back FNCS champion looks like. Noah finds Miro, though, to keep his run alive, and it's a top 5 position for him now.
But Noah immediately gets charged upon. Baka Pars sticking it to the low ground. Now it's Anita season. Rafiki up on top with 3 med kits. And it's those extra little bit of mats, though, that Pars and Baka, they recognize, hey, we need to find some heals. Baka, though, 2 floppers.
Oh my gosh.
And 3 med kits. I have to imagine that might have just been a spot that Baka and Pars likely marked much earlier on, because Baka, just zero hesitation. Rafiki has no idea what's about to hit him. Probably going to be in straight awe, because Rafiki had 3 medkits to start with, but Baka still has 2.
What's incredible about that is that Baka found floppers at the very, very precise moment that he needed them, and had just enough time to use it before Pamstool could let off a shot there. And just like that, Baka and Pars probably picked up the most, if not tied for the most victory royales on the day for the final game of the weekend here for the FNCS qualifier number 2. And that surely is going to solidify themselves a wonderful position up the standings.
Hey, it always feels good to be one of the final teams collecting one of the final victory royales on the day, and it did not come easy, but I love the patience, the amount of discipline that we saw from Baka and Pars. Numerous instances where they were in really strong positioning, really strong footholds over the rest of the lobby. They could have looked to charge and be a lot more aggressive than they were, but they recognized the fact, hey, we've got a winning formula as is. Why force it?
Hey, respect to Baka and Pars. Congratulations on another victory royale. Very well played, very well executed, and also respect to Rafiki making it that far as well. Second place for him. We'll see how that ends up playing out for him, Taco. From us, though, any last words before we start wrapping up?
I'm really happy with what we saw from weeks 1 to now here in week 2, Monster. I'm just excited to see how everything pans out. Who's in the upper bracket? Who made it to lowers?
Well, for myself, Monster D-Face, and the best Taco here, we're going to be wrapping things up and sending it to the desk to bring us on home.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic set of games and a fantastic day. Make sure y'all follow those 2 because they're incredible. And once again, huge thank you. For us, though, Baka and Pars. The question
they had
is,
such good
you know, my head, my brain swaps 2 letters sometimes. Baka and Pars. Paka and Bars, you know, here we are. They get themselves a victory royale, Kelly. Don't make fun of me. Our question is, though, we knew going into that game, Peterbot and Pollo had 417 points in first place. Could Baka, oh my gosh, could Baka and Pars have overtaken them? I think no. I think they tied.
Okay, well, let's do the math here. They were exactly 65 points apart from each other, which is a victory royale. So if they got the victory royale, which they did, and 0 eliminations, then they would have tied. However, because it's Baka and Pars, of course they're walking away with a few eliminations as well, Vivid.
Yeah, you know, I think they went ahead and got the dub on the day, to be honest. I think it'll be no surprise. We see them just above Peterbot and Pollo, and there you have it, 427 points, Zeke. I'm going to actually say their names correctly. Baka and Pars winning qualifier number 2 and ending it in good fashion. The last game to go ahead and do it too. Incredible stuff.
That's fine. I'll hold my L. If there's 2 things that I can't do, it's spell or map. That's why we have Vivid. He does those things for me. And now you all at home, if you tuned in for the first time, now you know as well. But man, they managed to do it by 10 points. I feel like Peter, Bob, Pollo, they're going to be coming into semifinals with a chip on their shoulder. I know that they were like, nah, we've got it. You know, it's us. We're reading Ritual from last week. It's over. And then Baka and Pars are like, well, nice try. We'll see you guys in semifinals. All in all, though, an awesome day of Fortnite with so much action, so many like different levels of ways to win. We saw a bunch of heal-offs, a bunch of players make it to situations where they just shouldn't have based on what they had. It was an awesome day.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Highlights, I mean, Agent Jeff win. Just earlier on throughout that game, right, we had Scope sliding in with 1 HP, a bunch of clutch moments happening there. Lots of stuff to go ahead and digest before we actually jump into semis. But Duke and Threats also putting up throughout the day some of their highlights from that last game as well.
Yeah, they were already in a pretty good spot before this game. I think they were actually currently sitting in 4th place. So I'm certain by having these 7 eliminations, probably even more, is going to potentially push them up into our 3rd place spot. I doubt that they're going to get 2nd or 1st because Baka's team and Peterbot's team held those spots there. But a great performance at the end of the day. And at this point, you want to try and get as many points as possible so you are in the upper bracket of the semifinals. And looking at here right now, they are going to be ending off in 4th place with Baka and Pars with just a 10-point lead, taking over Peterbot and Pollo. But Vivid, to me, it's all in the difference of placement versus elimination. And just look at the polarization between these 2 duos.
Yeah, there is a lot of eliminations to be had for Peterbot and Pollo. Zeke, I'm curious, right? We're obviously going to be seeing them in the upper bracket of semis. I'm curious to see if their playstyle kind of changes. I would imagine that it does, right? But I'm curious to see how good they are going to be in a set lobby format, right? How good are they going to be?
That's actually what I wanted to bring up, right? Earlier on in the day, Kelly had mentioned, like, obviously some duos might be flying under the radar, but it's because of these kind of chaotic formats, right? Once we hit those set lobbies, how different will things be? So I like that you kind of bring this up. Is there maybe even just like a duo besides obviously Baka and Pars that you guys feel like once we hit these set lobbies, you're excited to see? Maybe they're just kind of waiting for that moment to fully come alive, to fully show what it is they have.
There's so many teams. I think I'm going to go ahead and steal Kelly's answer. I'm reading Kelly's mind right now. I know who she's going to say. I'm going to steal her answer. She has to say somebody else. But I'm going to say Re and Ritual.
Ritual.
Yeah. No, the reason I'm going to say that, and I said it earlier on throughout the day, right? It seemed like they weren't really being aggressive through some of these lobbies, kind of like how Peterbot and Pollo were, right? They were just going for high eliminations, some showmanship almost. Whereas Re and Ritual seemed like they were kind of sticking to their playstyle, getting that practice in. And yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that it pays off for them when it actually comes to those set lobbies.
Joke's on you. I wasn't going to say that duo. I was actually going to say Acorn and Cold. Re and Ritual are absolutely phenomenal. However, a lot of their dominance is due to the fact that they can kind of just like handle these open lobbies. But I think when it comes to set lobbies, I think Acorn and Cold dominate over a lot of the duos that we got to see during this different meta.
Okay, I vibe with that. I'm actually going to go with Cooper and Miro. They ended the day in 7th place after all of their games, which was 7 in total. So I feel like there's a lot of these names that we'll be looking forward to seeing, but that's pretty much it for the show. Now, a couple things before we say goodbye. Don't forget, this next week is a bye week, which means there won't be broadcasts, there won't be games. We'll be back 2 weeks from now for semifinals. And that's where everything kicks off. We got upper, lower brackets, and that'll all take us into the grand finals of Major number 1. As always, Fortnite fan, we can't wait to see you then. Love you. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on that Battle Bus.
Welcome back to year 4 of ALGS Split 1, where you can see the best teams in EMEA challenge each other in the most competitive battle royale. I'm Stella Chung, and it is fantastic to be back. Last time I was here with you all was for year 2, and let me tell you, my excitement and love of Apex Legends has not died at all. Welcome to day 2 of Split 1. We'll be seeing Group A return and witness the debut of Group C. And now, if Groups A and B's performances showed us anything last week, it's that these teams are hungry to climb to the top. Joining me today is the wonderful Spider Tiff.
Thank you so much, Stella. I am ecstatic to be back. ALGS is here, and it's match day number 2. You already kind of hinted at it, but I'm excited to see what Group C can bring to the table, because there was a lot of action in APAC South last night. Wonton Dumpling, a 23 elimination game. I want to see some high kill games today.
Yeah, and to help us break down those high-octane matches is also Dia joining the desk.
Hello, hello. I'm not expecting a whole lot of octane, but with Conduit having taken over the meta recently, that's certainly something that we can look forward to. It still feels surreal to be able to pop on and talk about the action, and Tiff and I have been neck deep in VOD review all week, so I'm really looking forward to the matches.
Yeah, and speaking of someone else who also participates in heavy EMEA VOD review, Zephyr, the king of EMEA himself, welcome.
You're way too kind. I'm no king. These players are the kings and queens themselves. Of course, though, I'm still excited. It is EMEA, and as a result, I've managed to break on through and become the 3rd member of this excellent broadcast today.
Yeah, I'm wondering how exactly you managed to do that. Dia, any ideas?
I think he's collecting the infinity stones of casting. That's what's happening. And he's manifested the reality with them. Don't do it.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right, well, let's take a look at the overall standings after last week's matches. And man, we saw a lot of action. Tiff, can you help us look at the first 10 teams here and kind of break down what exactly we saw with these point structures?
What exactly we saw was something I was not expecting. If anyone would have walked into the EMEA match day number 1 and thought Outplayed would win the first matchup and then the final matchup of the day, well, that's crazy, because that was not on my roster, my bingo card. Element 6, though, with the new roster coming in with Cracked and Slab, they were able to put up so many eliminations, 36 as the team to reign supreme for match day number 1. But I'm really looking for teams like Passion and 2R1C. A lot of questions in particular with that 2R1C roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Dia, we're going to look at the back half of the teams from last week, and tell me a bit about what we saw them do in their performances last week.
Now, there were a few surprises here. I'm going to just say it because everybody's looking at them. Alliance in 14th, I think, caught a lot of people off guard, and we won't actually be seeing themselves get to redeem themselves, or rather, we won't get to see them redeem themselves in this week of play, or in this day of play. However, the teams that will be able to are teams like Full English, Mind, and Cybercats. And I'm even looking up near the top of this list at Red Dragon, who barely missed out on top 10, being beat by 40% worse just ahead. These two teams will get to, we'll say, rematch in today's games.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And speaking of today's games, Zephyr, help me look at this comparison of Group A and C and what kind of fights we're going to be seeing today.
Well, we've definitely seen a lot of Group A, that's for sure. But for Group C, it has been a wait in the offseason. Teams like Aurora and, of course, even LAN competitors alongside them, such as Go Next and LCDF, will finally represent. Speaking of Go Next, though, you see My C there, and of course, changes I don't know, or at least from League Ops, haven't come through yet. So a bit spicy with 2R1C after what is supposedly going to be that change. Thorfinn on his way out.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. Now, Tiff, we obviously have a great roster of teams to look at today, but which team in particular are you looking at with matches?
Look, I've been looking at him. The world's been looking at him. It's the return of Max Strafey under kind of the team you aim. Now, we've looked at them and we've considered new contenders. Now, they're not new to Apex competitive by any means. Max Strafey formerly competed alongside Nasky & Co. under GMT Esports, and then most recently Kansas City Pioneers joins up along the likes of Sonya and Artico, who have also been competing since pretty much Apex inception. Now, what will they be able to do today? I've been keeping my eyes on them in scrims, and I'm hoping for a really solid debut performance here today. Oh,
Now,
but this is where things get really exciting. Dia, I know. I've also been watching Aurora, and if anything is to be said, 9 Impulse had some crazy plays yesterday, so I want to hear more from them about you.
You know, it's funny, Tiff, that you mentioned these two rosters, because while UAM is made up of individually, I think, really talented players, nobody can deny it, Aurora takes that talent and pushes it to the next level, saying, not only are we going to field incredible players, but we are going to take incredible highlight fights. That doesn't seem to be something they're changing. I've had the chance to talk to Hardeki a little bit earlier in the week about their style, and he was like, yeah, well, I was picked up because I fit the bill. They want to play aggressive, and I'm here to do that.
Yeah, super excited to see how they do today. And speaking of you being able to talk to Hardeki, let's take a look at this interview that we had with Oirain himself on the roster and what exactly they expect from this season.
Hello, my name is Oirain. My team is Hardeki, 9 Impulse, and we are Aurora. We decided to pick Hardeki because we had some troubles with Taskmaster, I mean in-game. We had some problems that we couldn't fix together, so we found out that we need to swap him. We messaged Hardeki because he was free agent. We tried out at him and we decided to play with him because he's a good player, and also vibes are high, pretty good. We did a quick VOT review with our team, and we decided as usual that we are not gonna adapt to other teams must adapt to us. There's not gonna be spicy picks from us. We're gonna stick with Horizon, Bangalore and Bloodhound. And about Conduit, we don't like it. We think it's not fitting in our playstyle. So yeah, we're gonna play without her.
Aurora, the team that refuses to adapt to the meta, but that makes teams adapt to them. It's actually had pretty decent success. They've made it to 2 lands and yet haven't quite hit the top. So I am curious, especially regionally, how this will fare in their first match day.
Yeah, speaking of teams having to get used to how exactly they're going to be acting, ANC, Zephyr, we saw them put on a great performance last week, but do you think they're going to be able to replicate that today?
Ooh, that's the question on everyone's mind here. And you know I love to root for that underdog. For ANC outplayed, to anyone who's been a fan of EMEA, this isn't a team that you should be unfamiliar with, right? They have been across several of the Pro League splits and even had a short stint in Challenger Circuit. But of course, their statistics have left more to be desired, from 25th to 26th to now. Last week, a top and second place finish with the most wins overall here. It's highly accredited to things like, of course, Andy Jax on this Watson, the controller demon, and of course, major wins on both World's Edge and Stormpoint. Now, notably, a majority of their points are coming from that placement, so we have big questions regarding whether or not this is a zone-oriented team, and of course, with Andy Jax leading the fray, if he's not on his best mental today, is it going to be enough for them to keep them at least at the tippity top?
Yeah, speaking of their mental, let's actually hear from Shax himself from ANC on their team play and personal team strategies.
Hello, I'm Shax. My teammates are Andy Jax and Willem K. Our coach is Skara, and we are ANC outplayed. Yeah, we have been doing a lot of practice, like ranked together, so we could get our chemistry much better. We played a lot of fire range paths, 1v1 and stuff like that to get our mechanics better. And yeah, we played a lot of scrims as well to get more and more voter view, so we could perform better. Right, so we know each other for 3 or 4 years already, so we know each other in real life as well, and we know how to hype up each other. When someone goes down, when the games are not going well, we always know how to keep it up and hype up each other, so that's what we're gonna do, and it's gonna work. Andy Jax is actually crazy. I think he's one of the most underrated controller players in the game, and on match day 1 he was just on fire. It was insane. He was clutching up every fight, and as a Watson player, getting all the kills is just insane. Shout out to him.
There were a few things that I took from that Shex interview. One being the longevity of the IRL friendships between the team, because that really translates into gameplay, specifically what we saw on match day number 1. Well, the second, cracked controller Watson player. I was not expecting that to come through because, you know, most Watsons typically M and K, but there's been a long shift, especially with Catalyst being akin to the controller players, and Andy Jax really prevailing and finding the majority of eliminations on Watson. I'm a fan. I want to see it again today, so throw down Andy Jax. I'll be watching.
Yeah, and we can't talk about last week's match without talking about Element 6. I mean, from what we could see, Element 6 they had some of the best consistency on day 1. At their points at the end clearly showed how great their team plays together. The roster of K-Swinney, Slap, and Cracked honestly haven't had that much time together, but it's incredible that their synergy is just that good. While ANC was incredibly strong, we also saw that the total scoring after 4 matches, and Element 6 was jumping ahead in first place with 54 points, while ANC had 38. So, of course, today, Zephyr, I'm wondering how exactly Element 6 will be going into play day 2, knowing they have a contested drop with LCDF, which we know they've had some struggles with in scrims.
Yeah, if you've been paying attention, whether it's here or on the Twitter sphere, it's been a contentious history between these two teams in at least what is scrims right now. And currently, it has been slightly LCDF favored in terms of winning out in those results. Granted, this is match day, things can shake up, and as we approach that second half, you never know how teams are going to fare and decide depending on those previous 3-game results.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how these teams are going to do with these new drop zones, but I don't know, Zephyr, who do you think is going to come out on top with these drops here, especially the contestant one? Do you have any idea? Do you have any percentages to give us here? Because I know you love numbers.
But at least right now, when it comes down to Storm Point, we have a couple of contests, but at least right now, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Tiff, Dia, how are you feeling about the matches that we're going to be seeing today, especially with match number 1? What do you think? Are we going to see teams coming right out the gate, you know, going really aggro, or do you think we're going to see more reserved play?
Ooh, that's a really good question, Stella, because it's kind of interesting. When you look at map 1, a lot of my friends and I, especially Dia and I, we like to call it kind of that litmus test. You're shaking a lot of things out, especially with seeing Group C for that first time. But Dia, I couldn't be more excited to call the action alongside. So shout out to Stella and Zephyr for joining us on that top of the show. Absolutely slayed it. But with our maps that will be starting, we're kicking off that rotation on Storm Point. And we've seen a lot of zones on Storm Point, Dia, that have had atrocious pulls.
Well, yeah, and I think it is going to impact the pace of game today out of what I'm already expecting to be a slightly more passive day. I know we talked about Aurora and their entrance into today's games perhaps affecting the pace of the lobby, but largely most teams from Group C should be playing a little bit more reserved. And Group A, well, they've got a few wild cards of their own, should be on the same page, especially now that it's their second match day, and now some of them actually have something to lose.
Yeah, that will be really interesting. And I love that you got to talk a lot about Aurora, because I had been watching them, in particular scrims from 9 Impulse's POV. And with that kind of composition that they're working on, it's going to be Horizon, Bangalore, Bloodhound. Specifically with 9 Impulse playing the Bangalore and kind of smoking out on the entry for their fights. And also, the presence of digi-threats have been absolutely crazy, because I know something you and I, Zephyr, or Dia, my apologies, have been talking about has been the amount of digi-threats that are still in competitive play, despite the slight nerf to their spawn rate.
Yeah, it's funny when we're looking at just legend comps and, as you say, digi threats being so present, we're still seeing, as much as we talk about Conduit, we talk about her all the time, we're seeing Bangalore, 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 Bangalore. And if you had looked at me 2 years ago and gone, Bangalore's going to be super meta in the ALGS, I wouldn't have believed you. You couldn't pay teams to play Bangalore then. But with the introduction of Storm Point, which, as you said, our starting map, Bangalore started to pick up popularity, and people have really, I think, solved a lot of the RNG around being able to get this incredibly valuable site and abuse that.
I mean, it's really interesting, except, like, I know this is a Mia, but the legend himself, Hal, tweeted out nerf Bangalore. So that should go to show you how many teams are using Bangalore, especially on the rotations, especially when it comes to entry on fights, and the ultimate has just been so prevalent. And that could be to why we are seeing so many Watsons, specifically in Apex South. I watched that last night, and is wild.
And it's interesting to see Watson as well. Regionally, there's always been a difference with APAC South and APAC North being a little bit more willing to play Watson, but we saw that become a much more viable strategy in international play when we were at Champs, with Watson being a great response to Horizon, another really powerful legend that people have glommed onto in the past, say, 6 months, perhaps year, where Horizon's ability and what she brings to the team, especially not just with her tactical, but ability to change team fights with her ultimate, largely got negated by this soft counter of Watson Catalyst, the double controllers being able to actually put up a sort of defense against the one legend that could start and end a team fight.
Ooh, well, speaking of starting and ending team fights, I cannot wait to jump into match 1 and be able to see how things are going to go, especially with a slew of potential contests on Storm Point. I know we were kind of dabbling into those at the top of the show, but with scrims kind of being the only real resource that we have had to see how those teams have been practicing those, I can only imagine once you get into the actual match day, which we will be going underway shortly, the pressure, the stakes, the mental load that these teams will have, knowing that they have to show out and perform to the best of their abilities, Dia, it can go any way.
It really can, and looking at last week's games, I mean, contests changed the whole leaderboard. Full English, as an example, was actually doing pretty well until we got to the second half. And 07, while they were having just a fine day, managed to pick up an extra 6 points in the second half of their contests in Lava Fisher. This time, they've managed to go Lava Siphon, which I don't think they'll be too upset about, even uncontested. They won't have the points, but they'll be able to get, hopefully, a little bit more done with the extra loot in Lava Siphon. We are just about ready, though, and that means that Storm Point has to be our focus. We'll talk about World's Edge a little bit later, right, Tiff?
Yay, because we are starting our match day on Storm Point. For you at home, get locked and loaded because our players are in that dropship and they are ready to throw down.
You know what I didn't expect at all is the way that new POIs would sort themselves out with teams in EMEA. Because Pylon, the hottest POI on the map, owned by 2R1C, uncontested right now. Nobody's even touching that POI. Instead, going for contests over by, I'd say, slightly weaker positions. Some considering things like Cascade Falls and Checkpoint instead of going for Zeus, the new and improved Lightning Rod, or Pylon.
I really think that's a vital point there, especially contesting on Cascade Falls, because you were akin to talking about the new POIs. One in particular, Cedo Station. That's going to shake up a lot of rotations, and that team can easily move into third, that initial contest.
Yeah, and it's changed, like you say, the rotational ability of a lot of teams as well, because now that you've got a team at Cedo Station and at Jurassic, there's the much more crowding towards the center of the map. But we did talk about Zeus Station and how important that was earlier. We did start off the game with a bit of a fight for it.
Well, that's going to be the Full English and ESG duking it out, and Zeus and Lufka. You're very familiar with them, and it's going to get hot and spicy. Util going through, and that Thermite's just ticking away at Light.
Having Conduit off contest is going to be really nice. With Blasts getting chunked, we'll have to retreat for a moment. Triple take in the hands of Lufka as he goes up to the sky. Light tries to cover an angle, already having gotten a knock with the collaboration of Lufka. A little bit more energy on the ground for them to get more ammunition, but ESG are winning this.
Yeah, the unfortunate news for them, the Radiant transfer gets Lufka back up, and the Full English will be our first team dropped out, which is not going to be what they want, Dia. Such a non-performance that they had in their initial match day to contest in match day 2. That's tough for Noises and crew.
And it doesn't feel good, but looking at this, Full English don't have any choice but to contest. Look at the rest of the map. Where are they going to land? E6 has both Launchpad and Devastated Coast, and it's denying an entire POI from anyone. Literally, if Full English wanted to land there, having to deal with the top team in the lobby, it's not a good time.
No, it's not, but I love that we were talking about those southern zones on Storm Point in the top of the show, and you aim who land barometer, well, this zone is going to favor them. But for teams that maybe don't have the benefit of having that zone pulled to their drop spot POIs, let's look at some of the rotational capabilities in the ring consoles that'll be available to them.
I'm looking immediately at 40% worse. They're catching my eye because North teams do tend to have a small advantage when approaching from the high ground. We're looking at ways for them to be able to collect data, and there's quite a bit of it, including a crafter over at Stormcatcher. Got a Trident moving off in the distance, so plenty of teams are already moving their way in, and the teams that have made their moves right now, even with subpar loot, are those that do not want to be gambling at getting into especially Cedo Station later on.
Phoenix Legacy. This is the first time we're going to see them on the broadcast for year 4 and debuting a new roster as well. Sabs is going to be joined alongside Alpha Draft, who have had that synergy prior and have played extensively. But it's Kiri, the new player for this roster on the Conduit, which is quite interesting because I will say we have definitely seen them kind of extend out and practice on different legends throughout scrims, but locking in that Conduit, man, living up to the meta.
Just gonna, I suppose, try and sustain, especially when you have just white shields. Conduit is going to be much more about giving you an economical way to evo those up. Phoenix, however, already having to pop a cat wall simply to survive as they're shot in the back. Kiri gets some temporary HP and should be able to make it over to the team, but it's a risky move with so many squads already, as we said, moving through this traffic jam that's been created at the center of the map with the addition of Cedo Station.
Going to be really interesting here, but you've got a Conduit against them on this fight with Mind coming through. Radiant Transfer already being expended, so they'll have to wait to see that Conduit. But Yolu, one of the youngest players that had came through on year 3, playing alongside this roster, being able to effectively, continuously feed that Radiant Transfer, something that needs to be managed well, will be that cooldown. Just looking for angles, but the Volt back into play. I've been loving Adia, and they're just trying to get a hold of Phoenix Legacy.
Mind are taking a vote of confidence right now by not healing up the shields, not giving Conduit's Radiant Transfer the ability to change in a situation. They're instead constantly feeding YOLO the ability to get into the fight without healing up. And ultimately, this is going to be a fight that they don't end up taking, but that has nothing to do with Phoenix Legacy up on high ground and way more to do with the fact that now you've got Crafter all to yourself in Cedo.
Hey, look, and especially when you don't have the best armor off drop, or maybe you're looking to find what you can get, but Kiri still with that 30-30 that has been such a staple so far in ALGS, wanting to farm up that white shield, and something to be excited about. Sabs, you know, we saw her play a lot of Watson historically, and kind of really slotting into that Catalyst makes sense for their playstyle.
And it does hurt that they weren't able to get a little bit more econ out of their rotation through the center of the map, but we'll have to see. Hope that they can make it up with the Conduit, and one nice position in Jurassic. It certainly is an active one, if not the best place for Phoenix Legacy to be. 40% worse, however, have started to make their way in, and remember, this is a team that has so much data on the ring. They've already hit the Crafter. They have arguably everything they need in order to hold a good position in zone, and yet they're playing this one a lot slower than you would see if the team was planning on actually sitting in the center of ring.
It's really interesting when you look at the 40% roster, especially knowing what Shiv has kind of been going through, the injury, and trying to rest that up. So while teams have been practicing a lot in scrims, 40% worse actually took the past 2 days off. So I think this map 1, you mentioned they're playing a little bit slower, and that can be akin to kind of trying to get the wheels rolling yet again for them. But the action doesn't stop, and it's Red Dragon that are poised to make this happen. ESG, formerly taking out the full English, are finding themselves in trouble, already losing out on light.
It's unfortunate to see the knock here, but a fight in wall, especially with crafting, is just too good to resist, and Red Dragon's scans have already made a big difference, pushing Lufka down onto the low ground and getting a knock onto Blast as well. Red Dragon have one more member to finish off, and I do wonder if they even commit for it, or now they've got 2 kills, just let the game play out and finish your crafting.
Let the game play out, let the ring do their work, but there comes the full on to Blast, and sometimes when you've already got that going, Lufka extending out on the hunt. But another team that we've been talking about, Aurora and ANC outplayed. This is a fight that I wasn't necessarily expecting, but look at the space control that Aurora has extended out, and Andy Jax on the Watson kind of trying to fend off any immediate pushes, throwing out some well-placed fences.
I hesitate to call it even a what we normally see as like a ring prediction spot by teams early doesn't seem like the way that Aurora want to play this. Playing up on the ridge line does give a lot of control to teams like ANC Outplayed over who gets to move where, but it does mean that ultimately as this ring closes in, ANC Outplayed are the ones that are going to be at the mercy of Aurora, not the other way around.
Well, it's really interesting because honestly, if they do take that fight and they win out on Outplayed, it almost clears up that entire rotation towards the next pathing of zone. Unless LCDF, Mind, and all of these teams that are going to be essentially late to that rotate will force some congestion. But for Phoenix Legacy, that early engagement with Mind, it almost slowed down their pathing as well, Dia, because we know Phoenix Legacy is one of the quickest teams to rotate.
Teams to be really envious of on this particular map read as well. 07 sat center of barometer, nobody to deal with on the slow side of the ring. Nobody's going to be walking up on them in later zones either, and they've already got plenty of loot and position. 40% worse. The counter to that had to retreat back up out of Jurassic, and their slow play biting them a little bit as now they've got to deal with multiple teams dead center of the ring.
It's not the start you want to see for 40% worse, the Bangalorean warlord himself. But for them to be able to fend off just a little bit and stabilize alongside Zeri, getting those piercing spikes out, wanting to just stave off any bit that they can, but the incoming black hole will prove to be a thorn in their side, and Mandy just cannot get out, and it's going to be Vex opening that up, formerly known as the Boys. So now in a 3v2 situation, how will Shiv and Zeri combat this?
There's no catalyst wall to try and get Mandy back into the game, so likelihood is that 40% worse just have to back off entirely. Even a third party is very, very likely as they sit center of Jurassic, and they may as well make use of catalyst for what she's best for, bunkering down in one of these buildings, finding a safe spot to play, and planning out the rest of this game as a duo.
It's not how you want to start your map number one, but we know they are still warming up for the Vex. This is it, right? They already kind of are trying to make a name for themselves, formerly known as the Boys, getting picked up by an org and throwing down. But for the congestion that they have found themselves in, and with new teams moving in, teams like Forge that want a piece of the action, which is really interesting because I watched a lot of their playstyle throughout scrims, and it was bunkered down, play for that end game, let the kills come to you.
Evac tower's available. Vex don't want to rotate through Jurassic either, but oh no! They walk right into the Prowler's den. May not be literal, but the metaphorical should be enough to take them down. Forge get to benefit massively off of this, cleaning a team quickly, efficiently, and with almost no witnesses.
No witnesses except the one that's incoming, trying to get into that as well. Zeri drops back and tries to put a little pressure before being punished immediately by another team. So for Forge, they should have a relatively easy reset so long as they can stay behind cover, pop that evac. But for Phoenix Legacy, who are having those early issues alongside Mind, a delayed rotation, now we're just down to Sabs. But with Kiri on the conduit, we could look for a little bit of a reset.
We did talk about seeing this coming for Phoenix Legacy. Them being denied a crafter early ultimately led them to holding the exact same position we saw them rotate to defensively, which is honestly the middle of nowhere. Nothing to do, no building in Jurassic, no cover, and they get out-angled and outdone. One member left. We'll see how long they're able to survive. ANC Outplayed, as we also talked about, being at the mercy of other teams. Very much feeling that right now.
A lot of utility being expended here in LCDF. We talked about them for their contest, most notably on World's Edge, but they've got to get through the Storm Point matches first. And although Hardeki is finding big moments against Outplayed in the kill feed, this moment is all about LCDF and Outplayed eliminated.
And this is from the south that Aurora is looking at this fight, taking a few chunks out of ANC, not committing to anything, because all Aurora has to do is show presence to push away teams like Made in Heaven, continue to get people playing through the north side. Aurora's next biggest problem is going to be LCDF, who we just saw rotating through Millage, but with Made in Heaven's defensive position, I'm very curious what Lasita France will choose to do.
As we look to our teams that are picking up space towards that end game, we get an update on where that zone will be pulling to. And for you, AIM, who land in Barometer, have found a favored position. That high ground, though, should that ring pull off, it will provide a lot of congestion. Passion, 202, all looking to make their rotations in. And Red Dragon, they're going to have a big issue, especially with that choke point, knowing that ESG was trying so enticingly hard to hit that reset that Red Dragon was not allowing them to have. This is going to be really tough.
Will Red Dragon actually make it in alive? Late evac tower and a single member dropping into the center of Barometer seems to have survived for now, as Licite de France start moving up on Aurora towards the western side of this ring. 07 still reign in Barometer.
That's a fight that I'm gonna want to see. In particular, Aurora taking that rotational path makes sense. They play Bang Bloodhound. They want that player scan that's available to them via that survey beacon. And Isadon already down and out. Red Dragon eliminated off screen, and LCDF about to join them. Aurora starting and ending that fight with ease.
What a smart way to play this as well. We didn't get to see the beginning of the fight. Aurora's positioning essentially won it for them. They already had the rotational advantage being to the south of LCDF, and Licite de France did not have a real place to play with great coverage out of Hardecky's ultimate. That fight happens so quickly that even 07, who were poised to try and look for the third party, did not get it off and will retreat to their high ground, which, I'll be honest, is not a bad consolation prize.
Not a bad one indeed, but 07, fourth on their first match day showing, 11 squads remaining, and they're still working on that positioning. But Nasky anchoring down for the team, allowing him to make those calls onto Conduit and farm up some shields, leading into that 30-30 meta that we're so akin to, putting pressure on a lot of teams and just effectively gatekeeping at this point.
This is probably, we're coming up on this ring, the next one, where the 30-30 should be the most useful. And there is going to be quite a bit of pressure on Nasky to actually pick up KP from afar, as they were trying to do earlier by firing into the backs of Aurora. The Cybercats are going to be part of what is ultimately a mass exodus from these buildings, as in rings 5 and 6 you can no longer play these, but for now it's been enough to get you a few placement points. We're already into the top 11, and Cybercats should be feeling pretty comfortable with their ability to take fights as long as they've got cover like this building to work with.
As we can see from our beautiful free cam shot, you're talking about that congestion, specifically with 202, Go Next, 40% worse, just a lot of teams there, and Made in Heaven anchoring down behind the Dark Veil, especially to cut off that line of sight. But 40% worse, they were looking a little dire, but things are starting to stick up for them. Mandy, this is going to be one of those imperative fights that they need to get done, but they've got the Conduit energy barricade that is going to anchor them off, and Zeri already down. This is going to be tough for them.
No smokes, no ults, but Mandy keeps peeking without even hitting the shield, showing presence, trying to keep Made in Heaven away, but Made in Heaven sniff out that this is a duo, and they're going to three-man swing, slowly pushing 40% worse out of having any place to play behind a white knockdown shield. 40% have no autonomy over the way this fight goes. The smoke providing them a brief respite as Shiv tries to get in on another fight, tries to pick up points, but that's all that it is, because it's buying time until 40% worse inevitably go down.
Made in Heaven turned their attention to 202 and eliminated them. Now full swing onto 40% worse, and this is so tough, looking to clean it up. And Cinetic, what are you doing here? Did one of them get away? Mandy, this is where you need to excel. Mandy the rat plays, but Made in Heaven, they tweeted out, they're like, hey, we're looking for an org going into this, and look, they are showing why they want that signing.
Really ingenious way to get into this fight as well. Made in Heaven started off with the Catalyst wall to get here, and then were able to swing once they saw the rest of the fights going down, and Nox in the kill feed made them a little bit more confident. E6 have taken over 07's position, and Aurora are right next door with these three teams all stacked together, and E6 having just pulled off a mobile res in Zone 3. Things are looking like they're getting even more exciting towards the back half of these rings.
It's really tough, right? Because Cracked immediately got punished and had to take 5 seconds to get that shield back. But 2R1C, they see this as the opening to extend out onto it just a little bit. But it's going to be Aurora that benefits from it, taking that immediate knock on to Cracked. 40% worse will fall, and Hiarka not wanting to lose this positioning that will be just available for them a little bit longer, throwing out the drone, looking for information, but Amphi as well, the lone standing member of 07, just gets caught out by 2R1C. We were asking in that pre-show, what was that team gonna look like with Mycee? Well, it's looking pretty good, Dia.
And here I was imagining they'd be able to stand up to E6, but they get pushed off of the high ground, and very quickly, this is devolving for both teams. Nice shots from Uchako.
Oh no.
Ostensibly going to push off of this. You have to imagine with the crack and a knock, Aurora are missing one. 2R1C, though, do not want to give up their high ground. They know they have those kills, but they don't want to risk perhaps just not winning the game off it, because this can be a game-winning position.
I'm pretty sure Max Strafey and a Prowler just single-handedly took out Cybercats. Aurora eliminated, but tuning in with Made in Heaven. A banger game, 8 eliminations so far for the team, and a boatload of loot to go for it. Now if they can just withstand, as we look at these positionings, Dia, you have UAIM playing off the grav cannon. 2R1C are going to have to potentially move off that high ground that will open them up to the rest of the lobby. They have a very tough rotation.
And Made in Heaven have the better angle on this. Them having taken the low ground on paper doesn't seem like a good idea, but it's 2R1C who have put themselves in a corner on the height that are actually in the most trouble, as they now have no space to play. UAIM are going to be forced into Made in Heaven, playing along the other side of the gravity cannon. It's all about what fight starts first, and it looks like 2R1C are getting aggressive.
Yeah, they got to put out the Dark Veil to try and save them from any attention, with Max Strafey having not only the Prowler that we mentioned earlier, but a Kraber as well. This could be absolutely wild, and they've got almost 10 eliminations for that squad, but Uchako and co trying and eventually pushing straight towards that team, but not wanting to extend out too much, and Hiarka does just that. Uchako falls a well, and Mycee, the stand-in here, the newest to the roster, is going to have to put the team on the back and clutch, but it's not going to be enough, because everyone puts their attention straight onto it, and Made in Heaven, with the quickest reset, turn their sights to UAIM and take game number 1.
What an incredible macro move? That's not even the word that I'm looking for. The way that Made in Heaven played their fights on a way that took other teams into account made that game so impressive from them. Being able to manipulate especially those last 2 teams into fighting each other first was done essentially by an elaborate game of Ring Around the Rosie.
Ring around the Rosie, whatever works. Hey, if you're gonna party around the grav cannon, just make sure Made in Heaven are invited. But for the first match of the day, Dia, on Stormpoint, is that what we were expecting? We asked ourselves that with Outplayed yesterday, but look at the results. 12 eliminations, a 24-point game.
This is a dream for Made in Heaven, and as you asked me just now, absolutely, them defying expectations. Made in Heaven in their debut game of year 4 have really made me question how much control, how much they're in the heads of their opponents. But with UAIM and 2R1C coming up right behind them, it's not a bad start for teams like them, Element 6, or even Aurora, as it is only our first game of the day. There's still options for Made in Heaven to take a few steps down as other teams start ramping up their game.
It'll be quite interesting. I don't know if Zephyr, the EMEA king that Stella self-proclaimed, brought the script to the show, but almost every team that we mentioned at the top of the show performed incredibly well. But as we look towards that end, the full English having that slower start, specifically with that contest being on Zeus Station and Phoenix Legacy and Outplayed, who started off so strong in match day number 1, going out a little bit early there, Dia.
I think a big part of this for Outplayed is that this lobby is a little bit more passive. They're less likely to try and fight early game, more likely to try and survive, and that's almost how we saw all of our fights kick off, was teams just trying to find another place to live and ultimately misstepping off of that. We saw it a lot in Jurassic with, of course, Phoenix Legacy, but also with 40% worse, losing Mandy earlier and then fortunately being able to recover them later. Even Vex going out very early there. So for right now, I think the slower lobby pace is not favoring ANC, who had previously liked to play these really nice, ingenious spots in zone where nobody would push them. The thing is, with a lot of people trying to play that style, there's just not that much space for them.
Not much space indeed, but talk about the damage that we're witnessing from our top 3 teams. My eyes immediately go straight to UAIM and Max Strafey. 5 eliminations and 2k damage. Absolutely wild, but I mean, if you're carrying a Kraber and a Prowler into endgame, it makes sense. But for Made in Heaven, 6-3-3, relatively split out for the team in a 12 kill, 14 assist game. That's a game one, if I have to say so.
Yeah, and this is clearly a team effort. Like, even with them having, you know, one damage leader, perhaps a little bit further ahead, Made in Heaven play as a unit really well, and we saw them do that, especially with the Catalyst while moving into Barometer, because this was not a team that sat dead center of zone and farmed kills from afar. This was a team that were actively taking close to mid-range fights and just doing it in a way that was proactive and took advantage of teams that already had something else on their plate.
Hey, look, whatever has to work, you got to do it. Made in Heaven, I can't wait to see more action from you in game number 2. But Dia, we're going to send you on a little break, and we're going to bring Zephyr in here, and we'll cast up game number 2, so enjoy that. We'll return right after the break. What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 4. I'm Spider Tiffin. Joining alongside me for game number 2 is Zephyr. Now, Zephyr, you kind of got to lay in the back, watch kind of what was happening, and more in particularly, that contest between the Full English and ESG. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
I was about to say, I might be laying, but I'm definitely not sleeping, okay? Especially with action starting off that aggressively there. And we are looking for big wins, at least right now, outside of the Full English, but they still lose out in terms of control in that early game, similarly to what we saw out of their day 1 performance here. Now, granted, it is the delay, though, that comes alongside that is no benefit to any one of these teams here. We come out of that game with over 5k plus ring damage taken from the majority of our rosters, and most notably, though, even if Made in Heaven aren't the ones, or my apologies, even if Full English aren't the ones coming out on top of that, they actually did delay and stun ESG to the point where they took upwards of 2k damage from the ring there in what was then down their transition to the wall, where we saw that action unfold against Red Dragon.
Yeah, that was really tough for ESG to try and kind of move forward after the full English bout and then try to survive going all the way down south, especially with that zone pulling down towards Barometer. If you are fighting over one of the most northern POIs, that is not what you want to be doing. So for those teams, if they're going to be going back at it again for that contest, because there's really not anywhere else for them to go, unless they'd like to chow a different team, may the odds be ever in your favor for northern zones. But as we get ready for match number 2, Zephyr, any predictions for how this is going to go? Who's going to win? Tell me right now.
Oh, predictions. All right, well, in fairness, at the top, you do see, of course, Aurora, E6, and 2R1C representing in the strongest of their stints. But the team that I want to bring up is UAIM. They've come out above the rest, notably the highest damage of any other roster currently on the map, currently at 5,058 damage, and of course, alongside that, the highest damage differential. Now, whether or not that's from the heirloom weapons that they have alongside their belt, they still notably lead the pack and should evidently, maybe in better positioning, walk away with the win.
Can you say that again, please? Because I just want to reiterate my top of show, and anytime I talk about a team, that I'm not actually a curse. I'm a blessing there. Can you say it one more time?
Tiffany is a blessing. She is the angel of the battlefield, the conduit, the medic in play.
The pocket healer. But as we get geared up for map number 2, running it back on Storm Point, contests and all, I cannot wait to see, will Noises make that switch to controller work out in their favor? Because a lot of people have been having questions. Noises, one of the most mechanically gifted M&K players, in my opinion, came into year 4 knowing that changes needed to be made. Bryn on the return, so all eyes go to Zeus Station.
Ooh. Off a drop here, it's going to come down to the choice of course, immediately of this drop ship, which does actually favor presence towards the northern side. So for both of these teams, they won't actually have any further delay in terms of getting to the POI that they need to be at.
Well, hear me out. We're going to switch things up on this broadcast. We're going to try something new, Zephyr, so you're actually not going to hear from us off rip. I would love to start this map off with a listen-in from the full English side of things.
Yeah. I'm going to open the bin on the right. I'm opening bin on right, okay? I got booped. I'm going to the other bins.
I have to go inside. I'm fighting inside. Help me.
I got guns. I'm coming down.
Fuck. All 3 inside.
90. Hold up, we're going, bro. I'm going to the other bins. Yeah. Play to craft balance, man. You're good. I just fucking go. I got booped, man. That's so unfortunate.
All 3 inside.
90. Hold up, we're going, bro. I actually just got booped.
Well, notably, it is a loss there. The full English unable to come out on top.
That is absolutely wild, Zephyr, and Bryn just running, trying to get out of dodge. But this is another reason why Conduit can be so important. As a support legend, you have the ability to craft banners, but most notably, any time that you have to extend away from a contest like that, you chalk it up as a loss on that contest.
Yeah. Notably, in terms of the drop in area that we did see there, of course, from the likes of Full English 2, it does seem like there was a slight delay in terms of the presence of getting towards that West Zeus station. ESG having a lot more, at least early potential from the eastern side, which gave them better weapons, a regrouping situation, and all 3 within that building, which you guys clearly saw, caught, of course, the Full English with their pants down.
Ooh, but for Made in Heaven, after a strong performance in map number 1, taking that win, you're going to be going up against 07 this early on now. A 2v2, the Radiant transfer coming through, but not quick enough because Nags, you have to clutch this up. R9 in hand and a Hipfire G7 not going to connect. And man, Made in Heaven keeping up their grind. But for Go Next, who want to be a third party to this situation, it's going to be tough for them to reset.
And I know you guys talked about in that last game, Cedo Station now being at least the kind of cluster of this current map. And for now, it seems like they got a bit of a split, tried to pull away Tax there, locking doors, but instead finding a successful trident for rotation, leaving behind a solo member of Maidenhead to, well, inevitably swatted down here.
That's gonna be Arctic, and man, that is just tough. But Tax, looking like he's a member of Tokyo Drift out there just going through, and that's very similar to how we were talking about the full English. They can essentially make their escape, look for a crafting reset, maybe hit a negative rotate and try to find a free space to make that happen. But as you can see, Go Next immediately in a poke battle there in a long distance. But for Phoenix Legacy, who got caught out on rotation, Zephyr, will they be able to make this play for map number 2?
This is something that we saw them really challenged with last time around here as they went up against Mind, and it's something that stunted their rotation from ever taking place, at least in our first game one. My question kind of remains, have they learned their lesson? Are they looking to take it just as aggressively? Or with, of course, the ring now posing itself more towards this western side, do they set themselves up for an early rotation? Well, at least know they can expend the time here.
Yeah, I think that's something great to talk about, Zephyr, because we did get a brief look at that ring and where it's essentially pulling towards. And knowing that Phoenix Legacy land checkpoint, they've already dropped down south looking to position themselves. But you aim to R1C and Go Next, essentially being in that central area. Will 40% worse be able to make their play? But they've got to get through Forge first, and already grabbing that opening knock onto Phoenix to turn the numbers into their favor, but not extending out to capitalize on it.
And you know what? I'm okay with that. From the likes of 40% worse, a lot of their presence in this mid to late game was challenged by so much opposing pressure from multiple rosters. Taking this a little bit slower, feasting for some of this KP, and kind of fighting your way in as that choice obstacle seems to be, well, at least what they may be trying to do. It was that last game that we saw the issue with Vexed earlier coming up from behind in Pylon that might now be influencing why they might at least be taking their time.
As we look through, kind of looking at what Shiv and 40% worse have, sitting on 2 blues, a purple, poised pretty nicely, but almost kitted out G7 Scout is such an interesting take. With so many 30-30s reigning supreme, is specifically on Stormpoint with a lot of those long sight lines. We kind of move over here towards Black Diamond, and Zephyr, I was playing the other day and I didn't even realize that this whole POI, this lift, had a name Black Diamond.
Hey, it kind of makes sense, though. I mean, we're talking about hillsides, we're talking about the sliding and the potential danger that exists there, especially when we pull towards the north. It could be the Apex Legends Black Diamond here. For Made in Heaven, though, they're back. They have made their way down Beast, get the full revive, and they're just as quick to start pressuring some of those teams towards checkpoint. This, of course, being alongside that major revive change, and it makes it more of an advantage to look for these escapes, unlike the full English.
It's interesting enough that you say that, because if you look towards checkpoint, they have the survey beacon. It's one of those POIs that a lot of people will like to move through, especially if you're from North Pad, if you're from Wall. And for full English, man, another tough round of games for them.
Yeah. It's something that they might have to go back up to the drawing board, especially as we approach maybe even our second half here for the rest of the day. At least for now, though, they still get one final opportunity to take it toe-to-toe to ESG here. For Red Dragon, this is a team that is expending their entire zones 1 and 2 currently in the wall. The slowest rotating team of any roster. And it's actually going to come up and support them this time around. Game 1, they catch ESG. This time, Forge.
Oh, this is so unlucky for Forge, Zephyr. They had already lost out on Phoenix, so moving into the wall, potentially looking to get back up to a trio, but losing out on Jay Savage is going to be Red Dragon, who's finding a lot of success in these engagements here at the wall. It was formerly in map number 1, ESG, but this time, Forge not going to be able to potentially get the reset that they were hoping for. And this is one of the toughest POIs, in my opinion, to hit a reset on, specifically if you look at the positioning of the respawn beacon, right? It's so open, anyone can see it, but Red Dragon know that they've got it, and well, hey, let's be real, they get to craft essentially for free.
It's such an odd variety of what we've seen out of teams. It gives me almost Alliance feelings, but even for Alliance, they tend to rotate a lot quicker as well. Red Dragon really cementing themselves as a team that is prioritizing this edge out of at least the wall for these first 2 games. Here's E6, though, a roster that, while last time around was in the heart of our zone, even though they faced their difficulties, now with full red Evo, slowly closing the space.
Hey, I mean, and also running the comp that Aurora has chosen as well. They don't want to bring in Conduit today, and we know K-Swinney and crew from historically that they have some of the most adaptable players, K-Swinney being one of them, whether it's Octane, whether who knows what they want to break out, but putting him on Bangalore and finding some success. A rather lackluster performance in map number 1, not really up to their par of what they want, but it's an easy bounce back for them as they secure this position and look to try and out-angle Cybercats on their way for the rotation. Meanwhile, Zephyr outplayed Fallen as well.
This is like night and day. If you were here last week, that's not the outplayed that we saw. Now, granted, difficulties in terms of making this way, or at least through some of these areas here, might give some of those explanations, but 2 in a row will set them potentially at a deficit for the rest of today here. It's going to be, of course, Passion coming on top of that. One of our PLQ teams to win a day alongside the likes of Red Dragon.
I've been a fan of Passion. I've been watching a lot of perspectives from them, specifically in scrims, and between Denze and Yakyu, it's been really wild. But for a lot of those teams that have started to position themselves inside of Cedo, Cybercats wanting to find space, but they have to get there first, and finding a lot of pressure on their rotation with Element 6 hot on their heels. Slab immediately pops the Bloodhound ult and just pushes forward. Slab and Cracked found so many eliminations in match number 1, and K-Swinney, the IGL himself, but this is a very conservative push, and I look to maybe see them take an evac tower out of this congested area and put them further into Cedo.
Yeah, especially after what we saw from Outplayed moments ago, trying to cross through this POI is basically a death sentence, especially this late into the game. E6 do a phenomenal job giving themselves the decisive height there, and now have their options for further play. Red Dragon, though, the LCDF, they themselves taking the height of checkpoint for Red Dragon. This is one of the first times we're going to get to see them fight outside of the home they call wall.
All right, LCDF Kiner in ult as well, already throwing an immense amount of damage down, but can we capitalize on it? Dropping down towards the low grounds. Fights in checkpoint can be a little bit of a cluster, specifically akin to that ring around the rosy type style fights that we witnessed in map number 1. It's happening, and Kiner on the hunt, just trying to make it happen. You've got Easy Down going to drop down as well, forcing them out into the zone.
Just perfect presence here from the likes of La Cité de France. And as they went for this push, Kiner with that off angle, pressuring this team back, and now with the double knock, utilizing majority of that from the ring damage, they will finish off Red Dragon easily as they bite behind their heels.
See ya, Red Dragon, and now down to 15 squads with LCDF in hot pursuit. They will have to kind of start that rotation back through where the ring is essentially pulling to where Phoenix Legacy has positioned themselves so exceptionally well. In particular, when you're not getting your rotation delayed kind of in that early bout, see what Phoenix Legacy is capable to do, and Aurora kind of mirroring what they did in map number 1, looking for a lot of that space onto that western side of the zone as well.
I'll tell you what, I absolutely love Phoenix Legacy's position, but it does bring up some major questions about how they can sustain in it. Notably, teams like 2R1C, the closest on the western end of Cedo Station, will be the first to rotate, but alongside them, you know, the rest of the lobby as well here. That's a building of high real estate, good value, and extension for any one of these teams to make it to the end game.
It's gonna be kind of interesting, and something else to note, Forge, full reset. Out there in the mix with Element 6 trying to make a play to hit the rotation, but for Made in Heaven, are we about to see a rat play out of them? Or are they just trying to play essentially small, as we'd like to call it, not show presence for teams that are looking to rotate out from the checkpoint side of things?
This is ratting. At the end of the day, these boys are down in the depths and the cracks below, and they await any challenger within checkpoint, but they've got time to spare. Unlike that, though, I know you just bring them up, and I know we want to see their success, but it won't start anytime soon. E6, great on the coverage from behind, and now looking for deep rotations for Vex themselves, pushing through the same checkpoint area. It's 40% worse, who actually bites the bullet here.
Just 40% worse in this moment. Vex able to get the best of Zeri, Mandy, and Co, and now down to 13 squads, and relatively reigning supreme in this kind of choke towards tunnel. We have to start thinking about what that is going to look like. We have to push towards where Made in Heaven was, but there will be a team that has found themselves sandwiched in the middle. LCDF, this is going to break out into something very interesting, and if I'm Vex, I want to capitalize and make this a third-party situation, but I'd be curious to see what they plan to do.
And it's such an issue too, especially with LCDF getting these scans out early on them. They have, of course, the clear Kiner coming through now with that Beast of the Hunt, so these smokes not going to be as influential, as this is looking a lot like what we saw out of their Red Dragon exchange earlier on. Pressuring the back into the corner here. It's going to be good height, though, that in the end is actually picked up by Made in Heaven from behind.
Oh, this is exactly the opposite situation of what we just put out. Meanwhile, the collapse in Cedo is happening and Element 6 will fall. But for Vex, they've reigned supreme, been a little bit able to stabilize and not let LCDF take them, because this is what you want. With Made in Heaven moving on and taking the attention of LCDF away, this is benefiting Vex right now.
Made in Heaven, now knowing that they have a minor numbers advantage, will try to push and clear out their backside, but they lose touching factor on LCDF, especially with that evac coming down. You have to wonder if they are keeping track of Vex here. Those shots already coming through, and even Arctic taking the brunt of that damage, just barely able to start sticking out that bat.
But Made in Heaven, after winning map number 1, they want to continue on that momentum forward. Tax, 1 HP. Cinetic, not able to get the shields back up. And unfortunately, we will see one member fall. So a duo taking on the trio of Vex. And Izadon from LCDF wants to get back into the fight. Babylon's in the Prowler, able to really put the pressure onto Made in Heaven.
And in their faltering moments, Made in Heaven pushing too aggressively puts Vex in the driver's seat after what was the worst positioning out from them, stuck in the corner. Now, after biding their time, looking towards the outside here of checkpoint. CDF will be those gatekeepers, but for Vex, they're more than happy to just clean things up.
Yeah, I understand that Vex cleans up Made in Heaven, but the ring is closing. They have to go. They have to move, and LCDF, likely this will kill them all.
Izadon, Psychop there, stuck out over on the side, just barely surviving on the edge of zone, but it will inevitably be the ring damage that cuts them back. But like you said, overall, now out in the height of things, trying to posture over to the east. Fago's dancing, but you can't dance that good.
And LCDF fall. Aurora, who had all the space on the western side of the ring, now looking to put pressure towards Phoenix Legacy. Something that you were asking early on. Yes, they have a beautiful position in that endgame, but is it sustainable? But is Cedo Station sustainable? We knew there were levels. One of the newest POIs, 2R1C, Passion, you aim. You got Cybercats over there and ESG making presence. What the heck is happening?
Notably, you aim on top of things as well here. They're going to be putting a lot of pressure down from the heights that be, as we did start to see these teams get involved. Aurora from their distance across, most notably. I'm very curious to see how they either slide down and take presence on the outskirts of Phoenix Legacy's building or look for that contest. It will be difficult, though. Phoenix Legacy notably having that catalyst makes any kind of building always the choice, well, at least to decide.
Actually, Cybercats right now are pretty typical, trying to not get engaged inside of that Cedo Station. They'll look to move around, but gonna be really tough, especially with Aurora effectively putting the stomp down over there, and I think they may have fallen, but down to 8 squads, and UAIM performing exceptionally well in map number 1 on that high ground. And with 18 seconds to go, the ultimate rotation, the massive migration to Phoenix Legacy's position will have to go, but Passion, they want to make a play, and Denze effectively swings out, throwing down a massive amount of damage on that double energy loadout with energy weapons, making a play here in ALGS. Zero falls. Denze, the pressure comes through, but not before UQ is able to grab 2 knocks onto UAIM.
This might have sealed UAIM's deal here, as now we see the minor embers of a crypto EMP out in the distance from what we can assume is 2R1C with their hedge over the other side of the building. Passion have taken away this height, but need to make decisions ahead. Now the only team notably as a full 3-man force coming out of the Cedo Station is none other than 2R1C. ESG looking to track things out, and with a wingman in hand, Lufka will pound.
Well, with Cybercats out of the lobby and you aim to join them now, ESG have effectively played from the positioning that Cybercats wanted. Notably, 202, a rat in this lobby, but Lufka, he got the black hole out and the wingman throws in, and we are connecting. This is what you want to see. Is the wingman OP? I don't know, but it's working.
Whatever rotation they decided to choose here comes out to balloon the ESG domination. Now for Aurora, we talked about whether they play for the house. This time, they're going for the waterfall. Go next alongside them, trying to see if they can stick through the smoke here. Hardeki looking, but from above instead, it'll be Impulse.
Impulse opening things up, and Hardeki consistently berating them with pressure from the Volt dropping down, and Oirein pushes in and completely collapses around Go Next. Now, Bambino still able to get out barely with their life. That's a win for Aurora. That's some win for Space. But for the sustainability that Phoenix Legacy was able to keep in that position, they're still here in the top 4. ESG swarming around them, Sharks in the water, but they've also got attention here onto Aurora. This will be interesting.
Go Next inevitably found the rat that be here, and now for our top 3, ESG laying quite a stake of control here on this height. I saw a moment ago that we had some cat spikes out on the exterior of this building. Not quite sure if that's actually Phoenix Legacy's or what could have been some impressions from earlier on that might prevent them from getting good leaps on the outside. Have to wait and see. I believe that's on Windows, so probably Phoenix.
Really curious to see here. I know 9Imps loves to roll with at least 6 nades. If he was able to go into endgame, having those resources available to them, Phoenix Legacy, this is going to be tough. Because yes, you can reinforce those doors via the cat, but one thermite, it's imploding. One black hole, it's imploding. And for right now, we're just kind of having a little campfire inside, honestly.
Hey, you know what? Rolling Thunder is ready and available for Alpha Draft here. He drops that ultimate with little to no cover on this exterior, and that might be a bit of an opening that Phoenix Legacy could work with. But with this height from ESG, it is going to be so difficult to walk outside of this building confidently. That's why I'm starting to look towards Aurora. Look at them getting sneaky smokes on the exterior, trying to control the space as much as they can here, biding their time. We're going to see if they can call down some additional cover.
It's really interesting. Honestly, they throw down the mobile respawn. They're throwing down an evac tower. And with ESG having multiple digis on their team, 9 Impulse on the bang, no matter how many smokes you throw out, you still have to play without peeking, because Lufka is just looking for that opening to allow that pressure on, but he breaks out. He's got an Arc Star. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Aurora, you've got to play here, and ESG will likely turn their attention onto them, giving Phoenix Legacy the ability to make a third party.
They haven't moved yet, still playing on the interior. It'll finally be their rotation outside. Stuck, though, due to the grab lift, and instead, ESG climbed up from behind.
Aurora make their presence known, and there go the Arc Stars, and with Phoenix Legacy stuck on the inside, Aurora have the easiest win of their life, controlling space, playing smart. Congratulations to the boys at Aurora for taking map number 2.
I mean, I know we love to talk up the Aurora roster as this massively fighting, aggressive squad, but here's the truth, Tiff. That was a lot of distinguished patience at the end from Aurora. You brought great examples with, of course, the cover they're playing around. They not only can really play around it, they cannot even peek. They can't even show faith in any of these fights. And as a result, with that zone pull, it actually extends ESG into a poor position where, in the end, Phoenix Legacy are walking out. And the minute that occurs, that's when Aurora strikes. That decisive nature is why this team comes out on top. Not just because they're good at fighting.
And it's interesting enough because we had that interview with Oirein at the top of the show where they were talking about kind of bringing Hardeki and being that free agent and kind of trying to fix all of the potential issues that they had playing alongside Task. They were like, look, we just couldn't figure it out together, and Hardeki was a free agent. We brought him in, and look at the synergy. Everything that you mentioned, Zephyr, came true here. And to get a win on your first match day showing, the level of confidence with that trio has to exponentially rise. So brilliant job to them. They knew they didn't need a conduit to play, and they showed exactly why. That cover was of no issue.
But still, it's big wins on the other side of the bracket here for the likes of Phoenix Legacy and Electrify Steel. Of course, coming out of that one, not in a winning position, still nets them a second and third. We go back to last game with Electrify Steel failing to commit to a rotation after making that successful contest happen. As a result, they don't pull for wall, they don't delay in Red Dragon, they get to the heart of Ceto Station, and even if they're not in that building, they still come out with 12 points.
Well, speaking of results, here's match 2 results. Zephyr Aurora able to take 8 eliminations, a 20-point game, 4 points shy of besting Made in Heaven's match number 1, but still a massive point game for them. Phoenix Legacy, though, what? Inside, able to grab 8 eliminations? Bro, I called him out for having a campfire inside and playing positioning, and I did say, let the eliminations come, and well, they did. Shout out to Sabs, Kiri, and Alpha Draft, and mind you, this is the first, I think, for ALGS. 2 ladies playing on that Phoenix Legacy roster.
We're seeing changes come through here, and the success to go alongside it. I couldn't have more happiness there. And as we go down the leaderboard, Vex themselves with their 6 KP from their presence, at least in some of those fights that we do see towards Ceto, or my apologies, Checkpoint, allows them to pop up into 8th. That's actually them now sitting at 5th overall from that match alone.
Pretty interesting. Let's drop down to page 2 and see how it goes. LCDF kind of reigning supreme, pushing Checkpoint, those engagements early on, specifically against Red Dragon, able to grab themselves 6 eliminations for a 7-point total. Overall, not a bad match 2 for them, for 40% worse. I mean, look, we've got to get things moving, but I'd imagine we're just shaking the rust off from taking a few days off to kind of nurse those injuries for Shiv, and ANC outplayed in full English. Look, we're keeping our eyes on you. This is not the outplay that we saw last week, and this contest between the full English Zephyr, this has been really tough for them.
Yeah, we got a chance to listen in. They just weren't even ready to encompass what was that pressure from Electrify. And at the end of the day, we'll see if they can now, with their bearing straight, find their rotation. Still, though, with the win now on their belt, just a single point ahead, Aurora lead the pack, 30 points in just 2 games alone.
That's a pretty nice average. You got 15 average for the game. Can they keep up that consistency throughout our 6-match map series? Made in Heaven, though, this is exactly what they wanted to debut as well. UAIM, Phoenix Legacy, and ESG, despite being in that initial contest at Zeus, still putting up some good points. And to our 1C, hey, we were asking, would that potential roster swap make or change? Well, they find themselves in the exact position so far as last week's performance.
We'll see if they continue to climb or even potentially fall here. But at least for me, I'm not just looking at them down in the bottom, the depths. 07, of course, they're not really on their best foot forward. Nasky and crew were incredibly poised in their first, at least take in day 1. But this time around, the engines are cold.
Ooh, well, thank you so much for joining me today, Zephyr, to cast number 2. I know you'll be back alongside Dia later for another map, but for now, we're gonna cut to a quick break. We're gonna get Dia back, and when we do return, map number 3, the final one on Stormpoint. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 4. It's match day number 2. 2 maps down on Storm Point. We're moving into the final one, and honestly, welcome back, Dia.
Thank you very much, Tiff. I was sitting backstage watching the show and going, ooh, I want to talk about that. Ooh, I want to talk about that. Ooh,
we'll talk
ooh,
about
I want
it.
to talk about that. So I'm very excited that we get to come back for game 3 and maybe get a bit of a different look at Storm Point. I really liked the way the last game played out. Of course, it was exciting. We had teams demonstrating really different sides of themselves, but the ring, the map, more or less the same, honestly. Going over to Barometer one time, Cedo the other, it's going to make a minor difference, especially for teams that land in the south, but for teams that land over by Lightning Rod, by Zeus and Wall, it's the same zone.
It is the same zone, and I know for those teams that are on that northern side, they're like, please pull Thunderwatch, please pull Lightning Rod, give us something exciting, right? Because you have to think about that. For the teams that are landing southern, it would be a challenge. Aurora, UAIM, Cybercats. We all know going from the most southern areas on the map to the northern ending zones are challenging, but for our players, they're asking questions, and in particular, what's Zeus Station gonna look like? We had that listen in with the full English, and it sounded a little chaotic, but for ESG, so far, they're winning.
You know what's fascinating about this as well is the way that we have the full English trying to figure out where they're playing, and Phoenix Legacy doing a really similar thing, but still being able to turn around game number 2. Phoenix have been sitting over by a checkpoint, but we're going to have to hold it as we are going to be saying goodbye to yet another squad. The Forge, in fact, on the back foot right now with a Devo off drop. It is not what I'd wish for.
Oh, and the Forge will be your first team to fall here in that Cascade Falls contention. Denze and Co for Passion looking for that quick reset, but let's talk about the armor check. Q Wigs, blue, no, it's blue, gold, white, not bad, but Conduit on Contents, I'm telling you, it's a really nice thing. But checking in over at Zeus Station, I see noises, I see Sir Dell. We might be okay here because ESG is eliminated.
No way. The full English finally get this, and not only do they win the fight, but they win it at the most crucial time. Take a look when we get back on the mini-map, or when we have the mini-map in the upper left, as to, even better, where the ring is going. The full English have won the fight in the one game where it really pays to have all of Zeus Station.
Hear me out, Dia. Look, I've been typing a lot. I think I got the script. I've been writing. I've been doing all things. The full English needed this, and with it pulling straight to a potential lightning rod, we know we've seen those northern zones and we've seen them kind of go out, especially towards that building on the western side of Zeus Station. But in particular, 40% worse, who have actually started a little lackluster in map number 1 and 2 while they're kind of heating up. I refer to this team as a slow burn, right? They start off a little slow, they start picking up that momentum, and what a perfect zone for them to have.
This actually looks really good on paper for 40% worse, and I cannot quite tell from here, but from my eyes, it doesn't look like they're going to have the read on this ring console. They'll have crafting, they'll have a survey beacon, but it's not going to be quite the same level of information they might otherwise use to get a game-winning position. They'll really have to rely on a good zone read out of their IGL, where 07 are not doing that at all. They are instead relying on fragging out to get them further up the leaderboards.
We come into the last bit of this fight with 07 and Made in Heaven, and Amphi takes out 2 of them, but I don't think... Did he even take any damage? What a clean swing out of 07, and now that they've eliminated Made in Heaven in their rotational path, they can hop back in the Trident and carry on their way. Hey, but we've got our next victim, so you gotta smoke them out and keep going.
Yeah, operatively back in the Trident, which is the really scary thing. Like, they're getting the Trident, they find a fight, they get out, they take you down, then they move on. For the moment, it does look like they're a little more interested in continuing on past Passion, who are trying to gatekeep them out of the north side of the zone, but it's a really difficult place to actually make sure people don't get past you. Passion, for all of the good position that they have on teams that might come from Cascade, not a whole lot of teams are actually going to rotate through that way. Most squads preferring instead to rotate out through the east and Spider Caves, or up through the north and Wall and Black Diamond.
Yeah, that's a really good note there, Dia, because I think the most eastern pathways for rotations could potentially be the safest, through spiders, through as well, but for Passion, still working on making their way up, but another Trident will be in the midst for them. It's likely 07 because we know that they've been hopping in the whip and getting a little bit crazy.
And now 07 are in a position where they can actually gatekeep Passion in later rings. You have to imagine that 07 have a zone read to work with as well, since they've put themselves basically perfectly in that gatekeeping spot for high ground. With other teams starting to rotate through wall, I'm also curious what Red Dragon will do this game, given that they've sat in wall 2 games in a row when it had Crafter and farmed other teams. This time, with wall not having Crafter, Red Dragon should be liberated to roam the map.
Interesting rotate out here from Aurora, but very smart for them, knowing they land in Cenote and having one of the farthest rotations. Wow, it is literally like I just spoke to the future just 10 minutes ago, but they're going to go ahead, rotate up with the Trident to mill, craft up those shields so they can go in and fight for high value positionings, knowing that they're going to be late. So you can talk about this, Dia, because I know we've had conversations about it while we see kind of Passion inching their way forward. Proactive and like active positioning when they're in zone, looking for those places that they'd like to play from.
Yeah, honestly, godlike loot to do so with as well. Their move up towards this high ground is relatively uncontested, and thank God it is, because while they have incredible shields to work with, a lot of resources in terms of sustain for batteries, meds, etc., they don't have a whole lot of bullets, and that is a little bit concerning. The fact that Passion get all the way up here doesn't mean their job is done. They still have to take a fight up against one of the teams that rotated ahead of them. That could be Red Dragon, could be ANC outplayed, or it could be Full English, who we know started the game as Zeus.
Ooh, it's like we're talking about all the new POIs. We had the collapse of Cito just last match, and now we could have the brawl at Zeus. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but for right now, Lightning Rod is getting mixy. Phoenix Legacy, who are pretty good at their macro and calling where those zones will end, have positioned themselves just on the south side of the zip to go up towards top. And you also have 2R1C, and with Sabs being the last one standing and a PK in hand, falling inevitably so low, a 1v2 situation will be very tough, but it connects and forcing them to go back up top. But the thing is, your conduit's down. You're not going to have the Radiant transfer. It's really tough to try and heal up. But grabbing the banner, getting a shield swap, this could help them just a little bit. But knowing that Vex is at full health, it's delaying the inevitable here for Sabs. And here comes the swing, and just like that, Phoenix Legacy done and dusted.
And Vex have no problems dealing with that. Their ultimate high ground in Lightning Rod is one that you can really only get when you land Lightning Rod. They got that, they got a beacon scan, and they went, you know what? We are going to sit in an untakeable position, even as they extend to take a fight up against Phoenix Legacy. There's no real way to take away Vex's position. It allows them to collect KP in a way that really no other team can mess with them. It puts them in a really confident position. We will have to watch out for potential rotates through Zeus Station. There's a cheeky little zip line behind Vex, but I'm sure they've got eyes on it.
Definitely have eyes on it in the full English, kind of sitting towards that survey beacon. May have a bout here with outplay, but you need to keep your eyes on LCDF and Passion as they continue that rotation on the northernmost points. But for Cybercats, who land coastal, their journey to the top of Storm Point is still moving. And as they go through Stormcatcher, they'll get the opportunity to craft as well as Mind, who will likely have that ring console available to them to give them inevitably that information that we get granted here on main. Right? We're fighting to know specifically where that zone pull will look. And for the teams that get that information and they're like, I know for a fact this is where it goes, that will inevitably help them for the teams that are kind of guessing where that zone will go and give them that extra confidence.
A lot of common endings are taken up already. Vex and UAIM in some of the best positions at Lightning Rod. Most other teams are going to be fighting their way in from the various points through the ring, and we know that Element 6 are going to be a big force on the eastern side, where we still got teams like LCDF and 07 approaching from the west. Full English and ANC wait up in Zeus Station for their rotation in, likely going to try and deal with this zipline rotate later. You have to imagine that that's at least on their minds as a possibility.
Outplayed has kind of effectively maneuvered around the full English and have inched ever so closer towards where that zone is going towards. But you have to think here, Dia, Outplayed and co, they cannot be happy with their performance from map number 2, especially from that interview with Shex. But something in particular that he said was the synergy, knowing how to hype up the teammates after performances that may not be what they want. This could be kind of the start of them looking to get themselves back into the fray of things and get some points on the board. But for Mind, well, they barricade forward.
We did touch on this after game 1 as well, but it's a little bit more passive of a day, even as there are fights breaking out around the map. Take, say, 07 and Passion as an example, choosing instead to bypass each other and not take a fight on low ground for nothing. 07, in fact, suffering losses right now as they find themselves accidentally on the wrong end of an engagement. And with Mind just above all of this, there is the potential to collect KP.
Yolu positioning themselves, kind of inching forward, looking to garner information for the crew. And now you can play from here, but the 30-30 just raining like hellfire from above. The punishment will come through. There are Kravers in the lobby, and in particular, Red Dragon has them. But for LCDF, the punishment that they want to enact alongside Red Dragon, look, it's starting to get a little personal. Nah, I'm just kidding. But they did point them out of checkpoint in map number 2, and they're looking to do so again. But it's going to be EasyDon who actually gets punished from a local max strafey on UAIM.
That was so messed up, actually, getting shot in the side, looking for the last member, only to then turn around and be shot in the back. Kiner's gonna go for this, and now having full information, does manage to push Red Dragon out of their hidey hole and into the lobby, as they are no longer going to be in this last game on Storm Point. LCDF own the ground that 07 was previously rotating from underneath this cave, and it will come down to an engagement between them and Mind to see who really owns the West.
Well, the fights that have been happening have been really interesting for LCDF, but we turn our attention to the full English. The first game they actually get to play, and it's going to be all eyes on Passion. 2 members down in a 3v1, looking to clean it up, and the full English reign supreme. Welcome back, Bryn. It's so nice to see you in competitive again.
Picking up a few kills will have also attracted quite a bit of attention. ANC Outplayed still lie on the rotation in, and now with the last member of 07 caught between the 2 squads, we will see at least 1 more kill go down, likely 4, with the full English having nowhere to go. A nicely placed Arcstar scatters them, and Serdell tries to make a maneuver up towards the next ring. We've just got a few seconds left until this closes. Full English retake ground in Zeus Station. They want to fight ANC Outplayed.
Look, I understand that we're taking ground in Zeus Station, but this is going to be one of the most highly congested rotations over towards Lightning Rod, and we don't have much time before that ring comes through. And E6, they're in a little bit of trouble, but Slab able to clutch it up and take out 202. But with time of the essence, we have to heal on the go immediately, popping that syringe. They don't have a conduit. They're likely not going to be able to get their teammates back into the game, but all eyes are on Cybercats near that gravity cannon, undergoing a lot of pressure.
Gravity Cannon, honestly, not the position that it could be, especially with high ground having such easy access. Teams like Mind and Lasita France will be able to focus on this team later. Speaking of, Full English have split up from ANC Outplayed. ANC taking the northernmost end of Lightning Rod as Full English start to crawl their way up towards Lasita France.
Very curious to see how this goes. Now Cybercats, a duo. Keeping our eyes on them. Moving into the positioning that Phoenix Legacy effectively held earlier, and just getting so much pressure from afar. We always talk about endings, and Lightning Rod in particular, Dia, being one of the most tough ones to play, especially if you don't land here. In trying to effectively navigate and approach the distance. You've got the zips, you've got grav cannons, but trying to maintain that space. But look at Element 6. Did we get a full reset in Aurora taking on, looking to eliminate them as a threat to their rotation as well?
And Mind with an evac tower now making their way into Lightning Rod. Not a whole lot of places left to play in Lightning Rod, especially now that they're landing right underneath Vex.
Oh, we're gonna have to tune into that one for a minute. But now your winners of map number 2, pushing in, trying to essentially unseat Element 6 from this map, and 9imps with a Kraber Bolt for the loadout, but they are trying to get away, effectively taking that grav cannon, and we have just about 30 seconds left before that ring starts to close, and Oirein opens it up, grabs a knock, and bye-bye Element 6.
Now, with LCDF rotating over here, Aurora may have no choice but to follow them. Element 6 took the gravity cannon into 3 different squads that are playing hide on Lightning Rod, and Aurora now have to face off against the one team that wants to control the low ground, and they do it. Nice shots from Impulse. Takes down one. Aurora seem to be winning the fight, but having lost Impulse themselves, with the ring closing, time is of the essence.
And everyone's gonna start to looking to disengage, but we're just cleaning up what is already down, looking for a stabilization, a reset. Kiner just hits the ground running, and Oirein, 9imps, and Hardeki, time is of the essence. You can see the pressure coming in from the teams that are just kind of effectively chilling, okay with their positioning already in Lightning Rod, outplayed. This could be a big one for them. You also see 2R1C, UAIM, and the full English trying to get in as well.
40% worse. Got to be watching the zipline entry into Lightning Rod while full English finally make their move in using an antagonistic catwall to their advantage. Bryn gets to dip back in, make use of the gold shield to maintain uptime while Sir Dell makes the move with a Volt. Close range as heck, taking down 2.
We knew UA moved into this position, and well, now effectively being destroyed by full English. You know, you survive your contest and you make it to endgame. You have the kill leaders of the lobby. This is kind of that restart we wanted for them. But for Aurora, effectively looking for that positioning, moving towards 40% worse. It's a duo v duo.
Mandy missing, 40% worse, cannot be too happy about the situation. Aurora do have the ability to exactly this, play these fence lines. They can stay here for quite a while, not an easy spot to push, and most teams will be punished on their way here. They've even got the opportunity to res. This is available to both teams.
This is tough though, because 9imps is the one they're trying to get back. The Bangalore, the one that could effectively smoke out the respawn. But with the pressure for 40% worse, how are we going to navigate this with 20 seconds left? And neither of these teams being in that zone, we have to start thinking about the placement, the end game, because there's still 9 squads throughout Lightning Rod making a play. But Hardeki goes from above, sticks the res. Will we get 9imps back? Oh, and with the changes, we're gonna spawn in with our weapons. Now, granted, we won't have our attachments and no backpack and a little bit less ammo, but we don't need that. 9imps is crazy regardless.
I mean, as a 3-person squad, you can go down, take out 40% worse, and then use your death box to get the rest of it. So there is a real chance that we see full strength Aurora moving into the final ring, as they have not got a lot of time to do it. The zone is already closing. Mind, ANC outplayed, and Vex. They are the 3 squads on ultimate height. One of these 3 teams is going to have to go down as multiple other squads start making the push to actually be able to play out the final ring.
All right, Impulse back and on red, and 2R1C starts to move, and effectively, Micey has to get the Dark Veil up, but 40% worse, they will fall, and 2R1C might be joining them shortly. Imps making that play effectively for the high ground, the Volt is singing, and UAIM falls as well. The hipfire comes through from 9imps, and Aurora, they are just laying down chaos on this lobby.
Impulse with the super jump into Kraber hip shot. Somehow Aurora are staying alive, and not just that, they are thriving, picking up kills on the way. We still haven't seen ANC, Vexed, or Mind fall just yet, but Mind are under pressure.
Look, they're just trying to keep people off their high ground, and that's respectable, right? Playing the long game. But for the full English, just on that northernmost side of our free cam shot here, trying to just not peek, effectively do what Aurora was doing in map number 2. We don't want to extend out, use any of our resources until that inevitable collapse happens. But when you have your Watson players just kind of barricading down already in the most viable position, I see you, Andy Jax.
Full English do have probably one of the best routes to be able to make it into the end zone. There is still quite a bit of space they have to move through, but with a single Bangalore smoke, they could make their way to where the end zone is closing, a place that nobody else currently is, over by this grab cannon. They will choose to close the gap onto this building real quick, facing off against Aurora on the other side. Full English cannot take this fight, but for that part, neither can Aurora. Neither team really being able to commit as Vex looks over everything.
Well, they're kind of split, right? They've got to look at Mind, they've got to look at Aurora, and Vex just being inundated with damage here from the high ground. They're going to have to jump down into the midst, and with the Rolling Thunder completely taking advantage of them and just trying to force off the high ground. Clemmy, man, Clemmy going down, and Babylon's being the lone member left, just trying to stabilize and keep it in the game so they can get points, but outplayed. They make their appearance in the Full English. They're going to take the top ground.
Aurora have moved to the outside where nobody could play earlier, but with Impulse down, Oirain and Hardeki are left on their own. 4 squads left. You have to imagine these fence lines are safe. Aurora should make it to top 2.
This is crazy because Full English, they're already on 10 eliminations, but a stick comes through, and Surdell throwing out the Radiant transfer. Is it enough, or will the collapse happen? Andy Jax, the cracked player, not going to be able to keep things alive, and into the final 3 squads. The Full English, they have to keep moving into the sideline, straight on towards Mind. Who is going to be able to make this happen?
Aurora's still there!
Bryn trying to do it, but Aurora take out Mind. Dia, this is cracked, and they do it again!
They got the shield swap! Aurora, the boogeyman of Game 3, constantly moving in at the edge of the ring, playing these untenable spaces and making them work. The fences were Aurora's best friend in game number 3.
Aurora, man, the confidence, welcoming in Hardeki to the roster. Back-to-back wins on Storm Point here for their first showing in Year 4 ALGS. Yeah, I'm sweating. My hands, bro. This is crazy.
That was so cool. That was so cool, the way that they used that. Like, the presence of mind to play fences, not once, but twice. And also, like, be in such a terrible position, but also make it out. It was incredible from Aurora, but I cannot let this take away from Full English either. Because Full English have had an awful start to the day, and to be able to pull out a 2nd place the very first time they survived the contest, it's amazing.
It is amazing, and it's very similar to kind of how we witnessed. Now, I'm going to bring up a team that's obviously not in EMEA, Optic Gaming. They had a really slow start on Storm Point, but then they kind of started to get their momentum, and moving into World's Edge, they were able to finish, I believe it was in top 5 for the day. So Full English, I'm looking at you to kind of have that revenge on the lobby and do that for yourself, and double-digit eliminations have to really help your chances move up that leaderboard. But Aurora, man, even after losing out on 9 Impulse, Dia, well played, because we know Lightning Rod are some of the most atrocious end games. They hit the res, they bring them back, they take one of the craziest rotations into endgame and just start chowing everything, looking for high ground, and to be able to find stability in the chaos. I'm loving this new roster.
This was a really big redemption game for a lot of teams. I'm going to bring another one into the conversation. ANC Outplayed, who managed to make their way into Final Zone. We will take a look at probably the biggest play that we saw, the pivotal moment, shall we, of this most recent game, where Aurora did take their fight up against LCDF over by this gravity cannon, lost a member on the way in, but then, as you were talking about, against all odds, got Impulse back into the game.
I mean, look, I was talking about it. I've seen some crazy plays out of them in scrims, specifically from 9 Impulse, but coming through. And this is the one in particular when things start to get a little wild. Gets the Kraber back, immediately puts the pressure onto it. The no-scope, the burn, a little salt in the wound, Dia.
He's crazy. He's like...
He's a crazy man.
It's just a mechanical blessing that was even able to happen. And we did see this from the other perspective. Watching ANC Outplayed go out, trying to fire through the fence at no one, because Oirain was a ghost in the last ring. Ultimately just waiting for the rest of the lobby to play out, taking peeks where they could, and then moving in for an easy 3rd, 4th party. Aurora really did make that last Lightning Rod zone look so simple.
Ooh, and as we get the stats, just from that last match, Oirein on 7, Impulse on 3, which makes sense. You know, you did go out a little early and then you went out again, but it doesn't matter. You still got that no scope in there. And Hardeki on 5. What is that, 16 eliminations and a massive amount of damage?
Yeah, this is a really big game for them, and it's funny that we mention Impulse's like falling behind a little bit in the kills because he is the one going down first, and it's really good that they have them on Bangalore for that exact reason. Impulse is meant to go out to distract, and so while it may not look good on paper, this is working exactly as Aurora intended, to be able to have somebody that is extending out, that is looking for cheeky plays and trying to get a little greedy with space, while Oirein and Hardeki can always back that game plan up.
And they backed it up indeed. You think back to that kind of last fight as a duo. Hardeki going in, took minimal damage in that endgame situation once we get to top 3, and the collapse started in a 27-point game for map number 3. I can only imagine when we pull up the series results kind of after looking at this, what that is going to play onto it.
Full English, second place. If you looked at me after the first 2 games and told me it was going to happen, I wouldn't have believed you, but here we are. Really nicely played from them, and Mind, I think, quite silently moving their way in as well. It was a nice place to play, right underneath the top building of Lightning Rod that ended up working in their favor. And while I want to give love to ANC Outplayed for having a resurgence as well, Vex stands out to me because they should have placed higher.
Yeah, 2R1C, though, still grabbing a bunch of eliminations as well, and Element 6 grabbing 6 before inevitably getting into that engagement with Aurora on that late game, and their rotation essentially getting scuffed. But let's go ahead and come back, because there's some people that I would love to welcome back. Stella, Zephyr, I mean, what were your thoughts on that? Zephyr was back there typing, and he's like, oh my god, is this happening? This is crazy.
Yeah, I'll let Zephyr go first because he's, I know he has a lot to say right now, and I can see that he is just raring to go. So go ahead, Zephyr.
Okay. I will say the amount of statistics behind the scenes here that puts Aurora at the top are absurd. The level of damage that this roster currently is at 12.5, the nearest team being at 8K. That is a 4K difference between them and UAIM. On top of that, this gets even more insane. Hardeki currently has taken he has taken the most damage in the game at 3,000, but he leads at the 3rd most damage differential of any player currently in the lobby. He is literally doing so much damage and taking it and then some. How are Aurora not punished?
I think they're just really able to use that chaos to their advantage, which is great. I mean, listen, Oirein did say that they have great wipes, and boy, did they. All right, well, Tiff, thank you so much for casting the last few games. We're going to let you have a little break, get some water, get some stretches in. And in the meantime, we are going to be able to get into the mind of a pro and get his pro perspective. We are going into an interview with Graceful. I am so excited to talk to you. Hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we haven't seen you since Champs. We saw you play last week. Yeah, so how are you feeling about the season?
I mean, we kind of had a slow start personally, so but I feel great about the competitive season starting up again, and it's the whole year 4 and everything. Every roster is looking through changes. Everybody's looking strong. That's why you see right now on the leaderboard, all the teams that people aren't expecting are performing. So yeah, I'm super hyped, ready to go back at it again tomorrow for me. Personally, so but I feel great about the.
From my part, Graceful, I'm curious to pick your mind as a player, because we've seen a lot of contests that have not benefited either team. Notably, E6 has 2 POIs, which I don't think is doing anyone any favors. But with Phoenix Legacy splitting Checkpoint right now, they're the team that I want to focus on, because they had pretty bad loot in game number 1 and were forced onto like a Jurassic high ground. Game 2, they were able to play out of Cedo Station. But when you're splitting a POI like that, what are the ways that teams, not just Phoenix Legacy, but even teams like them, splitting Checkpoint right now? They're the team that I want to focus on, because they had pretty bad loot in game number 1 and were forced onto like a Jurassic high ground. Game 2, they were able to play out of Cedo Station. But when you're splitting a POI like that, what are the ways that teams, not just Phoenix Legacy, but even teams like them...
All right, well, we're having a little bit of a mic issue here, but I hope we can get more insight on Graceful's thoughts. I'm glad that he kind of gave us a little bit more of a structure on how they're taking it a little bit slower, right, Zephyr? All right, well, we're having a little bit of a mic issue here, but I hope we can get more insight on Graceful's thoughts. I guess we're having a little bit of trouble, so we're going to go on a little quick break, and when we come back, hopefully we've got all the content that you've been waiting for right here. Don't go anywhere. We are back. Apologies for the slight delay, but you know how things are. We're all human and things happen. But you know what? I'm here with Tiff, and you know what? Let's go ahead and go back into the last game and talk about that crazy last circle.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, and honestly, let's be real. I just wanted more time on air. It's been a good day, and welcome back to ALGS, everyone. But you're right, Aurora. Man, look, Hardeki, this trio is looking insane, and I was kind of talking about, would we see some northern zones on Storm Point after kind of almost two of the same rotations early on in map number 1 and map number 2 for Aurora in particular, because they start out kind of in Cenote Cave. So thinking about them having the longest journey to get to Lightning Rod, and through the trials, the tribulations, losing out on 9 imps early, getting them back in. Now, this is a trio, now bringing in Hardeki for the newest, that is no stranger to very last minute reses in game and converting them into wins, and they did it again.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was the most impressive part. I mean, playing the edge of circle, making sure to stay out of sight, and you know what? It's true, when you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially in these final circles, just because there is so much action happening. So talk to me about this res and kind of, do you think that more pro players in end circles should be going for that res, even if they're one person out?
Now, it's kind of interesting that you say that, because the team that I'm going to bring up actually isn't in this matchup. It's going to be Vamokiera, right? You got Kishera, who plays a lot of crypto, specifically on World's Edge, and most notorious to getting those last-minute reses. But for a team that doesn't have that, well, being able to make it happen. And Stella, look at this. Is it me and you for Game 4?
I think it is. Let's strap in and get ready. We are in the dropship, and we are changing maps over to the beloved World's Edge.
Ooh, and as we switch up, all of the things that we're expecting to see locked in, loaded, our Pallane line, kind of going from the southeastern to the northwestern, but relatively central, and with the zone going through, we turn our eyes towards Harvester. It's a Cybercats Vex contest, and well, with Fako already down, doesn't matter because the trades are coming through.
Yeah, Babylon's here just taking a slight moment to shield up, and we do see a res coming through. Oh, yep, trying to, but maybe baiting it, because we do see Cybercade's on the way, trying to work it, and we do see a Fuse play out here. Love to see that, Tiff.
Ooh, a Fuse for contest, it makes sense. Now, granted, I've also seen Cybercats break out the Caustic, but for now, Ranch is down and out. Will this duo be able to clutch it up? The issue with this being a relatively central POI and extending out the contest, knowing that the zone kind of is going to pull Southern, teams will start that rotation in, so you really need to get this going. But for Babylon's, the EVA 8 out, the Fuse doing the job, Knuckle Clusters coming through, and Clemmy goes down. Babylon's last standing, and Cybercats effectively, this is a win for them.
Yeah, and this is a smart play from Babylon's, just choosing to leave because, like you said, a lot of teams are going to start rotating, and Harvester is a point that a lot of teams are going to have to bypass. So either you need to finish up your fight now or get out of town, and that is exactly what Babylon's is doing right now as the last member of his team.
But we pull on over to the inevitable. We were talking about the potential for this contest over in Skyhook, LCDF in Element 6, and, well, Izidon's already got a knock on to Cracked and goes back to the high ground to join up alongside Kiner. Psycop still from the mid-level of the Central, trying to put pressure. But for now, this is going to be kind of a stalemate before the action picks up.
Yeah, we often see contests in this area, especially when you take that middle ground. You do end up being at a stalemate for a while just because you have to find loot. You have to maintain that angle, so there's not a lot that both teams can do. And I really want Element 6 to be able to win their contest because we haven't really seen them very much. They were 11th place last we saw.
Yeah, it's definitely been really tough for them moving off that kind of Storm Point match for Lightning Rod ending. They want to go through it, but Izidon just cuts their chances down. LCDF, the battle of the French for K-Swinny and the French roster of LCDF, and they reign supreme. Not a bad showing here for LCDF. Now, the reset coming through, they're able to grab that cargo bot, hit it on Legendary, grab some well-needed loot, but as we move to where that zone is pulling, for the teams that land Lava Siphon, 07, you're going to have a nice rotate into launch site and look for kind of that priority rotation into this, because this is where things can start getting mixy. But 07, you've got to be able to find your place here and stabilize and hold the fort down.
Yeah, it looks like they are looking for a fight here. I mean, listen, it is now game number 4, so we're going to be seeing people get maybe a little bit more aggressive, but also teams that want to play a little bit more reserved. We're going to see those styles clash quite a bit. I mean, last match, we saw a lot of teams slowing down, avoiding fights because they wanted to get that placement. But you know what? KP is just as important, and we do see a lot more teams who feel confident after 3 games and the map switch, trying to find those fights.
A team that's going to need to start feeling confident is 202, coming into match number 4, the first one onto World's Edge in 16th place, and already in a bit of a scuffle here. But now the 3-man stack into the stairway, immediate Radiant transfer, but the flank from behind is going to be the thorn in the side for Raka Faka as he falls and is fully eliminated, thus relegating 202 to a duo here against Red Dragon.
Yeah, this is a dicey looking situation, especially since Red Dragon does have that Horizon, and 4M is doing whatever he can, but he might get taken out here, even in Bangalore's smoke, and it's just down to the last member, the Bloodhound, playing the shield here, but it's going to be a really tough fight.
Ooh, get a shield swap in and turn your tides too. The remaining members of Red Dragon, you get the information via the scan, and well, just trying to play positioning here. It's going to take about 8 seconds there to pop off a med kit, and you only have one, and the pressure comes through, and it connects. Able to turn this into a 1v1, 5 seconds until you can get back into the fight. How will this work off screen? UAIM has fallen, but for now, Ozzy Al reigning just a little bit more into it.
I love that we whisper like we're trying not to avoid, we're trying to avoid giving away their position, but look at them trying to go in after. I mean, now is the time if you want to go in. You can't hesitate in competitive Apex because that is going to be your downfall. And we do see here Ozzy trying to go in, but not wanting to push first. Does get the crack. Is he going to be able to down his opponent here? We are going to come in with the 30-30. No, you never switch out to your secondary. He almost had that, but is now eliminated.
Wow, can we just talk about that for a moment? Because Red Dragon was effectively going in to that 1v1 with a Havoc. Now, the Havoc has made a comeback here despite recent nerfs to a lot of those SMG weapons. And with 202 looking to have that inevitable kind of first start on the 1v1, the hipfire of the 30-30 is just not going to connect. And the Havoc, a lot of people have been talking about the double AR meta that we've seen happen a lot in North America. And at a hipfire, once that thing starts raring up, you love to see it. Red Dragon live to see another day, and 07 looking to try and get into some information here for the team, inevitably on the inside, and that's going to be ANC outplayed, and Andy Jax with some impeccable Watson fences for structure.
I was going to say, look at that. That is a fortress that is not going to be easily penetrated, and we see here the circle pulling to the bottom. Tiff, what do you make of this?
Look, it's going to be really interesting. We've been seeing a lot of zones that typically do pull to launch site, and a lot of the things that I'm going to be looking at are for the teams that are effectively very north, LCDF, Aurora, and how they're going to effectively navigate into that zone. It comes through and pulls out towards the right of launch site, thus making that building and positioning for the full English really vital. But it's very similar to kind of what we were talking about with Phoenix Legacy and map number 2, playing that building effectively dead center of zone. Yes, it's great, but is it sustainable?
Yeah, we also see Made in Heaven, a team that we've been seeing perform incredibly out of their minds today, also in circle and playing perfectly with rotation. 07, they actually did end up going inside this building with the Watson fences, but they are struggling to find a straight pathing to their enemy.
Here go Nags, Nasky, and Amphi. 07 looking to try and effectively peek around, gather information, but they really want this positioning. And effectively, look at that. ANC outplayed, forced to maneuver just a little bit further out. And as we kind of get the free cam shot to see, taking as much space away from outplayed effectively will be 07's key to success here.
Yeah, we see them getting spread quite a bit out. They're not wanting to fully commit. And this is what we did mention with them playing a little bit slower. No one wants to be taken out this early with 17 squads left. I mean, we are just in it for the long haul now.
In it to win it, in it for the long haul, all of the ways. And Willem peeks, gets peppered, gets punished, but forced to heal with only one shield bat. After this, we gotta get the Jenny down from Andy Jax. We have to start kind of prioritizing our resources, but we connect. We get the opening moment that we needed. Willem takes down Nags and is now swarming around 07, but a good reinforcement is able to stave off that push for a little bit longer, but it's going to be Nasky, the last one standing, and Andy Jax with the clutch, but the third party is a real thing. ESG wants to get involved.
Absolutely, and this is what happens, especially in World's Edge, where if your fights go on a little too long, of course you're going to have another uninvited party, but it seems like ESG is not able to quite get in here, so they're going to back away for the time being, and that seems to be it for this area, and OP is going to be able to recover.
Look, that's respectable. If you can kind of fend off that initial third-party push and look to stabilize, that's a win for Outplayed. And meanwhile, Denze and a Kraber putting pressure onto 2R1C, who's just trying to rotate into launch site through this choke. And now Passion, currently in the backside of Tree, looking for any late rotators throughout, but as Ring 2 continuously closing, we've got about 55 seconds until Passion will have to make their move. And how will they choose to do it? We think of evac towers, we think of just kind of walking it in, but regardless, let's pick up some KP first.
Yeah, so while we're here, I want to talk about how they've been picking up the Volt more often. We've seen the Volts being used a lot today, and I have to ask Tiff, what is your take on the weapon, and do you personally love using it?
Personally, I love the Volt. The Volt just got pulled out of the crafter alongside the R301, which is why you're seeing it being picked up a lot more. But before we get there, Denze misses on that Kraber shot. Go Next and LCDF have made their appearance here into Tree, and now we see the Bangles coming through the grav lift to push the issue into Tree. And is done after winning the contest, look to take their battles elsewhere, grabbing that opening knock onto YQ and trying to finish it out, but the Ring is at their back, and yes, they'll be able to live here, but effectively things will get a little bit more dicey for this squad, but they barricade on through.
Yeah, and you really want to start paying attention to where you are in the circle, because it'll be very easy for you to get caught out and get targeted by other teams. And we do see Go Next trying to take some pot shots at a team rotating in right now.
Yeah, and they can definitely live here, but to go back onto your point, oh, wait, more Kraber action. Let me see it. Come on, Denze. smoke and run. Smoke and run. Zero's down. We are now a rat and effectively just trying to live like in the Matrix, dodging all of the bullets. But can they do it? So far, so good. But the energy weapons, they're making a return. You think about the damage nerf that we saw from the car and the R99 kind of just ticking down. Oh, the knuckle cluster comes through and it's just ticking. And here comes the appearance. Passion eliminated by none other than Cybercat.
Unfortunate for them, but the dodge work was on point, will be real. LCDF here in a skirmish just outside of tree does end up taking down one other person and taking back high ground, but they get caught in the Horizon ultimate. And I don't know if this is going to work out in their favor. Go Next, looking really strong, trying to finish off the opposite team.
LCDF has fallen. Go Next made their appearance, currently in 8th place, but still wanting to climb up that leaderboard and looking for more. But now we need to turn our tides on how we're going to get into launch side and inevitably even further out into the open towards Dome. So we have to start thinking of our rotational options, and with multiple teams kind of already congesting into that area, you turn your sights to 40% worse, who still have to make it in as well, and they're inevitable. The villains of, well, they're not really villains, they're some good guys, but Forge.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight here with the low and high ground and the one trailer that the team seems to be stuck in, which is an unfortunate situation. And it's just an all-out battle for this one spot, trying to get any angles that he can. Shiv trying and absolutely destroying with the hollow sight.
The double time coming through, giving Shiv the speed boost, but the ring is ticking away the damage from afar, and Surdell with a 30-30 able to cut down Shiv before he can effectively get to where he wants. But look who is here. It's Aurora, and they want the space, they want the KP. They are just having a banger day, and they want to carry on that momentum.
Yeah, and I want to point out that this is how you play Circle. You guard and you make sure all the teams making mistakes are absolutely punished. Aurora and Red Dragon fighting for this contest, this area here, and it's not going to look great. Red Dragon is on the lower ground, but somehow they have a great angle on Aurora.
Taking some initial knocks on to Forge. It's Jay Savage who will be at the losing end of this engagement, but a good smoke forward with the Digi threat to try and poise around this. But rotating into the ring to effectively find a cheeky angle is what is making Red Dragon look so good right now. But for the zone that we're pulling to, this is going to be very, very interesting, and we need to start kind of prioritizing our rotation to how we're going to get there. But before that, 9 Impulse. Okay, keep going. Slayers will be at the losing end of that, but not before Forge Phoenix able to make that happen. But Oidrain with the hip fires. Can Hardeki clutch it up with the bolt? He does. Hardeki, man, this roster, the reset to come through, we have mere seconds, so you have to think about the time that it's going to take to hit the reses, and we're just going to chain them immediately together and Go Next. Man, we're still alive there in the corner over there, huh?
Yeah, but who knows for how long, because Vex has their eye on them and are trying to push for them immediately. And of course, Go Next is eliminated. Unfortunately, they only had that small box to operate in.
Vex over here hitting the reset, but Aurora making a play. They take the zip, they look, they see it's occupied, they immediately drop down onto the low ground. But look at this. This is where it's really smart. I love that we caught that on main. Oidrain drops the gold shield for 9 imps and some syringes to be able to chain that together and effectively get up to speed on that healing way quickly. The synergy between this team is just so dominating, and that is why we talk about how they're aggressive, but not only that, but they're freaking smart.
They are incredibly smart. Look at this rotate, avoiding all of the angles and making sure that they aren't going to get caught up. But again, Red Dragon getting in the way, but I believe we have a listen in ready for you right now, so we're going to go ahead and listen in.
Look at zone, boys.
Can we get the fins? Shield. We have to shoot at this.
We'll get them.
Team is shooting from left. I'm batting.
Get the kills on it. We will get them, chill. Just keep poking for kills.
I'm being locked up by all 3 now. Top 7.
Killed one.
I lost a bat.
That's fine.
Underneath. I'm not sure how many's up on the right.
At least 2.
Okay, we just hold.
Give me one as well. We're in literal god spot. We're safe inside not cell, eggshell as well.
Yeah, we just have to watch left.
What about
left is our only worry. Left is our only worry. Can you help Art tax on it?
Yeah.
I got 30 heavy. I'm just gonna look right.
Yeah, I have 45.
It might be a solo horizon to be honest. No, it's not. It's a fuse team. Yeah.
Underneath. Go for loot tonight.
White side is gonna. What?
100 on the bridge. Cracks him right here. You got swap.
These guys are trying to shoot you guys.
Yeah, okay.
Your back.
No, that's not good. You blocked all my OS. Don't do that.
No, but our tax has angles. For sure.
Farming left. I got red.
Oh, right side shooting me. I'm healing.
Someone's getting EMP.
I got smoked.
Yeah, I'm looking left. They've not moved yet. They're selling this one.
Smokers left.
Maybe bang up. They're running out now. Bang up them, Snake. Bang up them, please.
I'm coming. No, they're shooting. They're open.
They're bang up the
right side. They're fighting you. They're fighting us. We have to fight. White side gonna wrap us. No. Can we go back? Go back. We back up.
Okay, I'm going back.
We're gonna shot at the back. They're pushing me. Fighting us.
No,
White side.
I'm dead. They're fitting me. Bang's just fitting me.
Come into eggshell. Nade, sure.
They're dying in the open to launch side team right now.
We're safe here. Come back.
White side's gonna fight.
Rats on me. Come to me.
We're gonna get sent. We're not.
They don't know.
Is that your control? That's not ours.
No, come. Get in here. Crouch in here. Just hold this.
Right,
we're fine, bro. We're fine.
The Bang and the Horizon team are dying.
This is fine, bro. Chill. Top 4. Swing in.
On us. Control ulti.
No, don't have it.
Do it.
Horizon dead.
Nice. Chill. Go back. Back up. Yeah. They're just fucking spamming. Fuck. Nade.
Healing. We have a knock on it. Nade on us.
They haven't rised.
Yep, they can't. I have no heals left.
No,
Heal. On me's good.
I'm healing. You have to peek. Don't let him rest.
They're getting pushed.
Yep, they're getting fucked. You can't smoke, bro. I don't have digi. I have no heals too. Chill. Play ready.
The rest.
Stay ready.
Horizon died to burn!
Yep.
Push it us.
Peeking us.
I'm dead, Craven.
Knock down.
Top 3. Chill. Knocks on. Crouch in the corner. Nice try. Nice try.
8 points. I couldn't go back.
Oh my goodness, how intense. The clear comms, even in the states of panic. Absolute goats here, Tiff.
Talk about goats. Well, let's talk about Cybercats because they have the space, they have the angles, and they want to take down the full English. We wanted to see this go through. They started in Harvester with that initial contest and are trying to clean things up, but with Surdell on the wingman trying to inevitably sway the odds in their favor, it is going to be the Cats that are able to take down the IGL of Noises and being able to reinforce with the Radiant transfer. Cybercats, they take map 4.
Oh my goodness, what a match. They were absolutely bullying all the teams in that tiny circle outside of that region. And my goodness, they were able to play their position so well. And with a fuse, Horizon, and conduit play. I love to see this.
Look, you gotta have the fuse for the contest. You gotta have conduit in some way, shape, or form, and Horizon for a lot of the versatility and movement. Well done by Cybercats. They were one of my biggest questions because I watch a lot of scrims throughout the week, more in particular those EMEA scrim watch parties that Greek does. Shout out, homie. I love that you do that because let me just tell you, the saddest thing I've ever heard Greek say is Cybercats eliminated. You can't say that this time, Greek. You can't say that this time.
I mean, they do say Cats have 9 lives, and we clearly saw that in play today here, especially in this match. And their Horizon ult was just so great. Chef's kiss. And Cybercats does take first place with 23 overall points, 11 kills. The only other person that came close to that was ANC outplayed at 10. Look at these point structures, Tiff.
Look, I love it. Outplayed, kind of effectively staving off pushes. They got to launch site early. Andy Jax woke up, and the team finally making some moves happen. But even though Aurora went outside the top 5, 7 eliminations throughout their journey, kind of making their way into ring. Let's cut on over to 11th through 20th, because I'm curious to see how this works out for 40% worse, not able to grab any eliminations this game, but LCDF winning that initial contest gave them 4 eliminations, and albeit it may not be the best, but it's pretty consistent. I know Rain Day likes to harp on the fact that it's 5 to 8 points to stay consistent, to stay in the game and play for the top, and that's almost there.
Yeah, Yeah, and of course, this is the first time that they have been fighting A and C, right? So, of course, they're going to have to get used to each other's play style, figure out how exactly they want to change their team pushes. But yeah, not looking so great for Element 6 right now, as they were eliminated out in 20th place. And UAIM also.
That's true. We do have that new winner. Let's look at kind of the top three, the damage, the eliminations. And although Made in Heaven had Godspot cure their listening, only one elimination was able to reign supreme from that, but they did put up an exponential amount of damages. But for the full English, we were so excited to see them get that second place on that final match of Stormpoint, carry that momentum forward. And Sir Del, I don't know what's in the water for the Watsons that are just absolutely cracked. 5 eliminations for them. But more importantly, Cybercats on the 11, 3,600 damage, a banger first game for World's Edge.
Yeah, what a great way to kick off World's Edge. And we are getting told by Zephyr that Full English after that game are now second place for KP. Wow. Now we are looking at the series results so far for match day 2, and Aurora sitting in first place with 67 points, followed by second place Made in Heaven at 37.
That 30-point points differential is insane. But I'm so glad we got to see the first 4 games for A and C go the way of Aurora, the full English, with 35 points, knowing that they lost out on that initial contest in Stormpoint at Zoo Station. We even had that listening, and it was sounding so chaotic, but to bounce back from that and put the points down on the board, second for KP, that is one of the craziest comebacks I've seen in a while.
It is incredible what these pro players can do under pressure, and that's why they're the pros. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 5 ready for you.
Hello and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series here in EMEA. We just finished off our first game on World's Edge after the first half being on Stormpoint and Zephyr. It was a big turnaround for the Cyber Kittens, but they weren't the only team that we were looking at. Made in Heaven also had a wonderful game 4.
Then they've come out on top now and are competing for a top 5 position. Speaking of competing, though, not just our players here, but for the folks at home, the ALGS offers the Split 1 Challenger Circuit. The registration still hasn't closed here. You guys can get yourself together with a team, jump into a roster, and compete these upcoming weekends, February 3rd through 5th, and potentially find yourself a spot among these pros.
I know we're talking about Made in Heaven right now, but match day 1, it was all about ANC outplayed, and guess what? Same story there. The Challenger Circuit into Pro League has produced monstrous teams that are really, really difficult for especially some of our squads that have been around here for a while, or IGLs that are trying to stay on top of the competition, to actually keep ahead of, because you are constantly, especially in Challenge Circuit, competing against people who are going through these really long tournaments, who are mechanically just at the top of their game, and that is where we ultimately culminate to now in the Pro League, where you have people who are not just really good at pressing their buttons, but really smart on top of it all. We've had 4 games of crazy action, and I want to talk a little bit about the smarts that it took for Cybercats to actually walk away with last game, Zephyr, because they made mention of it on the broadcast. Tiff and Stella were both wondering at this fuse, and it's cool to see it getting used on World's Edge.
We've slowly started to see the fuse notably sneak into the fray when it comes to compositions in North America, but EMA has left us a little tired and sad without the pickup really appearing. This is the first time after day one we've actually gotten the opportunity to take a look at it, and notably it comes out of the Cybercats, a team who was playing last week. So a lot of great zoning control, a lot of great pressure, and you see that come into play in how free Cybercats were allowed to walk up, take high ground, and win our Game 4.
Now we'll see how Game 5 plays out as we drop in once again. Now that we're approaching the back half of the day, getting down to the final 2 games, the pressure's really on, especially for teams that have been losing contests so far. We get back to another one in Harvester with the Cybercats currently on top, taking out the first member of Vex. Zanya using the triple take as almost a shotgun.
If you remember Ranches and crew from rosters previously, Harvester is their home here. Vex have snuck in. They've found the backdoor key and are trying to take this one away, but this is a team that knows this best. Already with knockdown and a push out from Vex, it's likely that they hold this spot dominantly now.
This wasn't the only contest that I want to keep our eyes on. We've also got up north where Element 6 are relegated out of Game 5. Lecitas de France end up taking them down, and it's so early on into the game, this will hardly impact the rotation.
This is, I mean, we're not even talking about the earliest moments right off a drop. LCDF make their rotation out from the east, and they easily come out in that 3v3. This is a discussion we had before the games even started today, and I'll be honest with you, Dia, in my discussions with E6 behind the scenes, they were kind of brushing this one off like it was no sweat, but the scrim results are congruent. CD de France are coming out on top.
And I mean, so much now that, they were able to do it so quickly that it should still leave Lecitas de France with plenty of time to rotate on their own schedule, not being infringed upon by other teams, and importantly being able to follow up on, say, fours that are just now moving on through landslide should they choose to. Mind, take a small engagement, do get shot in the back a little bit. Now, even with a Watson caught between a rock and a hard place, have got nowhere to go.
Yolu on the way outside is able to take down Lufka for the 1v1 situation here. The slide out bounce against the wall. Damage surge to the side with an L-Star. And Electrify Steel find their way back to a gray screen.
It was really, really close, but the Eva helping out at the very end means that Mind get to stay in the game in another ruthless southern zone. We did look at the map briefly, but just the fact that we are going back down over to launch site means that we get to run back a lot of the same rotations again.
For many of these teams, it's going to be an experience that they hopefully can learn from, notably 07. One of those rosters that I'm really looking to at least find their resurgence here. They've shown that they can stand up against the test of times in what was A and B. Here in the C, though, like I said before we went to break, cold engines.
7, with the fortifications that they currently have, should be having plenty of time to rev those up, shall we say, Zephyr. Get themselves going a little bit for the late game. It is still going to be really difficult with the level of shields that they have, with the loot that they're currently working with, but you got a little bit lucky on a few picks, and perhaps you're able to get some death boxes going and turn that into an even bigger game. This is in large part a slower game, though, as Game 5 tends to be. It's Game 6 where we see teams really panicking, worrying about how many points they're going to put up. This should be our most conservative one so far, as yes, we've dropped 2 teams, but in large part, Other squads that are sitting, say, in launch site or even on late rotations in are choosing to avoid each other, even teams like Red Dragon and 202 that we saw clash at Stacks in game number 1.
With these teams now with a little bit more time on their belt to readdress maybe some of their better setup, see some changes. One, though, that doesn't differ is, of course, the Cybercats making a reappearance here towards the south side of launch site, trying to fight their way in, and this is the best time to do it. We talk about these positions as they become contested through the embers of this south side in late game, and if you're down somewhere on this low ground, it's usually incredibly punishing. So, while I don't know if every building ahead is available, they still try to extend. Notably, that's not their Dark Veil there, so actually pressured 07 out quite well, and they're going to get Nasky back.
Big part of Cybercat's game plan is to do with the ult excel that they just dropped. They initially had to use Fuse ult just to stay alive, and now actually need to make use of it in order to get themselves off of the low ground. With Passion coming in, another ultimate gets expended by the Cybercats to hold off the push, keep them from having to deal with the potential of a third party until much later. They need to get settled in launch site, and that means time. Passion are going to give them exactly that, moving out through tree, because really, Passion aren't looking for a zone place to play. They're looking for kills out of this particular choke.
And they've done well enough. They know now they extend, wait out those ultimates, and then now readdress these positionings. For Cybercats, it's answered. They do have that building available. So, well, yes, they extend in terms of the cooldowns. They will be available to get those back as we talk about round 1, 2, and 3, which in the end maybe could fall towards the exterior. Go next to R1C. They hold hands out here towards our southwest.
I'm glad to see them running the Fuse, even if it comes in air quotes at the cost of a conduit. Seeing Go Next use Fuse just reminds me of how well they were able to do with that particular pick at Split 2 playoffs year 3. For the moment, the amount of harassment that Fuse is able to provide has really been tangible, especially on a map like this where people tend to be clustered really close together. World's Edge doesn't let you control the same amount of space as, say, Stormpoint does when Aurora were doing really well. Instead, it's favoring teams that can sit in buildings and try and get a little bit cheeky, if not dominate the whole lobby.
And in moments like these, Zanya will prove exactly why that Fuse sings here. Just a quick knuckle cluster to the dome forces Passion down to the low ground into a spot which I do worry for them. I know we talked a lot about the edge and potential play there, but the positions where they were in terms of transition are now held by the Forge. This is something that they're going to have to inevitably deal with if the Forge opts to come through this choke, and then in the end, they don't take that fight extremely clean. It doesn't go all the way their side. Cybercats 07, they just get to free peek.
Now there may be the option for, say, an evac tower from Forge, some other way to get around Passion, but typically when we move over to launch site, you'll see teams playing even further south than the launch site buildings even extend, and that's not really a possibility in this game. We may have some squads that sit underneath the mine or try and share a building with them, ultimately to the death of both, but for the moment, all the positions in launch site that you can realistically play and sustainably play have been taken. Passion really taking the last one, if we even want to call it that, for without a Watson, you really can't hold underneath like that.
Now, something I do want to bring up here is you just barely see at the top of the screen is Aurora. Just starting to foot their way out of Monument here, and this is giving me a lot of those at least feelings of the previous iteration of this roster and what was Fire Beavers. Most folks don't know this, but the Beavers had the slowest rotating times of any roster on World's Edge, and even with just a slight change to Hardeki, the callouts don't seem to change. They are an edge preferential team that are continuing to extend their time in these zones as long as they can to get themselves looted, crafted, and set up before they start to take these fights.
Not a whole lot of crafters left on the way in. Harvester, the last one before Lava Siphon, where things are going to get a lot more difficult. 40% worse. Do sit there for the moment, as they have been a slow rotating team through all of today, trying to take fights around the edge, and yet not really finding active positions from which to do so. Take this one, for example, as up on these fences, 40% worse can poke at other people, but they can't really start fights in any tangible way, and ultimately we'll have to move down to launch site with everyone else, facing up against teams like Phoenix Legacy and the Full English.
Now for 2R1C, they make quick moves out towards Thermal, but this is a team that usually likes to make their way into hard zone. The fact that they're contesting for evac on the exterior of Lava Siphon is unusual for a team that usually holds heavy presence. I mean, that's the reason why they sit in the top 5 right now, where a majority of their placement comes from.
It's especially weird because they came from Thermal. Like, 2R1C did not have to take the slow rotate, but in doing so have opted into a much more chaotic game for themselves, perhaps feeling like getting into launch site was a little bit too risky, a few too many unknowns. They exposed themselves to a different kind of risk, and are yet another team running Fuse, where, especially on Edge, while still useful, I don't feel that Fuse shines nearly as much.
No, it capitalizes, like you said in the early game, on those buildings and holding strong positions in zone control, which is something that 2R1C are going to have to struggle with as they try to fight for positions in. Meanwhile, this feels a lot like deja vu with, of course, the Cité de France here in the midst of Tree. Last time around, good pushes onto Mind and Crew allowed them to take this position away, but was then a push onto Go Next that saw them faltering. Thankfully, I think this time around they're a lot more respectful in terms of the movement.
I have a feeling in my gut, Zephyr, and the feeling in my gut is just that this in Shree, this is not good for anybody. Nobody is benefiting from this position. Take a look at your maps and draw a straight line down from 40% worse and a straight line east from Go Next. That's where everyone is going. On this next ring close, nobody is moving into launch site through this choke point that Passion hold. Everyone knows that's a death sentence, and it means we will have a knockdown, drag-out brawl on the northern side of this POI that'll involve 4, if not more, teams.
And notably, as we take a look at that next zone in particular, the western side is incredibly punishing this time around. Sometimes you get to play a little bit of the outside of that choke over towards the pillars, and that can sustain teams for a little bit longer. We're going deep inside the launch site. That's something that comes back to punish these rosters, as they don't really have a place to foot for space. Meanwhile, Dia, Aurora, a team that extends their time on the outskirts, just barely are starting to work their way in the zone, and now we might begin to see them fight here.
It's problematic too, because Red Dragon do have to rotate into Aurora. They don't have a choice. 202 hold the high ground by Dome, as we saw just briefly behind them. So with Red Dragon and Aurora ostensibly having to clash and on low ground in the open, Aurora have to not just win a fight, but rotate through a bunch of open space in order to survive. Fortunately, it will be against a weakened Red Dragon who did try and to make their way back, but with Vex now appearing on the low ground, it is a 3-way team battle on the eastern side of the ring, and that's to say nothing of the chaos we already foreshadowed on the west.
This might be good, though, for Aurora. Vex potentially weakening those out in front of them here, as they are now picked off from behind. Just ahead, Aurora instantly dropping Clemmy. Faco not looking much better. Is just Babylon, the one who extended for these heavy rotations to breed this one through. Irene looking low, but able to stick the battery as the rest of the team cleans it up. 202 from response, but this swing from Aurora!
He's just getting ganked from behind. It does leave everything in the hands of Hardeki, and what we have seen Hardeki clutch up before. In this particular position, committing onto the low ground does not seem worth the risk, and he's going to head for the hills. The cleanup does happen on the low ground as Red Dragon go down. 2R1C meet their fate as well, and Vex are still somehow alive on low ground, even popping up to try and finish off Hardeki with the O-Star at close range. Babylons will do it. Aurora are down, and now Vex, having 5 KP to their names, will back up onto the low ground and pray that nobody notices.
With 202, though, in that northern vicinity, Dia, I think it is clear as day. Babylon's there, stuck from behind, as Miss Kim making impressions already, finding at least 100 on the back end. A zip, though, in a wall does provide some cover, but we know for a fact the full English and, of course, LCDF on the other side. Yeah, capitalizing.
LCDF did end up winning this whole western side debacle from Trey. They picked up most of the kills, have managed to hold out in the truck, even get access to a crafter that dropped into the map late. And now, with an evac tower to make your way in, it's not just the full angles that can benefit. LCDF should be able to do this as well, moving into launch site just in time. Both these squads are going to have to hope that they're able to find some meager position, because as we already said, launch site is very much occupied, and LCDF have not found themselves very welcome.
No, we talked about this incredibly early on with Passion playing the underground stairwell position. They'll look for great pushes, and they'll find the damage that they need here. A double knock on the counter side top, and for LCDF are done in dust in 11. It is only Denze, but just as it happens, Cybercats look to punish, look to take advantage. It's almost verbatim.
That fuse ult working as intended. Just lay down the fire and watch from above. Cybercats are waiting for these kills to come to them, and 07 are doing much the same thing on the opposite side of this bridge. With a tentative position in zone, Cybercats still have cover to work with. 07 should have picked up and did pick up just a few kills on Passion. Both teams playing actively in this ring, and Cats getting a little bit more active as they look down on ANC outplay.
It's a good start with Andy Jax, our leader in terms of presence on that team from last week, eliminated. But it's these shots from across that make it oh so difficult for the likes of OP. A great move from Alonzi over here to take advantage of these angles. And heck, even a knuckle cluster from across the bend there, which barely didn't wipe out Willow.
Honestly, not going to be able to see anything for now, but whether or not you can take out Willem, the focus should be on the rotation ahead. 30 seconds left on this ring, and an especially difficult rotate for every team in the lobby, notably with this going as far south as it is. A few teams in that building, teams like Mind, Phoenix Legacy should be okay. You know who else should be able to be okay is 07.
It'll be tough, though, when we talk about this end game for 07. They'll have to fight against the height of that building. For Cybercats here, they're trying to clean up the remnants of OP as best they can, but the amount of damage and resources it has taken to do so is absurd. Inevitably, they will win this out, and maybe they'll get some extra loot here, but it cost quite a bit to take out just one.
It took entirely too much time, and it means that Cats don't get to push 07. They don't get to bombard them with the fuse and try and push them out of place. Instead, Cats are now in the middle of the ring, and with 202 having just finished off Vex on the high ground, 202 can now turn their attention onto the Cats on low ground, perhaps not ending their game, but making it a whole lot more difficult. And with Mitscam firing like that, I may have spoken a little bit too soon. The game for Cybercats may soon be over as Mitscam makes a huge wrap on the bottom side, taking out the Cybercats.
Now, notably, though, this is the position that switches the location of 202 back in around from what was their initial height here. They have no choice, given that it is held heavenly by Mind ahead. And what might come back to bite them now as they face just Ozzy Owl being the last one remaining here to potentially stick this one out. But look towards Phoenix Legacy. This is a team that holds the height in control in a way that should influence their success in this end game.
I just can't believe what we're seeing right now. Phoenix Legacy, yes, fantastic position on high ground. They could get second, they could get first, but 07 being in essentially the same position? I mean, who pushes 07 here? You can't. Phoenix Legacy can't give up high ground. Mind can't swing past Phoenix Legacy. 07 are also in a first, if not second position.
It's going to come down to Mind. Of all these teams here, depending on whether they take the fight directly to Phoenix Legacy or look for massive sweeps across to play for the low ground, that will decide which of these teams come out in terms of preferential decision-making in this endgame.
We gotta know where the ult cooldowns are at. Phoenix Legacy, having just put down the pylon, do have so much defense that you can't imagine that Mind want to push this. But if Mind somehow have cover to get down onto the low ground, they can cause problems for 07. In comes the Wraith with Sanka getting behind. This, you have to imagine, is a portal, but a portal out of zone. Nobody can take that to follow up on Sanka. Mind do not have things like Catwall or Bank Smoke to further obscure their rotation in, and they are going to get shut out of this rotation. 07 gatekeeping them from below.
A fantastic move from 07 there that might have just decided their win. If Mind don't opt to make this move now or soon, Phoenix are left alone. They go for the drop even after that lack of success. This should be, I mean, this is Phoenix Legacy's game to lose.
Letting this happen, letting the fight occur. Phoenix Legacy don't actually want to interfere with this too much as they need 07 to overextend on the low ground, but Mind have come back up to the high ground and 07 could not be happier.
This forces out that EMP well in earlier than Phoenix Legacy were expecting. They lose out on the fences and are forced to quickly return with the Epi. A massive double PK to find a quick wipe on Mind. 07 leaps up, but he doesn't know how weak they truly are.
07 come up top, and while they almost win the fight, Amphi has no help. Nasky's the last one standing. Finishes up kill on top, gets a shield swap, and with the flatline in close range, a PK reload. It's gonna come down to who can hit their shots. Nasky one pumps him, and 07 take the winning game 5.
In what could have been a terrifying situation for 07, leaping into a full health Phoenix Legacy, they decide their fate, and in the end, it's a quick one pump from Nasky to send for the win.
Oh my god, hitting a reload behind a knockdown shield never feels good. But popping up like that and straight up winning the game in a single shot, there's nothing like it. That was great play from, of course, 07. Phoenix Legacy as well, navigating that end circle really remarkably.
I think everything alongside Mind there and their decision making for either 07 and Phoenix Legacy is something to take a look out there, because for Mind, from the low ground to back up, both of these rosters had to make quick decisions here to put themselves in the best spot. And ultimately, well, yes, Phoenix Legacy was the team that got sent on there. Their early setup and a lot of the presence that they were showing made that wipe onto Mind so quick that they still could have relatively come out on top.
Incredible presence of mind. We'll talk a little bit more about it, but first, taking a look at this game's leaderboard. 07 with a fantastic first place. The zone prediction, the end game circle play, it all came down to this, and this is going to mean a lot for them on the leaderboards.
A big resurgence, but it's going to need to be bigger if they want to continue to push for that top 5 or further, where the real lion's share of those overall points exist here.
Now let's take a look at the 11th through 20th place, because this is where the pressure is really on when it comes into Game 6. For teams like Aurora, you can call this perhaps not a great game, but at least you're all right. The same cannot be said for teams like 40% Worse, or say Red Dragon even, who have not gotten that high up in the standings yet. Go Next and ESG also starting to get a little bit concerned, and I think that concerned is absolutely the operative word in my mind when I think about the way that went for Element 6.
They talked earlier about this contest being no slight, no issue, and instead it has been the Thord and E6's side.
This was, of course, the final 2 teams in our most recent game. 07 and Phoenix Legacy on the day have had very different games. They've sat in very different positions. Phoenix Legacy prioritizing zone, of course, but sitting on the outside of launch site got a lot more damage in. A big part of this, Zephyr, and we can come back to talking about the end game now, I think does have to do with the presence that you talked about them showing, but I want to talk about Mind and the way that they approached this, because Mind, in deciding between these 2 teams, had to pick the lesser of 2 evils, and ultimately a 3v3 against Phoenix Legacy does feel better than a 3v6 against 07 and Phoenix Legacy as you rotate on the low ground.
It's true, and in the end, they're doing the best that they can there, because ultimately, while it isn't the win that they search for, they know they can at least contest for second if they take that fight appropriately. At that point, that team, you can go jump into their comms. I highly doubt they're looking for first at that moment. They have to make the choice decision to take it away. In the end, it actually pushes them into the top 10.
This is pretty darn incredible to see Phoenix Legacy moving on up to 6th. 07 still technically just out of contention for the top 10, with LCDS fighting prowess keeping them in that position. We've got 1 game left to see where these teams go on the day. Teams like ANC have fallen pretty far down the leaderboards after their debut, and Element 6 joining right alongside them, 40% worse as well. So we got to keep our eyes on these teams who do have a lot of pressure on them, especially those from Group A that are playing for their second day. As I said, one more game to go. Before we jump into it, we are going to take a quick break, get some water, because this next one is going to be real exciting.
All right, well, we've only got one more match left for our ALGS match day number 2 for EMEA this morning. And, well, I'm back. Hey, Dia, epic job casting with Zephyr on that last matchup, because all I saw was the fact that 07 got a well-deserved victory, and it was a very clutch moment there at the end by Nasky.
It really was, and that was a very tense lead up to it as well, with our second Southern Zone launch site somehow even more punishing than right outside of Dome, just because of all the buildings that become so powerful. And now, with one game left, I gotta say, Tiff, I don't even know what to think. I don't know who's going to walk away with this win, and I certainly don't know where the zone is going to be, although when we were on Storm Point, we got 2 similar ones and one very different, so we can always
That's true. That's true. So if we're going different, can we just go ahead and ask for a Skyhook zone? Can we make that call out?
Oh God, I hope not. I mean, maybe. Skyhook zones they're tough, and they certainly put the pressure on teams like E6 and LCDF, who were a highlight of the early game just in round 5. So I'm not sure what I want, honestly, Tiff, and I think that's okay with Apex Legends. I think we can roll the dice, see what we get, and I can guarantee that whatever it is, I'll be happy with it by the time we get into mid-game, because these teams have not been disappointing.
Not been disappointing indeed. And I mean, Hardeki, the GOAT, the legend, during my break, all I saw was on the timeline just Aurora, Hardeki clips, go galore. The Grim Reaper, he's back, and will they continue to reign dominance on our lobby today? Well, we've only got one more match, and we're in the dropship, and I'm ready to see it.
I love the way that in the pre-show interview, Oirain sort of framed this as, well, yeah, we were looking for somebody, we had a few issues, we thought, hey, Hardeki's a cool guy, let's pick him up, and right now, as you say, it is Hardeki that everyone is talking about on this roster. Huge pickup, and we're back to Contest City, seeing who comes out on top of this as Vex and Cybercats go at it once again.
Knuckle clusters incoming already, just whittling away onto Vex, but Babylon's grabs the purple shield, and the Radiant transfer regen does come through. But with Cybercats able to push Vex out of Harvester, they're looking to do so again. But as Wig would say, napkin, 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 Things might be a little tough for them this far.
Especially with the purple on the other side of this. Vex not only have the Radiant Transfer, but the extra shield HP to back it up, and on Babylon's no less. A terrifying player, especially if you ever watched this fella play out of Challenger Circuit. I would not want to mess with it. Ranches does get chunked out pretty heavily, and Cybercats perhaps on the verge of trying to give up this contest, but Vex have a real curious approach. Oobing on this rotation, they drop down. Clemmy cracks for flesh, and Fatco on the flank means that Cybercats are wiped out.
And this is not good for Cybercats, who are second overall on the day, and essentially this will crack open the leaderboard. The full English Made in Heaven, they're waiting in the midst to try and push them out of the top 3, and now we just have to wait. And Dia, what is this? What is this?
Oh my god, Tiff, you were not joking about the script. You knew the whole time.
Look,
here I was thinking it was just a bit of innocent
on the
fun.
broadcast, man, and you know how Graceful likes to talk to the devs? No, I'm just kidding. I am totally kidding.
For legal reasons. For legal reasons, we're kidding. We do have, I'll say, a more complicated game path now for a lot of our teams, not just out of the South, but including even teams like Aurora, who now get to change their strategy completely out of Climatizer, likely moving through the train line, but ultimately, if you're looking at where they're starting, they've got a good read. They'd like to get access to crafting. Epicenter starts to become a lot more attractive. Landslide for a lot of teams as well.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be really interesting because look where Made in Heaven has positioned themselves. We've seen a lot of zones pull specifically there and not actually end up on that Skyhook side, and typically you'll also see people playing that tunnel line. So I'm curious to see Made in Heaven evacing, making the choice to go deep into Skyhook.
And I think that if you're betting on a Skyhook ending, and you probably should be at this point in the game, if you've got zone read, and you likely do, this is what you're predicting, you do need to get into these buildings rather quickly. There are a lot of them now, but based on what your specific IGL's read is on the ring, you've really only got 1 or 2 options for an actual winning position. So zone teams are not really feeling relaxed at this point in the game. Instead, the pressure is very much on them to move as fast as possible. Edge teams, however, this is where they big chill.
This is where they big chill. I see no chill. I see thermites. I see prominence burns. I see things akin to only things that you would see in My Hero. But UAIM have fallen, and LCDF having to battle around the energy barricade that's effectively been thrown down inside the building. Now, I really do love conduit ults that are utilized inside because they can be so dangerous.
Certainly can. This is worrying me, however. E6's rotation down. Remember, as a SkyWest landing enthusiast, E6's positioning doesn't really, I assume, make them feel too good about the way that the ring has chosen to go this time around. Passion can't be feeling happy about it either, as it does mean they've even got to fight somebody for their rotation up, but E6, they've got no real loot to work with. They've got very little space. The one thing that's saving them is that they do technically have high ground, a better position than Passion have at the moment. I assume make them feel too good about the way that
really curious to see how they effectively tackle this. Denze kind of leading the charge, trying to whittle away at the shields, but Element 6, they are poised to get a position into Skyhook and continue on that rotation. And just 14th overall on the day, knowing that they won that initial matchup in A versus B, can only imagine that Case Winnie is just not too pumped on the way this day has gone, but still knowing that they can make a play for game number 6 and try to do essentially damage control on the day's performance, I'm sure we'll see that.
Yeah, I mean, they're prowling around for now, seeking out kills, and Element 6 should be able to find a few, and by sitting in Countdown, have access to the next ring console as well, which actually could be a big determiner of their success, prioritizing that. But with all the teams that we talked about moving around in zone, with the pressure really on them, Phoenix Legacy have played so remarkably today that I can't help but want to know what's going on in their heads, Tiff. So let's take a listen in. Element 6 should be able to find a few, and by
yeah. dude, the audio I heard below, I was like, what the fuck is happening?
This building is also free. There's a team here, I think.
I think we should stay here for now, no? If anything, we can Valkyrie from behind the building.
I'm just looking what's happening. We can Valkyrie from behind the building. Yeah, wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad.
I was like, what the fuck is happening?
But the thing is, I think that... Oh wait, this team is right here, so watch out.
Okay. Are they shooting somebody or what?
My drone. I'm just leaving it right here in case they try to push.
Yeah. I just don't want to let them see that we have fights. Wait, they're coming close. Down the door. I'm with the subs.
And as we come back, Dia, the question that you asked, I want to look inside their head, and they all sound cool, calm, collected, actively looking for insight throughout the entirety of the players. And yes, 07 was trying to look for an opening onto Phoenix Legacy, but when you get punished from a team also just kind of overlooking, it's the 30-30s that have been really just dominant in being able to punish any form of extensions.
And a nice little handshake emoji for everybody who likes to play zone, just because of the coverage that you're able to allow each other, like you talked about. Cool, calm, and collected, and most importantly, calming everything for Phoenix Legacy, for every team that's sat in zone right now, because while right now it may not matter, teams like 07 that are looking for cheeky plays do have to be monitored, and they've got the potential to mess up your game a little bit later when eventually you do have to rotate in. Knowing who is where they think the zone is going to end, that's what it's all about, and it's what Phoenix Legacy is in the best place to observe. Taking another look at this ring, a lot of teams have read this in a similar way. It's get into Skyhook or die outside of Skyhook.
I'm most concerned with 40% worse right now. They've anchored down inside that tunnel, and as Aurora rotates in, they seem to have effectively found one member of 40% worse waiting for reinforcements from the remaining two players, and a 9-imp staple as a Bangalore. It's smoking forward, coupling alongside the Digi threat to try and find the upper hand, but 9 Impulse, a Bangalore as well, going against Shiv, known for the Bangalorean Warlord, effectively has to come off and hit the Phoenix kit. But for 40% worse, can they manage that push? Aurora has to get to Skyhook.
A6 getting pushed. They made the conscious decision to move out into Countdown, hang on for what we have to imagine is the next ring scan. But even now, looking at it, this is not an option any longer. E6 have to survive 2R1C, who are choosing to rotate past him into Skyhook. But E6 also don't have much to do outside of Skyhook. They don't have a console legend. They cannot get access to the next ring. And if they're not picking up kills, I gotta ask myself, what on earth are they doing?
It's a very good question, but for the time being, we'll go back to that later. Oirein hits the ult, pops the scans, looks for information to be able to allow Hardeki and 9 Impulse to get in there, and Hardeki, the Grim Reaper himself, opening it up with a knock on to Zeri, turning the tides of that fight in their favor. A little 3-2 action.
Ordnance is making the real difference in that particular case. You may not be able to peek through a box, but you can make it an unplayable area. Vex have taken note of the fight in tunnel and are starting to move in as well, putting 40% worse in an even worse position. No way out, really, but through one of the sides of this tunnel that leads either into Skyhook or into the soon-to-be completely out-of-zone survey camp.
Tough positioning here for Vex. They're going to have to find their way else towards Skyhook. And now that I think about it, 2R1C on that rotation kind of from the western side of Skyhook, there's a ring console that's relatively available to them. They'll probably look to seek and get that scan and find something that's viable for them. And you can see it's just north of where they are. If they are able to grab that ring console information and have everyone else effectively call the zone wrong and you clear that out, this is a good game for 2R1C then.
And everyone else has effectively called the zone wrong. Taking a look at the map right now, there is so much fighting that's going to happen, or at least relocation on the eastern side of Skyhook. 2R1C should be able to get the scan, put themselves into an optimal position as Passionate and ANC do have a decent one. Aurora, completely unbothered by anything ring related, are simply seeking down their prey. It's what's worked for them so well on Stormpoint, and it's giving them a lot better of a chance of success, because the thing that separates Aurora from the rest of the rosters that we've seen today has been their ability to control the space around them. And once you get into Skyhook, you can't really do that. It's much better for Aurora to play edge, to exert pressure onto other squads, and then be forced into everyone else's game once they get into the actual city.
Ooh, and for Vex, so I was curious about their positioning, but it really opens them up to find a lone solo Wraith portaling out, trying to survive. But the one thing I know about playing Wraith a lot, anytime you portal to heal, a lot of people will just straight up chow it. Take your portal, you're essentially giving them the ticket to find you.
No, you play in lobbies with a lot more ego than I do. I am never shouting that. I see a Wraith portal on 2 HP and I'm like, that's good for you. Enjoy.
GG go next, right?
Yeah.
ESG though, 17th overall of the day, trying to find their way in towards Skyhook, and this tunnel effectively, I feel like I'm looking at a shooting range and they're just gonna start popping up, and Light just needs to start connecting some of these 30-30 shots because with that Skull Piercer effectively giving that damage boost, let's make it happen.
Evac tower available, of course, for ESG. They can make their way up towards Grandma's house in case of an emergency. Element 6, remember, on the other side of this, choosing to play out of Countdown. This has to be where the game plan for E6 starts to kick in as well. Very little room to maneuver for the squads around them, and KP has to be what they're thinking of.
And Lufka able to find the lone member of Red Dragon, but Phoenix Legacy goes down at the hands of Aurora, who have just been racking up the KP, looking to extend on that points differential that they've been able to hold throughout the entire lobby. Man, we were so curious to see the performance in the debut of Group C, and they have not let us down.
ESG starting to make their way over to Countdown. This is the fight that, I mean, E6 have to take, that they have to have been planning for the entire time. They've taken 0 fights up until now. A smoke goes out towards ESG, who are not going to give up on this rotate. This is the only way they make it into zone. Again, things like an evac tower are possible, but you have to imagine we're taking a fight. E6 are looking like they don't even want to.
It's crazy because a lot of the average duration of fights in match day number 1, we're sitting around 30 seconds. This zone closes in 30 seconds. So we need to do it. We need to do it quick. But in the meantime, LCDF has fallen and Aurora takes down another victim. 07 finding themselves in dire straits. Amphi just trying to heal up and survive as much as they can here in Diner and moving towards the staircase. We find so much damage value here, and Nags trying to hit the flank, and Amphi finds one. Can we get another? But no, falls. The trades come out. Outplayed. Andy Jax trying to live up to Shex's hype, but it's not going to be enough. Nasky clutches again.
Quick reset as nobody else in the area to third party on this, and really nice movement from 07 as well to cover all angles of this second story. They now look out defensively for themselves, perhaps keeping an eye behind on the tunnel as well, as E6 and ESG should be flying in right about now. Aurora do not get to survive, Vex being the ones to eliminate them.
So with our first top 2 teams, Cybercats and Aurora, out of the lobby, the full English Made in Heaven 2R1C, those will be the teams that withstand below. But for Light with ESG, trying to make siege onto this building, looking for the full to garner a shield swap. Lufka and co. still able to find more success. Element 6, K-Sweaty just throws down, turns the tide of the battle. Incoming ordinances, ultimates galore. Can K-Sweaty live?
Manages to at least recover the banner and likely a shield swap in the next couple of seconds. Out it comes, but grenades still keep E6 honest inside this building. No access to a respawn beacon just yet. Might have a Moby, but even then, very difficult to get your third back into the game. Likely E6 are going to have to play this out as a duo with so many other teams looking in upon them.
Numbers are whittling down, and 40% worse fallen just before that as well. But as we get a good look at that map, the full English Made in Heaven, that's going to be a very vital skirmish for good positioning here, and there's a lot of chaos, Dia.
Made in Heaven in full English. I mean, we've talked about full English. They are in third. They could take first this game. A very good position from them in this building. And with proper usage of the high ground, you can absolutely find a win as either Made in Heaven or full English. It's kind of funny to see both of these teams that are so close in the standings be so close to each other physically.
ESG has fallen and 2R1C has to rotate. Let's jump into a listen in and hear how they'll navigate it.
Guys, and right
What's
as well, they're gonna move.
What's in it to cross?
They walled on the other side, guys, they walled here. On the other side, yeah, I'm milling. Just watch out, back. Watch, moving, move, watch, let it see. I'm milling, okay? On our left, guys. Guys, watch behind. On me. She's here, ready, guys. I won't really need to wait. Just wait.
I'm batting. After bat, we go. After bat. 2 seconds.
I'm in space. Go. I'm going now. Be careful under. There can be people under. There might be. Just clean up Sako with you. He's free. Get it. Hold on. Just hold, guys. Peek in the staircase. 70 on him. He cannot twitch, just hold. On the open field as well. Here, Sako, neck left.
Good cut, here. We need to hold this. Don't care too much about KP.
I will. Pretty chill. We have God spot. In the open as well. We need to avoid getting shot from the back. Be careful behind you, Sako. Don't die, bro. They have DG. Okay. They have Crypto as well. I will pop an ult XL. I'm not dying.
They're gonna play for
Please don't let me stick on, bro. Stick together. Shoot right, Mizzy, please. Here, D. You're left, Mizzy. Careful the back. We win this fucking game.
They're gonna push us at some point.
He's gonna peek.
We need to have. I'm gonna pay them austerities, okay?
Yeah, okay.
We need one guy to watch this whole time.
I will wall later here and we play here, okay?
Can you watch the back after Yerka?
Yeah.
I can.
We should triple
watch. We should double. At least double.
Triple. I'm gonna have a look here as well, but triple watch this shit.
I will use wall for protection. I don't have bots. I just wall forward here. I wall there, okay? I will wall. You just follow me, okay? Believe in me. That's it.
Take cross. The team left cross. You can play for TC.
Yeah. Just one guy behind you.
Left side.
Here, they're gonna do.
Yeah, look. All left side free, guys. All left side free.
Yeah, it's fine. We gotta play here. You see this? You need to look right side. I will wall to here.
Yeah, we go and play left.
Careful the back still.
Yeah, still. Be careful.
Make sure.
Yeah, just chill. I will wall and you need to watch right side. 3 shots right side. You got this, baby. Do a good ult to Sako. In front of us.
I'm ulting now.
Holding it.
Chill. I wall the wall. It's a good wall.
You have wall on everyone. You see on the right.
Play the wall. On me, Check on me! Sako!
I'm coming!
Here! I'm raising, I'm sticking!
Yeah.
Shoot! Don't farm easy! We need to wipe! Wipe them!
Come left, I think. Come left. Come to me.
I'm with you, Mizzy.
I'm with me, here. Here, AFK.
I'm not making it.
Right side!
Oh my, in front as well!
Right back!
Hook in the front!
I'm going up, we can wipe that.
Just you. I think we can right or left. Go left.
Go left.
No.
On the front.
Oh, you guys, I crack one in you. Yarka, play Nox.
Play Nox. Top two. Good shit, baby. Nice.
Good job.
You don't get any kills.
Sako, bro, listen, bro, please. Please, bro, listen. We are 10 minutes in the game plan and you almost fuck it up.
Reign supreme, but it's still an 0-7 clutch up here for the back-to-back in maps number 5 and maps number 6 to turn that slower start on Stormpoint into a revengeance arc here. Dia, that was wild. I got the skyhook ending I wanted and it paid off.
And just like I said, whatever it is, I'm happy. And I was very happy at the end of that game, watching 0-7 take the win, and especially seeing how it played out in the comms of the team that ultimately got second place. And I think we saw 2R1C pull a move that a lot of teams made the exact same as. Trying to move out, play underneath the building that Made in Heaven ultimately held, and it didn't work out for them, and everybody committing so many resources to trying to play under Made in Heaven, trying to take away that, in air quotes, God spot, let 07 walk into the other side of the zone uncontested with too many catwalls to track and suffer very few losses as they faced down a partial last squad.
You know, now that I think about it, spending a lot of time in that 2R1C listen and really didn't allow us to see it from 07's perspective. But to grab 15 eliminations, a dominating performance, we've got to see some replays on behalf of Nasky and crew. But as we look towards Passion, ESG, Aurora, 6 eliminations despite going out in 14th place, but they've had a chokehold on this lobby for their debut in Group C. But for Cybercats, man, that second place overall in the day, it's gonna open some things up after this map. But I'd like to bring back Stella and Zephyr. What an exciting match number 6. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Oh my goodness, I really wish that Rats1 controller could have won that one, but obviously they were a little bit off on where exactly they wanted to go, and it just broke my heart to see that. But Zephyr, what did you think?
That second place overall in the day, it's gonna open some things up after this map. But I'd like to bring back
My bad. Zephyr, what did you think of the last circle where Rats1 controller could not pull it together to get that first win?
I mean, really, all I can say is, Yuchako, listen! Because that's about the only thing I heard in those comments at the moment. A little bit of that clarity, or lack thereof, though, really came back to bite 2R1C. In contest to what they were saying, I don't think they actually had the God spot, especially with 07 kind of in more preferential position off of the fence line, the building. But ultimately, their control, especially around those Dark Veils and their opponents, allowed them to transition at least into second overall. And who knows, maybe if we had some better directive there, a potential win on the board.
Yeah, so Tiff, I'm really curious, what was it like just seeing so many Catalyst walls in the end? We saw 2 crossing. I felt like I was getting taken back to a previous season.
It could be Apex Legends or it could be Visual Clutter Legends. That's just typically what it's been like, seeing Catalyst in the mix, especially with year 3 and continuing into year 4. It is so preferential to keep your Dark Veil for those vital end games, to effectively keep that out of sight, out of mind statistic there for you that you brought up in map number 4, I believe. Because if someone doesn't have a direct line of sight or you in their vision, they're going to seek and see who they can shoot and which are their next targets to essentially remove from that end game. And then as soon as that veil drops, that's where things get real mixy.
Yeah, speaking of end games, Zephyr, lead us through the past few end circles that we saw. I mean, clearly there was a lot of chaos in a lot of these circles, so let's take a look back and Zephyr, help us break it down.
Now this one, we obviously start out with a lot of presence towards the likes here of, I believe, Made in Heaven, but ultimately it was Cybercats really exemplifying that fuse in its control, pushing in, zoning, and then in the end, their presence alongside the likes, of course, here at Full English was enough to take this out from a high ground positioning. But I'll tell you what, Dia, you got to catch the end, of course, I believe, of this next game here. I want you to run me through, especially as we start to close out the close here, at least on this final one, how we saw the end for 07, or at least how they transitioned off of what was mine.
Yeah, this was probably my favorite end game of the day. Watching the tension in this and the way that Mind played it out. We did talk about this earlier, Zephyr, but ultimately swinging Phoenix Legacy is the best choice here. What is amazing about this end game is how well Phoenix Legacy handled the next couple of seconds, because while this was ultimately an 07 win, and a well-deserved one with the timing and the positioning that 07 were able to make use of, the fact that Phoenix Legacy almost won this cannot be ignored, and it came down to 1 PK shot separating these squads.
In the end, 1 PK shot is all but end, but I like the fact that we now get to see this from a little bit of a higher potential here. Of course, Tiffany, in the end, the 2R1C don't come out on top, but 07, they take a lot of space.
Yeah, effectively, you see the 3 catwalls and 07 trying to navigate just towards that left-turn side, and although 2R1C, their veil falls forward, 07 is keeping pressure, smoking them out, and albeit the call to push forward here throughout, hip-firing the Havoc and trying to put as much damage, it might actually have been the death of them. And while Hiarka is trying to clutch up and live, Made in Heaven fall, and they were at the top of the leaderboard. And although 07 goes back to back, the thing of the day is 07 were out of the top 15 going into the final 2 matches of the day. And look at the changes here, Stella.
Yeah, this is incredible. 77 points. Aurora sitting in first place, second place Made in Heaven at 55. And you know, even though 2 Rats 1 Controller did not win their last match, they're still sitting at 47, which is not that far off from second place. So listen, I think they did a great job. All of these teams did phenomenal. And I think that this is going to just set their pacing for Group C. And Dia, I don't know, we saw Aurora take 2 wins and 07 as well. Do you think they could do that again?
I would not doubt it, especially if we're talking on Stormpoint. Aurora's, as we said in Game 6, spatial control is what is just far and away better than other teams right now. They're really good at identifying, especially on Stormpoint, their win conditions. And of course, their fighting potential on World's Edge doesn't make the game too difficult for them either. I'm really impressed by their first place position. 07's third as well is remarkable, and I have to give love to Full English, who went from 16th in match day 1 all the way to a top 4 position on just their second day of the ALGS.
Yeah, and speaking of showing some love, I believe that you have someone in mind, Zephyr. Who is your MVP today?
Now, I feel like this is to the surprise of absolutely nobody, but it would be wrong if we didn't put Hardeki up on the board. This is a man who has been through it, not just here today, but for these last few years. This is the first shining light of the Grim Reaper that we have seen since 2022. From clutch moments like this against Go Next to potentially many more on World's Edge that allowed Aurora to stay on top of not just their KP, but the points and of course first place as a whole here. They were the decisive factor in EMEA, and that's a lot of pressure for the man Hardeki himself. He finishes off the day in first overall with the highest damage, 6,692, 15 KP, which then allows him to walk away with the highest KDA, 3.5.
Whew, that is incredible and nothing to sniff at. Now, we are going to be able to talk to someone from Aurora, and unfortunately it's not Hardeki, but it's actually kind of great because we get to go full circle back to Oirain, who we did see an interview snippet with earlier. Hello!
Hello!
I hear them laughing in the background. So we obviously got to hear your snippet before the show, and you talked about having great wipes and synergy, but is this the type of performance you expected or even better?
I think we expected even better, but it's fine for now.
It's fine. I thought you guys did a phenomenal job, but you know what, Tiff, I'm gonna let you take the next question.
It's fine for now, but congratulations, Oirain. This has got to feel good. I remember seeing you guys at Champs, and you were trying to just kind of figure out what was going to be going forward. So it has to feel good on your debut to take the top of the leaderboard. But you mentioned in your interview early on that there were some kind of problems in game with Task. Talk about the transition and bringing Hardeki in, and how has that changed things for your roster? And I know you seek to improve going forward, but just talk to me a little bit about that.
There's a big difference because Hardeki is doing a lot of job for now that we need to. He's making some calls that helping us. He's always watching back. It's helping us, and he's always clutching. So it's good for us. For us.
Hardeki the GOAT, always clutching, and we saw that so much throughout today, and that makes me super happy. But going forward, can you tell me a little bit about your goals for year 4?
We're looking for top 1 in Pro League, top 1 on LAN, top 1 Pro League, top 1 on LAN, top 1 on LAN, as last time. Same goals.
Now, normally I wouldn't ask this question, but since you got first, I feel like it's okay. What from today, when you say that you're, still wanting to improve in future weeks, what is it that you think you did really well today? What is a victory for the team? And what's something that you know coming out of today you need to work on? Normally, I wouldn't ask this question.
The good thing that we played well as a team, and I think of improvements. I think we need to improve a bit our board stage, and that's all.
Wanting to improve in future weeks. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Stella. Do you have any last questions for our wonderful guest?
Yeah, so you talk about wanting to take first place in obviously every event because it's every. Oh, hello! The boys, we love the support. I love the energy. So how do you feel like your character choices, your legend choices paid off for you today? Because you obviously made the call in the interview saying that you're not going to be controversial or anything and you're going to stick with your guns. So how did that feel going into matches today? Yeah, so you talk about wanting to take first place in obviously every event because
That was perfect. I don't know what else to
great.
say. It was perfect. Yeah.
Energy. So how do you feel like do you feel like there are any weapons that you feel like you and your team need to get better at on challenging on drops right away? Because let me tell you, when I get a wingman on drop, it's game over. Going into matches today.
No, I think everything fine. We are giving wingman always to Hardeki, so we can win. I don't know what else to say.
I love it. I love it. Give Hardeki the wingman and let him fry.
Do you feel like there are any weapons that you feel like you and your team need to get better at on challenging on drops right away? How many hours would you say that you put in together with this new team, though? Like, do you feel like it's enough? You need a few more hours every day?
No, I think it's enough. We are playing every day from the morning to the evening, and we are playing scrims. We are making WOT reviews, and we're watching. For now, we're gonna watch an Pro League. So yeah, we have enough hours together.
How many hours would you say that you put in together with this? Okay, so then I'm actually curious. You watched last week's matches. So how did you feel about the performance you saw there, and what exactly are you looking for as a pro player when you see other groups play, and what do you use from that knowledge to apply to games like today?
For now, we're gonna watch an If you ask my opinion, from the last game that I watched, I just wanna shoot like Zero from Dark Zero, and that's all.
How did you feel about the performance you saw there, and what exactly Oh, that's a good one to keep an eye on. Dia, do you have, it seems like you had another question up your sleeve.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because you got to see this match day play out, and we talked about the way that you guys interact with the meta. You like to do your own thing, and then just, that's the best game of Apex Legends that you can play. I want to know how you feel this meta is interacting with you, the way that everyone else is playing. Is that making it easier for you this season or more difficult than in previous seasons? Because you got to see
I think it's more difficult because almost every team is playing with defensive characters like Watson and Catalyst. We don't like Catalyst at all. But overall, it's harder than previous season. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm good. I have got the download. I am ready to see you play again.
Okay.
Yeah, so which team are you the most excited to match off against in your next games?
Overall, it's harder. Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Which team are you most excited to face off against in your next few matches?
I have got the download. I am ready to see you play again.
Probably Alliance.
Yeah, so which team are you the most excited to match off against? Yeah, Tiff, any closing thoughts or questions?
Nah, I mean, I was always a fan of Fire Beavers, so seeing you guys under the banner of Aurora and kind of bringing through, you can see the boys in the back supporting you. Can we just get all three of you on screen at this point? We need to see the whole crew, because I love that you guys are playing together in the same room to have that camaraderie. So let's get them all in here.
Okay, 1 second.
We'll find out. Yeah. It's like you've asked me an organizational question now. I need to get other people.
We need the crew. I forgot 9 Impulse is so tall, bro. No flower crown for us today. Hi, how are you, Decky?
Thank you so much. An amazing job today. Thank you so much for taking time to speak with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Zephyr, how did you feel about seeing your team speak up and seeing the boys behind him?
I don't know about my team, but I will say after today, it's starting to make a good case for me here in EMEA as the potential leaders, because especially after hearing them, they're not a team that leads with entire, blind confidence. You can clearly see that today, even in its greatest moments, wasn't the best for a roster like Aurora, and there's a reason why we continue to see them excel and stand above the rest. I have no doubts, not just today, but going into tomorrow, especially look towards World's Edge, you will see a different beast.
Awesome. Okay, so obviously with them saying that they want to try and they're most excited to fight against Alliance. I mean, Dia, what do you take from that? Do you think they're going to be able to... Man, I want to get spicy. I would love to see a contest, but I don't know. What do you feel like their best play would be?
With Alliance right now, I don't think Aurora have to worry. The Aurora right now is outfighting Alliance, period, full stop. Alliance is still very much figuring out the new season, and while I think that they are going to, by the end of the season, get into a good place again, you're taking a roster that basically has a lot of really good things going for it, where they've picked up a new third and they're like, wow, this is going amazing, against a roster that's like, oh, who are we in this meta? And I don't think it's a fair fight right now. I think that when they say we want to fight up against Alliance, they want to fight against peak Alliance, and right now, we need a few more match days to get there.
I don't think it's an Alliance question of who are we. I think it's navigating their pacing. And you look towards Effect in particular, because he was so used to playing on Horizon, being such a heavy fragger, and then moving him effectively onto Catalyst. So once that synergy, the flow of the maps, the flow of the fights, once that locks in and they play as a team together, that's the alliance that Aurora wants to tackle. And if we see those two in final form, that's going to be wild to see. But you're right, it's just the start of the year and we have so many more match days to go.
We do, but you know what? We can talk all about the future matchups, but let's take a look at the final standings as they are right now. Woo! Zephyr, 0-7 at top. How do you feel?
Ooh. To say I'm surprised, I think would be a lie. Nasky and crew are putting up the numbers that makes us look towards this team as a dominant factor. Now, granted, I will preface this with the fact that they are representing a twice in these standings, so there's a reason that we see them. But the same could even be said for Element 6, 2R1C, and Outplayed. The beast, though, that lies in wait, 5th with a further match day to play. I wouldn't be surprised if we see things shake up tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a pretty incredible scoring. I mean, Dia, look at the last 10 teams as well. This is still nothing to scoff at either.
It is not, especially with teams that we were praising so much. LCDF, as just one example and the most egregious, took so many successful fights today that I mean, they've got more kills than at least 3-4 of the teams in the bottom 10. They were excellent fighters. Phoenix Legacy were playing zone perfectly. Vex had a lightning rod zone that they honestly did quite well in. Everybody here has something going for them, and I think it speaks to the competition that we've currently got in the top 10. And it will mean that ultimately today, while there were some successes for teams like Phoenix Legacy, LCDF, they can't actually feel too great about where they are. They now have to sort of almost after a good day go, oh, we're a bit panicked now.
Yeah, I mean, they have another day ahead of them though, Tiff, and I'm curious, how do you think they're going to do with Group B and C now that we've seen both performances?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? We've got a double header for the weekend, so a lot of our teams have been just locked watching today's match day, and then they'll be able to kind of go through tomorrow and apply everything that they've learned. But for our teams here, Alliance, will they be able to get those pacing issues done? And VQ, man, Kashera was looking really good in scrims. I even saw him lock in Wraith for a World's Edge one day and utilizing her Q into some really interesting ways, but I'm sure he'll return to that Crypto, and honestly, it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see Crypto still make it in EMEA. Now, I did mention, of course, that B and C is going to be the next day 3. So, Zephyr, I don't know, look at these lineups. What do you think is going to be the biggest challenges for each group?
You know, we're all looking for Aurora, of course, to make their reappearance and see if they are truly the dominant factor, but there's so many names out here on the other side that have shown performance previously. Changes with the No Days Off roster, LVH with some of their wins from last week, Alliance with their history alone, our friend Graceful, who we barely got to talk to, but has been showing some recovery for Cold and more. Remember, while we may be starting to lead out on our race here in EMEA, there are still multiple spots that are left unawarded, and truly, I will say this, from second down to 30, no one to truly represent who belongs there.
Yeah, and don't forget, viewers at home watching this, you can watch EMEA Day 3 tomorrow at the same time that you saw it today. Now, Dia, Made in Heaven did pretty well today. Do you think they can go up against Group B and their incredible roster that we see here?
I honestly think they'll have a better day against Group B. Made in Heaven played a really nicely paced game. I think that they were the right amount of aggressive, and up against Group B, they actually should have a pretty nice time. I don't think that's a hot take.
Amazing. Well, Tiff, I want to get your final thoughts on today's matches and anything else you might want to be able to say to viewers and the teams who might be watching.
Look, if Aurora finds their final form, it's going to be scary, especially in tomorrow's matchup. You heard Oirein, he's not happy. Aurora wants more, and they've already effectively said that they're playing this on hard mode, utilizing the Bang Blood Horizon. So, look, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. It's watching solo leveling, and it's watching ALGS.
Amazing. And Dia, how about you? What are your final thoughts?
I think we had a really good day here in EMEA. It's nice to be able to now, having seen everyone play, be able to take a look at the league more holistically. And as Tiff alluded to, and as you've said, tomorrow we'll get an even better look at that. So I'm not jumping to any conclusions yet, but I'm pretty well satisfied with what we've seen today.
Zephyr, are you satisfied with everything that you saw today?
I'll tell you what, when it comes to EMEA, I am always satisfied. They leave nothing and more for Zephyr to worry about. But I will say, you know, while we aren't jumping to conclusions, especially given that it's only 2 days, this is a 9-day season, and tomorrow we finish off our round robin. While yes, teams can look to take the time to improve here, getting that early momentum, especially from rosters like Aurora, 07, and even Element 6, who I'm still rooting for as we work our way into the future, this is your best chance to not worry for the future.
That makes two of us. Well, thank you so much for being here with me today. And if you're looking for NA Day 2, don't worry, that's coming very soon. That's going to be live at 3 p.m. PT or 11 p.m. GMT, depending on where you are at. And you are going to be able to see some of the new teams. Obviously, this is going to be teams A and C going up against each other in NA today, and I'm very excited. And we have Luminosity Gaming here. We're looking at some of the previous matches from day 1 here, and if it's only an indication, we know that they are bringing the heat today. Now, Tiff, I am so excited to see all of these teams come back and also see Group C debut their skills.
Look, Group C has been in final form, and I've seen a slew of anime gifs on the timeline coming from Disguise, coming from Xset. We've been told that, you know, Group C is effectively that group of death. You've got Furia, you have Xset, Legacy, the former Luminosity, taking on the new Luminosity. Who will reign supreme? Who will take the top? Roster changes galore, Sentinels will be there, and man, I am ready. 6 p.m. Eastern cannot come soon enough.
I'm so excited. Well, I'll see you all soon. Thank you so much for sharing your talents and casting all the games with me today. And just in case you do miss it, don't worry, you can always follow the action at Play Apex on X, and also rewatch all of the previous matches and amazing highlights that the crew throw together on YouTube and Twitch at Play Apex Esports. Thank you to everyone, to our production team, our amazing casters, our incredible players that give us this chance to cast Apex. We'll see you next time. See you on the dropship. Always follow the action at Play Apex on X.
Suited and booted, I'm ready for war. Put the pedal to the floor. Heavy metal in the background. You should know I don't back down. When it's go time, I waste no time. Tell them go and cut the core. And they just keep telling me more. They keep on telling me more. I'm the real in the flesh. Step against me, see death. All that I
welcome back to year 4 of ALGS Split 1, day 4. Happy Sunday. I am so excited today because last week we saw the end of the first round robin run. Say that 5 times fast, I dare you. Anyways, now we're gonna see teams A and B go back at it again today. Now, before we get to game 1, we have a lot to talk about, but thankfully, I don't have to do it alone. I'm Stella Chung, and today I'm joined by the incredible Onset.
Hello, how are we doing? Thank you very much for the introduction, Stella. Hello, everyone at home, and good news or bad news, depending on how you want to look at it. We are going to be over a third of the way through this season after the game day is done today, which means that points are starting to be at a premium for everybody who's playing in this lobby today. It's going to be a lot of fun, but also a lot of serious business to take care of.
Oh yeah, and to help us break down that business, and someone else who is also quite premium. Welcome, Gaskin. Hello.
I have been known to be pretty premium. Yeah, it's not the first time someone said that. Great to be here, of course. Excited for another match week, and I can't wait to get into it. I mean, we've seen these two groups go up against each other already, so I kind of have an idea of what to expect. But of course, teams would have had a chance to kind of change things, change their drop spots, change their plan. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, also, can I just say how handsome this this caster box looks today? Like, not to be a little bit, you know, but I think we look great today, and I'm so excited. But I do want to talk about a team that we have always seen be really great, and I'm really sad about this news because I am a huge Yuki fangirl, right? So let's go ahead and talk about the Alliance roster change. Onset, I am devastated.
Yeah, I mean, we're all sad. This is going to be the last week that we do see Yuki on this roster. And I mean, it kind of harks back to what we were talking about at the start of the season, which was Alliance were the team to beat. And things haven't been going great for them, and Yuki has decided that it's his time to just step away, and Alliance are obviously going to be looking for another pickup, but it's an opportunity to celebrate, I think, what Yuki has brought to Apex Legends. He's a fantastic player, one of the most clutch players we've seen as well. So many big moments have been from the point of view of Yuki, and you know, one thing we can all agree on, I think, is that the Apex Legends community got a little bit less handsome because the man is leaving, unfortunately. But you know, it's sad to see him leaving, but we do get to see some Yuki gameplay today. He is going to be on that roster, and I'm excited to see if he can pull something special out in this last time he plays.
I really hope so. We're going to talk more about Alliance later, but also Gaskin, I know obviously Yuki's still going to be a sub, but do you have any dream team pairings for the next third?
There's a reason why I changed my hair. There is rumors suggesting that Alliance want to pick me up, but I can't, guys. I can't. All right, I have prior commitments. I have to commentate. Honestly, I don't think we'll see like a previous Alliance member. I think that it's likely we'll see someone new come into it. Mark was talking before the stream, probably a controller player, because that seems to be the meta at the moment. 1 mouse and keyboard, 2 controllers. So I expect them to kind of dig around, see if they can find any top fraggers, and then someone's going to get the lucky chance to join an incredible organization like Alliance.
Yeah, Onset, do you agree with that? No IPN's return or anything?
As funny as it would be, I think, yeah, the controller fragger is going to be certainly one they're looking for. Maybe a controller anchor player, someone who can play on that catalyst. But we know that Alliance like to mix their comps up probably more than anyone. So someone who's a little bit flexible. I think if you're at the top of the kill leaderboards, you're probably keeping an eye on your DMs over the next few days.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's also keep our eye out on the overall standings so far. Speaking of those standings, we're going to be taking a look at Aurora in first place after 2 series played, obviously, with 46 points. And that's a pretty decent jump from UAIM in second with 35. Now, all the numbers going from 2 to 10 seem pretty even throughout. But Onset, take us through the next pair of teams here.
It would be my pleasure, Stella, to look at the middle of the table, and this is the teams who are going to have to maybe step up a little bit. They're the ones who are having to find consistency. I think they've had a pretty good couple of game days, and if you have good game days consistently, you're probably going to make it through to land, but there's a lot of work to be done, of course, and some of these teams, obviously, not going to be in the EMEA region, but hopefully we can get that updated for you guys at home, and if you're not, just take a look elsewhere. Liquidpedia's got you covered, and we can make sure those standings will be up to date.
Yeah, Gaskin, how about 21 to 30?
This is, as I call it, the highway to the danger zone, Stella. All right, this is where people don't really want to be. This is where the teams have to be changing and have to be getting ready to move on in. And of course, when we get those right and ready, we can look into it. But it's going to be A and B competing today, and I'm very excited, Stella, because we have some massive squads. And when we saw A and B first go up against each other when this split began, we were wondering, like, what contest were we going to see? Which teams were going to jump out? But we have already seen a few squads that have really stepped up.
Yeah, so we all saw these teams play each other. So we're going into today with definite expectations of all the participants here. So I do want to talk about some of the teams that are doing better than we expected, which is always a lovely surprise. So I want to talk about a team that I have also talked about last week, but ANC outplayed. I mean, they showed up and they have this amazing roster of Andy Jax, Shex, Madfrax, and they've been doing really well. They had 59 points day one, and they were able to turn around their games. I mean, they are in 7th place right now, and you can see from the percentages here, Stormpoint is kind of their weaker map, but World's Edge, they obviously shine here. They've been really great at playing rotations, taking up space. I mean, their circle positioning has aided them in getting higher placements. And you know what? We can't ignore LVH, who's not that far behind, outplayed, tied at 9th place right now with LCDF on set.
Yeah, I mean, LVH came through the qualifiers to get into the Pro League, and it's not like this is a new squad with players who haven't been in the Pro League before. You got Vibes, you got Jay Hanzo, and you've got Lyfin. And speaking of Lyfin, he's third in the overall kills at the moment with 24 kills to his name. But one thing that is a concern, as you can see below their beautiful logo, is World's Edge, because World's Edge has been abysmal for them so far. They have averaged, I think, 2.3 points per game, which ain't gonna get it done. Stormpoint's been carrying the way for them, where they have put up 12.5 points per game, and if they can just improve the World's Edge, then things are going to be very, very good for them, Dan.
Yeah, then we look over to one of my teams with a favorite logo that I have seen. 2 Rats 1 Controller is a squad that have just been consistent, to be honest. They are one of these teams that have been banging out 14, 15 points so far each series that they played, and across both maps, which I think is what is very important here. When you compare it to LVH, compare it to Outplayed, 2R1C do it on both Stormpoint and World's Edge, which is going to be extremely important in getting towards playoffs. But then what happens once you reach it? That would be my question. What is the next level for this squad?
Yeah, and obviously your squad is very consistent on both maps, which I'm kind of jealous of, but we also want to talk about teams that have been very consistent overall in their performances with this full round robin run. So last week I also spoke about Element 6, and they were definitely giving ANC a run for their money with their roster of Oslab, CJ, and K Swinny. So when we saw this group last, E6 had 61 points day one, but day two, we did see them slide into 3rd place with 26 points, and Stormpoint is their stronger map, which is always great going into the day, knowing that you're going to have great points. But World's Edge, it's not looking so great for them. So they've definitely faced some difficulties with rotations and getting into circle on time. And I mean, they need to get into circle from mid to late, because otherwise they're going to be losing out on placement. So they're definitely going to have to find their consistent pacing. But let's go ahead and talk about 07.
Yeah, 07. All right, Nasky, here's your soundbite that you can talk about on stream and, you know, have a conversation about, because I know you love to do so. I had some reservations about this squad coming into this season, but it has been business as usual. But I will kind of put an asterisk by that. Nasky, Nags, and Amphi, there's been some really big games when you've needed it, and you have put those performances in when you needed it. One real big standout stat for me is they've had 3 top 5 finishes so far this season, but of those 3, they've won 2 of those games. So that's the conversion rate you want when you get into a top 5. But Stormpoint has been shaky. World's Edge, the old favorite, has been where they've got the majority at their point. So if they can improve their Stormpoint, and they're fighting a little bit on some of those tough rotates, then I think 07 are going to be right up there at the end of the season.
And then we've got August and Hungary, another team who have been consistent across both maps. As we would expect, business as usual. Matafi kind of unlucky. An incredible trio who win gunfights and have such a high ceiling. They are scary when it comes to how many points they can accrue in just a single game. They were able to get a victory plus 13 kills during an initial match week. So I think August and Hungary are a real threat in this EMEA region, but they are kind of performing how we expected.
Yeah, we always love talking about teams and their strategies, but speaking of 07, we actually got to speak with Nasky about his team strategies this year. So let's take a look.
Hey, I'm Nasky. My teammates are Amphi and Nags, and we play for the team name 07. We like to position ourselves into a good spot that we can fight from, and then whenever someone circles our team, or maybe multiple teams, what we try to do is look for openings, look for damages, look for kills, look for anything we can do. So what happens often is that we either get some knocks or we get a lot of damage, but we can't necessarily full send it without it being completely safe. So that's why we have a lot of high stats, but not necessarily kills. But that's all going according to plan, and it's us looking for opportunities more so than losing out on anything. Us having fun as a team is a major role in why we succeed. because having fun directly translates into confidence, and confidence is necessary for us to provide the results. On top of that, we're able to pick ourselves up in case we have bad games. So having fun is a major part of our team, and I think that's the reason why we're doing so good. And it's us looking for opportunities. Damn, that was the best one. That was the best one. That was the best one. Come on, Mike, come on. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
I love that energy so much. Oh, guys, why can't we have that much fun on here? Come on, get your energy up. Anyways,
let's go,
so obviously
baby.
they're having fun.
See, we can do it.
Love it.
We're taking our time, all right? We're waiting for the game still.
Okay. You know what? He did say everything is going according to plan. So on set, would you say those plans are going really well, or do you think that they're gonna mix things up today?
I think the plans are going well so far. Like I mentioned when I was talking about them previously, I think if they've had some big games when they've needed it. I think if they would have had a couple of games where those wins weren't there and they were kind of a top 5, top 6, maybe there would be a bit more concern. But I love what you said about having fun, right? Having fun is great in game. If you can keep that kind of, you know, fun factor about your team and not get too bogged down in the moment, it means that you can play without pressure. But there's also the flip side of that, right? It's about locking in those important moments of the game, and they've shown with their conversion rate at top 5 that they can do that when it matters.
Yeah, that's true. And speaking of teams that might need to lock it in this week, I mean, I gotta start with Separate Cats. Love them, but I mean, Clevie, Ranches, and Xenia, we need to see them find their footing. They've been struggling. They've been sitting at 20th in overall standings, but last week we really saw them struggling to survive through half the matches. And we did finally see them win their first game on World's Edge, but you can see that World's Edge is where they really shine. And Stormpoint, only 31%. It's not looking good. Now, they could be warming up to the structure of Pro League's competitiveness, but they're going to have to start winning their fights on drop and surviving more consistently to at least top 5 before getting their points up. So, I don't know, but let's talk about our fan favorite, beloved team Alliance on set.
Yeah, Effect Yuki and Hackis, making sure I just get the roster in because I'm not going to be able to say that moving forward. But I'm going to very quickly touch on Alliance. Everybody knows it hasn't been good enough from them. There is going to be this team change. We're waiting to see what that's going to be. Stormpoint and World's Edge is pretty even split, but it's the point totals that are not up there for Alliance. So a lot for them to work on, and a lot of eyes are going to be on that team.
And then we've got Vamo Korea, who have been through it all. Sadly, the plan that Kashira had is not going to come to fruition. South America bringing to Portugal hasn't worked out. Kings leaving the squad, going back home. But it means we get Postkill back, and I cannot wait to see Postkill back on this squad.
Yeah, and we did get to talk to Kashira about his team and some strategies that they have going forward this season. So let's go ahead and take a look at that interview.
Hello, I'm Kashira. My teammates are Sans and Postkill, and we're playing under Vamo Querer. Well, the plan is definitely to do better. Mainly our storm point. That was the map that really hurt us in the first round. And hopefully the new approach we are trying, it's gonna work, and it's gonna put us as contenders once again. And hopefully we can keep the work that we are putting in. I think we have to focus on the small details. I think that damage differential showed that tactically we approach the game correctly. It's just some moments of the game, some crucial moments, we weren't able to come out on top, and those moments would have made all the difference. I felt like the game we played deserved at least a top 3, but those details were there, and we couldn't overcome it. And we just put in the work, and hopefully this weekend we are able to overcome it.
Yeah, I am super excited to see if they did put in the work and if it's going to pay off this week. I mean, on set, I love a team that's able to look at the details of both what they're doing well and what they need to do better on.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of a turbulent week or so for Kashira and co. Understandably, we know we've seen on Twitter that, like Dan mentioned, there's been some unfortunate team changes that are kind of been forced a little bit, and they've got some work to do. But one thing that can bring a little bit of confidence back is the old friendship, the old partnership. Like you mentioned, a Postkill coming back alongside Kashira. So there's a lot to work on for them, but Kashira is one of the hardest working players that you'll see in EMEA. So I think if there's work to be done, he never shies away from it, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they put things right.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that as well. So let's go ahead and get into match number 1. I'm going to hand it over to you and Gaskin to lead us through the action. Thank you so much for speaking with me. I am so excited to see what these teams bring.
Thank you very much, Stella. Let's do this, Dan. How are you feeling today, buddy? Are you awake? You're on the West Coast. It's so weird now that you're like an American, like a secret American. Just like an undercover American.
Yeah, no one knows I'm here. Actually, no, everyone knows I'm here. It's legal, everyone. Don't worry, don't worry. But yeah, I'm feeling great. I can't wait for A and B to go up against each other once more. I mean, I think that we've started to see patterns emerge a little bit now with the meta and how everyone's playing, but this is when people need to start changing things up. You can't just go with the flow here if you are struggling a little bit. We might start to see more aggressive compositions come into effect this week. This will probably be the first week where it could really happen. So I'm excited. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think one thing we should start to highlight as well as we head towards our first game is how contests are going to be working, right? Because it's 3 weeks in now. 3 game days have gone, and contests, if they haven't been sorted out and you are on the, shall we say, the lower percentages of winning those contests, I think it's time to start looking elsewhere, right? Because game days are starting to disappear. We are getting through the season. Before we know it, we're going to be over halfway through this season, and points become a premium. And I think you have to kind of put the ego aside a little bit and say, hey, look, if this team has been performing well, who's been winning on our contests, and they're in a position to maybe qualify for LAN with a couple good more days, then you can't afford to contest them, because they can afford to contest. They can afford to keep going because they already have points under their belt. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the teams that are continuing contest, or if we are going to see a couple of POI changes from some of those teams who are on the lesser side of things.
Yeah, I think that you need to be looking at the statistics, the percentages of can we still get to LAN with this contest happening? Because you might find yourself in the other groups having your drop spot free, and it is worth fighting in this particular scenario. However, if you are also contested in another group, which we have seen happening, then that's when you really need to start considering, okay, we should be moving, or we need to be changing our composition to benefit us in this contest. Because we have seen some teams contesting with a composition that maybe isn't all about fighting, is more about the late game, but they don't even get to the late game. And that's when Conduit starts to be added, a support legend maybe, I don't know, let's go something, maybe you need a Loba, for example, to really help you in that fight. If you feel like you're struggling from getting to one point to the other, if you're fighting up high, for example. So there's plenty of different considerations to make, and I feel like this is the week where they have to come into effect, because now we're starting to get to the crunch time where teams are starting to dwindle away a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's the time for experimenting is starting to disappear a little bit. We are seeing a little bit of composition change from some teams like you mentioned, but I think here is where we start to see teams really knuckle down on what they want to do, how they want to rotate, and what fights that they want to take. Well, the wait is over, everybody. The dropship is live, and Gaskin, I've got to be honest, mate, kind of hyped for this one. Game 1, we're underway, and we're starting on Storm Point.
Now, we were seeing contests happening up at Wall and down at Coastal Camp between these two groups. Originally, it was Cybercats. It was 40% worse. Will that happen again? Are we going to see it? 40% worse. They're going to be heading on down, but are they going to be taking a fight?
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on this. It looks like at the moment they're lonely, which is usually not a great sign, but in Apex Legends it's usually a pretty good thing, to be honest with you. And they are going to be able, over here at Coastal Camp, to pick up their loot uncontested. So that's one of the answers, right, that we were looking for. Is there going to be a certain contest? Is there going to be a little bit of a change of things? Well, if we go over to the other side of the map, right to Northpad, you can see the answer.
Yeah, Vamokura have moved away from the wall, and they've gone to take a fight here against Mine. Now, it's not the first time we've seen Vamokura move to try and take fights against certain other teams. They're also a team who like to loot quickly, get out, and get to the late game. So we'll have to see whether this fight actually happens, and whether Vamokura are just going to be taking loot off of Mine here.
Well, for now, they have the height, you would say, inside of that building. However, you've got those loot pills on the far side, the very northern side of Northpad. And I always find it interesting here, right? This is a decision that's obviously been made by Vamokura, right? They weren't getting the better of Red Dragon over at Wall, so they've decided, hey, let's try and contest here. But even a contest win here at Northpad not the best POI in the world, doesn't give you the hugest loot pool. So the fact that you're having to split this, plus you're going to have to use some meds, it's going to affect the long game, but this is what we mean, right? Teams' hands are being forced a little bit in these situations. It's like, hey, we'd rather play with less loot if we can actually get into the game and force our way towards an end zone.
It does look like Vamokura are looking to take this fight as well. They have been able to kind of lock Mind into a corner here, and they've got the high ground. I mean, this is a fight that should be won, and they are getting damage done as well. The reward for winning this fight, they have a ring console here. They have got the ability to be able to use that, but post-kill from behind.
Oh, and Sens might go down as well, and it's all up to Kashera now. The initial damage was all one-sided, but this decision to go and invade a POI, well, unfortunately, the invasion is going to be rebuked, because Kashera is going to have to try and and escape. They also don't have the Loba here, excuse me, to get away. Excuse me, they do have the conduit, which is what I was trying to say, but my brain is not working quite yet. So they will be able to craft banners, but the question is, can Kashira get away? I don't think he can, Dan.
Not a chance. A slither of health. You can dive, dodge, dip as much as you want, but even with an ultimate here, the likelihood is Kashira should go down. They are trying everything at the moment, but it looks like it's going to be an unsuccessful attempt of... Wow, what is happening here? Wait, one more split second and maybe there was a chance, but it is going to be Vamos Korea going... Vamo Korea, excuse me, going down. Not Vamos, that's very different. But that means that Mind will get the ring console, and we can start talking about where everyone else is on the map. Mark, was a ring console down at Coastal Camp as well for Cybercats, and the circle is going to be moving towards the southern side of Storm Point here. So this is going to be fantastic for those teams who are around Barometer, Coastal Camp, Echo, because they're going to be able to move very quickly into Barometer. Other teams who did find a ring console on the map, I think Lightning Rod had one, so we did see Alliance able to grab them. But 07 have already positioned themselves in this southwest area of Barometer that I'm talking about. A lot of teams are going to start joining them here as everyone's heading towards this zone.
Yeah, it's a really strong build to be holding as well. You can see they're going to be in not just for this zone, but also the next one. They do have that ring console information, like you mentioned, and this is where they play their best game, right? 07. They've got some pretty good armors to work with as well, considering how quickly they did get to this spot. 1 purple, 2 blues, so they're going to be able to take a little bit of space outside of the building. They're going to be able to poke and prod and see if they can get some damage out to get those evos up even more. But Storm Point has been the question mark for them, right? We were talking about that when they're split. World's Edge has been when they've got the majority of their points, but if they can lock down a position like they have now and play from there, then that's great news for them and gives them an opportunity to put some points on the board here on Storm Point.
He's around the kill feed as well. Just knocks happening in and around Barometer as teams having a little poke it and a prod at one another just to try and inflict some damage, get those Evo shields up a little bit, whilst all the northern teams continue to make their way down towards Barometer. Everyone on the southern side, aside from LVH, has already found their way into the circle. So it's a pretty safe rotation for everyone who was dropping on that southern side. It's a little bit more difficult for those on the north. Remember, Mine took that fight, and it was a fight that was slightly elongated, so they're going to have to take a long journey from north to south. And then we've got a few teams in the middle of the map right now. But most people who are in Barometer, it's just a case of waiting for the next couple of circles to go through to start deciding on what the plan of action is going to be.
I mean, we're seeing a little bit of Sentinel playing over in North America, but I mean, Fricks is bringing the longbow back and he's hitting triple-digit headshots. And it's the perfect weapon to find if you're at the top of Barometer. You're going to be able to output a lot of damage towards anyone who's trying to rotate in, and should be able to get those blues up to purples very, very soon as well. Also, they've got the conduits, so they're not going to have to burn through too many meds up in this position, which is always a little bit of an advantage. One thing that is really is a little bit of a bugbear of mine, right, is when you see people ripping through cells when they're sat in zone, when they've got a conduit. It's like, use the Q. Comes back every so often. You know, get those shields back. Keep the meds for the end game.
Yeah, get a nice little bit of temporary shields and just ensure that you can keep poking and prodding. But Alliance, they're making their way in here and doing some good damage too.
They certainly are. Let's jump into a listen in here. It's Yuki's last dance. Let's see if he can be involved in this fight.
They have Watson. There's someone's getting shot on the low.
Hey, guys, listen to me. If no one comes from west, yeah, there's a team on Sino choke. We need to start like we gotta have to kill the team on their back maybe. Okay, later. Let's try to get the armors. That's the only thing we have to do right now.
That's what I'm doing. Give me. Okay. Do you have a side flash? Yeah, I'm shooting.
Dark, listen. Okay. I'm losing too much FPS, bro. I'm gonna close the string. Okay, flash you open to him.
Okay. $180 for purple, okay? I don't have Q. I have Phoenix for you, Curve, by the way, son.
There was a team here on Sino choke. You're playing on the cube, all of you.
Wait, this. Yeah. They're going bust, careful.
They're bust,
going bust. The team under is going bust, they're split.
I think this is Naski.
It's the same team either way. They have conduit Bangalore.
Fuck them. Give me.
Well, it was a little bit of a parallel universe there. We saw Alliance, but we heard someone else. But the good news is Alliance do win this fight, but they have lost effect here, Dan. The question is, can they get them back into the game? The answer is in front of your very eyes, because they do find a respawn beacon that's available for them to get their top fragger back in the game.
Yeah, and one thing that Alliance have always done very well is make themselves look big. Look at how they're trying to inflict damage to keep teams away, to try and be as big as possible, but it looks like they are going to be pressed by the full English at the moment, but I can only see Noises and Bryn, so perhaps, no, okay, there is a full 3. I was a little bit concerned maybe it was a 2-on-2. But when you've got a team holding down a building like that, dealing that much damage, it's not really worth to try and push and take it because you leave yourself vulnerable at this stage of the game to a third party. So that's why Full English are saying, hey, let's not give up our position. We've got the rocks to play with, and let's stick to it right now.
Yeah, they're playing the island. This could be in and around where the end game does go. Speaking of which, here's your map overhead to show you how everybody is stacked up. Mind, we did see, obviously, they're going to be very slow on their rotate. They're going to be trying to hit a few crafters on their way down to get themselves into a position towards the end game when they're approaching zone to be healthy enough to fight their way in. Of course, they have that contest, which is going to slow them down as well. But back to Full English, back to what you were saying. This position is going to be good for end game, and I think they just missed their window of opportunity for a third party. And like you say, smart thing to do. You miss the window, you make sure you don't get knocked. Hold down that spot and look for the longer game instead of the few KP you might have missed.
So 20 seconds until zone closes, and every team bar Mind who we saw take that opening fight have found themselves in this circle. So this is very congested at the moment. As I say that, another team goes down. Pest Control finally have their third player eliminated and taking out of the lobby. But this is where things are going to start to get a little bit more dicey. Everyone has found room to play, so this zone closing isn't necessarily going to initiate fights just yet. But when people see where this zone pulls for zone 3, that's when they realize whether it's make or break. Do we have to go for fights? Can we find a position? Are we in a safe spot already? And then that's what can sometimes force fights to happen because people start to move early.
One team who's going to be terrifying for anyone to face, you saw them just momentarily, is E6. E6 are currently on the eastern side of this zone, holding down the hill, which kind of overlooks everybody who's stacked up in Barometer, and they are already kitted out in full red armors. A few crafters would have been hit on their way through to make sure that they're in a position to fight. So you don't want to be taking a little bit of damage and opening the door for them to move in and take your spot, because they don't need to be asked twice. LVH, the team that I was focusing on as one of the ones who are having a great start to this season of Pro League. Well, they're inside of Barometer, they're on the northern side of it, but they're having to coexist at the moment because Red Dragon are underneath.
Yeah, I think LVH were pretty happy with the zone dropping down at Cenote. They didn't have the ability to scan a ring console, but because they saw all of the movement happening in the sky and people generally moving towards Barometer, they had a pretty good idea of what was going to be happening. So they made their way, they found themselves a nice little comfy home, and they've been able to reside here for quite some time, as have a lot of other teams. But you can see people do have neighbors. People are residing in the same building at this point, and that's when things start to get a little bit worrying.
Yeah, and I think LVH are aware as well that the team underneath them, well, they might not know it's Red Dragon, but from some of the shots that are coming in, this is a controller-based team, so they're going to be very, very difficult to fight in these close quarter areas. So they're kind of just showing them a little bit of respect here. Both teams just playing this one out, waiting for a mistake to come, not trying to force things. And why would you with 18 squads alive, right? If you take this fight, 18 squads alive in one of these priority buildings and you lose it, even if you win, you're probably going to take enough damage for a team to think about that third party.
And one thing that the Bloodhound scan will do for them is it'll give them an idea of the composition they're going up against. And if they can see on the outline it's going to be a conduit, you've got to be careful taking this fight, because technically in a 3v3, LVH have the better comp here, but that is good opening damage. But I don't think they're going to press on it. It's not enough to run up a stairwell. You put yourself in such a vulnerable position, forcing yourself into a chokehold where you could be absolutely blitzed.
Yeah, and the Conduit, of course, is just going to stagger the fight even more, because you're going to be able to hit that Q. Everyone gets their shields back a little bit more. You can't play off that initial damage, so you just have to be a little bit more reserved. So Red Dragon probably going to be waiting for that next Bloodhound scan to be available before they try and make any kind of play. But elsewhere at the moment, just looking where the zone is going to be pulling, 07 we mentioned earlier, they made a quick rotate. They're in a fantastic spot at the southern side of this zone as a little bit of damage comes in, and they're going to try and triple swing this one, and they will get that first knock. Lifefin tried to get a little bit greedy there.
Yeah, Red Dragon just really wanted to force this fight, and now this is going to be the benefit of having the Bloodhound on your squad, because smoke goes down, Beast of the Hunt activated, and now you start to use those scans to your advantage to see through those smokes and give your team the little bit of extra info. Now, they have been able to retreat inside the building here. They are making it difficult for Red Dragon, but you can see no other team is trying to press on this at the moment, and they have good cover from other angles. As I say that, they are starting to get griefed a little bit. We do need to be careful.
Yeah, I think they need to try and clean this up as quickly as possible here, Red Dragon, because it's one of those situations where if you don't push and you don't clean up the fight, then you can take a couple of shots in the back and it becomes a 2v2 extremely quickly. So, yes, the Conduit is, of course, going to slow things down a little bit with that barricade coming down just to make a little bit stickier and a little bit more awkward to slide down and deathball to get those final 2 kills. But I think they have to be a bit proactive here. Try and get this fight done and dusted and claim this building as their own.
Not only that, because the circle's coming in. This building is not going to be in zone, so they need to finish this fight and then think about where they're going. Elsewhere, Alliance took down the full English. They took the island off of them, but the island is also not safe. The bridge just about is. If you come to the southern side of the bridge, Alliance will be able to play underneath it, and they should have a good angle. But there is so much teams in Barometer at the moment that even if Alliance get there, they have to think about how they get past these squads to get to that far southwest tip.
Well, Noise is last alive, and Red Dragon, oh, this is what I was worried about. This is what I was worried about. The opportunity has not been taken, and now because they didn't try and be proactive in this fight, it's turned into a 2v2. The battery gets popped just in time, but now Vice flies out, and Red Dragon will look back at that and think, how have we let that happen?
LVH putting on a masterclass just as a 2 and wiping Red Dragon off of Storm Point. Now, E6, 40% worse. 2 giants in this lobby. 2 teams who certainly know how to fight. 2 teams who are safe in this building. You can see the zone has now closed, but are they going to be able to position themselves for the next one? Because the zone is moving even further southwest now, where you were talking about it. 07 in prime position in one of the best buildings at the moment. They're also joined by the likes of August and Hungary.
I mean, we did see LVH get taken down, but one thing that puts a smile on my face is the fact that we got the big boy back in the lobby. Gibraltar's back, everyone, and it's Mandy who has the Gibraltar, and let me tell you, I've been theory crafting, and I like this pick a lot at the moment. I think there's good value in what Gibraltar can bring in the current meta, and we don't have time to really deep dive into it right now, but with Mandy and a Mastiff and a Bubble, you can see it's very difficult to make any progress against.
Mandy, Mastiff, and a Bubble sounds like a TV show that I would definitely subscribe to, and maybe it will come in 2025. But at the moment, 40% worse. They're just kind of trying to hold off this team. They're happy to reside together right now, but in 33 seconds, you've got to move. And they've just used their bubble, so they want to delay as much as possible to have that bubble for their bit of movement as Alliance. This is what I was worried about. Once they got past that bridge, they start to get griefed by the squads that are already in zone, and Effect has gone down.
Tackles will fall as well. It's all up to Yuki. I've said that before, and oh, what a spray that was, but it's not enough. Even with the damage coming out of the R9 to take that final player down. So Alliance once again have a little bit of a shaky start here in game number 1. But I mentioned E6. E6 still hungry, alive and looking good. 40% worse, looking a little bit shaky. Mandy on the Gibraltar, like I'm going to mention 100 times today, is finding himself as last alive. And that's a little bit unfortunate because they had pretty good prio to this zone. 40% worse.
Yeah, 40% worse off at the moment, sadly, losing 2 of their players, and we'll have to see whether Mandy can do some magic as the big man himself, as teams starting to fall out of the sky as they try and take the evac tower, because this is now panic stations, all right? Everyone who was in the northern side of Barometer trying to move down to the south. We're probably going to see about 6 squads wiped in this very moment. This is when you need your controller players to start popping off.
Everyone trying to force their way in now, and usually we talk about Barometer being a POI where you can coexist pretty comfortably, but when it pulls down to this southern side, everyone has to move across open ground, and that's why you're seeing a lot of teams start to fall. We now have 14 squads left in the lobby. One of the teams we were talking about who had a good couple of weeks was ANC Outplay, but they're down to just 1 at the moment. Make it 0. They will be eliminated. Mine go down as well. 40% worse fall as well, Dan. We are losing teams so quickly.
Yeah, I think we just lost 4 in the space of just 10 seconds. Passion get eliminated. Infinite also doing some great damage here, and it should be another squad getting wiped. And it will be confirmation stay healthy go down. 9 squads now remain. Can Infinite reset here is my real question. I like this attempt, just trying to dipsy doodle around the outside, but it might not work out.
Second just on the map overhead to survey the damage. ExoClan now down to just 1. They will be down to 0. 2 Rats 1 controller also eliminated as well. And E6, you saw it there. CJ or Cracked, however you want to refer to him as the kill leader in the lobby. They are starting to pick up kill after kill as Cold now sit on top of the height of Barometer, but they're going to have to move across some open ground in around 25 seconds.
Yeah, it looks good right now, but it's not going to look good in 20 seconds. The teams who are really having a possibility of winning this game, in my eyes, 07, August, and Hungary. They're the two teams who are holding the prime spots. Aftermath with a shout as well on the western side, excuse me, I did a mark. But now, with 10 seconds to go, Cold have to think about, do we try and go over this? Do we try and go through it? I don't think they have an evac tower available, so they're just going to have to try and fight their way out of this one.
So a little bit of peace, finally. As everybody is safe-ish for now, E6 try and move ahead of the traffic, and I love this from them. Even though we're seeing the Bangalore come down and the Rolling Thunder, they're going to be able to survive it long enough and not take damage as well, which means they now can move off of this little position they were bunkered down in to use these rocks as great cover to look for third parties. And I think they want to try and push this position under the bridge. And there is your answer. And there is Slab with a turbocharged Havoc, causing Havoc himself.
Yeah, this is onto August and Hungary, and they were holding this position for quite some time, but E6 knew this could be a good spot. This could be a spot that could potentially win them the game, but August and Hungary are stalling this one, which is going to be a frustrating scenario for E6, that's for sure. As elsewhere, there's plenty of action happening. E6 continue to push forward. Infinite go down. 6 squads now remain.
Wingman and a dream. Good shots coming in. Amphi now tries to overextend to see if he can get a few kills in that position, but wasn't able to, so has to retreat. But the fact that E6 came out of that situation down with everybody still healthy is incredible from them. Making that play, making that rotate. Great shout out to Swinny there, as well as the execution from the two Slayers.
Oh, and Tyler, for Cold, just last man standing, does some damage, goes out with a bang, and is able to take down a player with him as Cybercats now get eliminated. And we find ourselves in the last 3. It's E6, it's Aftermath, it's 07, and it's always difficult in this situation. Who do you push? Are you going to be more aggressive? Do you try and wait? Do you try and stall things out? You've got 30 seconds before the ring starts to really get aggressive, but that damage is just going to now encourage the fight to happen everywhere.
I think I saw Swinny tweet something like Havoc balanced as he beamed someone off of a roof the other day, and here's the example. Swinny's found his gun, everyone, and let me tell you, it does damage. That is another clean wipe. Nobody goes down. The shield swaps are comfortable, and now it is a 3v3, but damage already been done. And I tell you what, I don't see E6 losing this one, but I stand corrected. The knocker's coming from Nags.
Yeah, this is going to be so important if you can get the damage done, but Swinny has the digi threat, and he gets the Havoc out of the back pocket, just needs to reload, you imagine, but this is so difficult in the smoke, and he can't get it done. 07 holding the position for the majority of the game, get the victory. Nasky's going to be happy again. It doesn't matter if it takes 2, 3, 4 takes, he'll get it done.
Incredible end-game performance there from 07. I thought they were on the back foot. You saw that they were popping batteries as E6 made their approach. But they managed to get that first knock, and that's the thing, right? Sometimes you might get the call, it's like, oh, there's a guy weak here, everybody sends, a little bit of crossfire comes in, and before you know it, the fight can turn on its head almost immediately. Also, that cat wall, I'm not sure if it was from E6, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, it was from the 07 side. That stalled the fight just long enough and caused a little bit of visual nonsense, shall we call it, which really gave E6 the opportunity to strike there. So, 07, I think, I talked about them being a team who are performing as expected. That's the standards they set themselves, and it's on Storm Point down where they needed to improve.
Always nice in a final circle like that as well, when you see 3v3v3. You think one team's going to push another, they take damage, they lose the fight, they get pushed, it's a third party. But E6, they took that fight so well, the initial fight, they got pretty healthy. Yes, they were probably on the back foot initially, but because 07 also took damage, it kind of evened things out, which made for a very interesting fight. I look forward to going back and watching it from both POVs to see where really the damage was truly done. But I think you're right, the Dark Veil coming down made things very difficult, the smokes as well. I thought maybe the Digithreat would have been enough to try and help out, but you could see ammo became a problem, the reload became a problem because of the initial fight they'd had. But hats off to 07, they held the position, they held it strong, and they managed to keep themselves big, and they got the W.
Yeah, I was impressed with 07 as well. I think that kind of zone for them where they can get a quick rotate and into a building is their game all over, right? That's where they've had success on World's Edge. That's where they put the majority of their points up. And again, I talk about conversion rate, right? They're in the top 5 again. That's now, I think 4 times they've been in the top 5 and they've won 3 of the games. I mean, that is exceptional. That is, you would take, if you give that stat to any team in the world, they will go, yeah, we'll take that 100%. It's incredible execution in those final moments.
Yeah, those are the kind of stats we'll be looking at when we start to get to LAN, when we start to get to match point, right? Who are the teams who are converting successfully? Who are the teams that are converting a little bit more? And we'll have to see whether 07 can carry on this fine form.
Yeah, I think E6 as well. We said how they were a little bit of a threat from the position they had with their rotate, and they proved it in that end game. It's interesting to see Alliance, though, a tough rotate for them, we will say. A lot of the southern POIs now, we kind of talk about maybe more accessible to northern teams than they were previously on this new Storm Point, because there's a few more playable areas, but that one was particularly rough for them, having to rotate through Jurassic and fight downhill across most of the map on the open terrain. So Alliance maybe not having the best of zones for them in game number one, but it's Alliance, right? You always expect them to win every game regardless of the zone.
Yeah, I think that when all these teams are being put in this position, and there's so much kind of pressure put on the IGL as well with how they are going to be performing and how they are going to be moving into some of these late games and these final circles. And it's why I want to go back and watch as many POVs as possible with comms to see what the decision was made, who made that call, why was it made, is everyone listening, was there a player who was out of position as well. And it's why LGS is so interesting, because there are so many minor things that can happen that can ruin a final circle for you or can change things. And I'm excited to see whether it's going to be one of those days. Speaking of days, we have the match results here. 12 points for placement for 07 for the victory, but 17 in total. But E6, I mean, 21 points. It's 12 kills. It's just E6 doing E6 things.
I like it. It's the difference in strategy, right? 07. Hey guys, I believe this is where zone is going. We have a ring console. Let's take this building. Let's fight. Let's wait. And let's win this game. Okay, E6. Swinny on the mic. Kill everything, everyone! Run! Kill! And that's pretty much what they did. And they completely wiped that eastern side of the map. By the way, now every single time that I have to talk about the map, there's a little pause. You can probably hear it before I go for a direction. Have you noticed that? Because I'm trying to get better, Dan. I'm trying to get better.
Oh, I did a U. I was too confident, and I was like, oh, they're on the east.
It's a virus, dude. I'm telling you. As soon as you get one direction on a compass wrong, it's over for you.
One direction on a compass? That sounds like we could sell it. Anyway, Vamos Correct. Vamo Correct. Why do I keep saying Vamos? I'm just excited. It's because I've been watching the Arsenal game. Must be. They're on 0 points down at the bottom because they lost that contest in the early stages. They looked so good right at the start. I thought they had the damage. I thought they were going to win the fight. We were going to be talking about how the North pad aggression was great. And then sadly, they got surprised. And it was a nice little flank that actually won the fight for Mind.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a team comparison. Our two teams in first place and second place, respectively. Placement points, obviously going to go to 07. They'll be very happy with the win, but 12 kills down. I mean, it's superb from them, but output of damage from 07 kind of feeds into what Nasky was talking about in the interview, right? They're very wary if they get a good spot at overextending and trying not to throw games by looking for one extra kill, which is going to cost them in that end game. So I think you've just seen a really good comparison on statistically and stylistically of the two teams and what works for both.
Yeah, I think that 07 will be very happy with it, but E6, I mean, they're the ones who truly come out as the victors when it comes to points total. So that's match one done and dusted. Time to take a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be match number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back, and we are ready for game number 2. Dan Gaskin 07. If you're just joining us, take home game number 1. But the points total certainly got stolen away by Element 6 with a huge amount of kills on their way to second place. But Stormpoint once again proving that E6 is it's like where they like to eat, Dan, because they pick up a lot of kills and they're always looking hungry.
Yes, they are very hungry indeed, and they just gobble it down, honestly.
You had no idea where to go with that.
Honestly, I was like, where's he going? But you found a way to put it in, and that's why you are good at your job. All right, match number 2. It's Stormpoint again, and we did see a few different compositions coming in. I mean, the meta was starting to kind of develop. We were seeing a lot of traditional comps coming through, a lot of Catalyst, a lot of Bangalore, a lot of Conduit, but we did see a Gibraltar. Now, we didn't get a lot of time to talk about it, but Mark, I mean, this is a big game plan from 40% worse, and in the right scenario, it could be huge for them.
I will say, I think initially it's a comfort pick coming out of Mandy. It's a legend that he's very, very comfortable on, and he knows how to navigate, but I do think there's value in it, especially if you can get towards the end game as well, and you can find yourself in a position with a lot of smokes going down, cat walls, whatever it might be. That bubble becomes invaluable, as it always has. Plus, a little bit of an SMG nerf. We know, everybody's been talking about it. The fact that you can get a Peacekeeper or a Mastiff inside that bubble, it makes it very, very difficult to push, and you can peek and do so much damage. But enough theory crafting for now, because it's time for another contest, Dan, and we're going to have to see if Vamo, Kerer, can win this one this time round.
Well, I tell you what, they'll be saying Vamos if they do manage to find a victory here. You saw, though, off the drop, Postgir was unable to get a gun. Never really a fun scenario to find yourself in.
Situation.
Yeah, really, but at least he got away. I've seen so many times when you just try, you don't get a gun, and then you just get pummeled to death. But now it means that Mind have the high ground. So this is a very different fight than what we saw previously. It was Vamo Kerer who had the high ground initially in match number 1, and they were able to get some damage, but then Mind on the flankaroo were able to win the fight. But again, it's a stalled, it's a delayed fight. It's not really helping either of them. But good news for both of them, the circle is coming their way.
It is, but good news and bad news, right? It's because the delay could be painful, and it looks like Vamo Kerer are deciding to leave and split the loot, and I think it's a smarter idea, especially after you lost that first contest like we mentioned. It'd be interesting to see if Mind do try and chase them down, though, and get a little bit of damage in and cause some problems. But speaking of the zone, Dan, you gave the information of where it's going. Let's look at the teams who have access to Ring Console to get that info themselves. You've got Alliance, they've got it. You've got Red Dragon, who have got it as well, which means that they're going to be in a fantastic position to get prio to this zone. Elsewhere, just scanning around at the moment. Am I missing anything that you've picked up immediately? Can you see one sneaky around?
There was one. There was one at Northpad as well. I mean, but Vamo Kerer and Mind didn't hit it. Neither of them hit it. And this is going to be down to whether, you know, how well they know the zones. Because Kashira, we've always praised Kashira on zone pulls and, like, his knowledge. Can he call this one just from zone 1 would be my question. At the moment, they're just trying to escape. You can see it on the map. You can see the bullets are being fired. Vamo Kerer are just running away from Mind. And they're going to be running into danger just to the west of Wall here.
I will say this is probably one of the roughest zones if you're coming from the south. We did just have a south zone, so maybe it's like, hey, this is just the grand equalizer, right, for the teams who came from the north last time. But the fact that there is so little cover on this zone, this is very much a, if you are coming a little bit later to the party, you're playing for kills and seeing if you can pick up some placement points as well. Because you're looking at playable areas. You've got a couple of buildings inside, just at the northern checkpoint through the choke. You've got that little compound, of course, and then you've got the eggs or the nuts, depending on what your favorite type of food is. These are what I'm talking about right now. To play, you can stay inside of the top of the wall building as well for a little bit, but then you've got to drop out, and when you're landing, it's going to hurt, and it's a bit of a rough one, I will say. If you're not here early, you're probably not going to get in at all.
Yeah, this is so tough, because usually if you try and get into one, you're going to be griefed from the other egg or nut, depending on your favorite food, as Mark was talking about, and then you're just going to be pushing a team whilst you've taken damage. So if you haven't got there first, sometimes it's not even worth going for it when you have these 3 all pushed together. Sure, there's a third one that is available, but do you really want to go for it and just be griefed when you're arriving? It's probably not going to work out. You need to use a lot of tools just to get into that position.
Vamo Kerer have been eliminated, so big 4 games ahead for them. That's 2 games now. 1 they lost the contest, and 1 they've gone out first in the lobby. Concerning moments for Kashera and crew, but I'm sure they're going to be able to pull it back at some point. A lot more to be played, of course, but looking at the teams that are stacked up inside of the egg or nuts, depending on what your favorite food is. There's going to be Red Dragon we saw there as well. We saw Cold, who are going to be in the vicinity. Infinite are right next to them as well, and Alliance are going right out to the back at the moment. I think they just came from the other side of wall, and they're going to be out right in the water here. And I gotta say, even though they land over a Lightning Rod where you have an opportunity to really loot up and heavy loot, they know that getting into this zone is going to be rough if they leave it late. So they've left, and Hackers has just got white armor to play with.
So you can see one player taken down. And Cold, they're not great armor-wise, but do have some juicy weapons to use. I mean, Volt 30-30, that's pretty much the loot pool that I would always be going for. As now Graceful is going to push out to a surprise, but does get the initial damage alongside Tyler. And that's one of the benefits of being able to play Catalyst as well. Instantly reinforcing that door, giving you that extra protection, not allowing the instant pushback.
Such a risky decision, though, to step out and try and wipe this as well. That could have been like a real nightmare situation. Yes, it worked for them, and I like that they're trying to command space, but knowing that there's just multiple teams in and around, it's always a little bit of a risk to do so. But obviously, they've got to try and clear underneath the position they're holding at the moment. They don't want anyone to be ratting around there, causing problems, jumping up, griefing, whatever it might be towards that end game. Speaking of the compound we were mentioning earlier, look at 07. They've worked their way in. However, they have taken some damage, but the forceful push from them has worked. Plus, they got a knock. So Natsuki's going to finish this one off, and OP, unfortunately, are going to find themselves in an even worse position now as other bullets are coming in from other teams, and Amphi's found himself a wingman. And I will say the wingman has been a complete game changer for teams now. If a call out comes and you know a team has a wingman, a lot of the time the teams are just deciding we can't fight this, we can't afford, because one shot and your shields are gone.
Yeah, it really has been incredible, and you do have to start to prioritize the drops that come out of the sky, because a wingman can change your game. It can win you a game, and also you want to keep it out of other teams' hands. So if you do see them start to arrive from the heavens above, make sure you at least have a little look. Or if you've got a legend that can look inside from a distance, then that's going to be even better for you. But a lot don't. Pest Control find themselves in a building as well, as Zone 1 is just about closing with 30 seconds now remaining. So we've got our early movers who have found themselves within Zone 2 here. Pest Control outplayed, 07, Passion, Cold, Aftermath, all in good positions. And then we're going to get the late arrivals, 2R1C, Full English, E6, Cybercats, LVH, 40% worse. Bear in mind, we might see a fight in the southwest between LVH and 40% worse, and LVH are one of our best Storm Point teams statistically in this lobby, so I wouldn't really want to go up against them, I will say. But I do remember them having some favorable zone pools on Storm Point, but we'll have to see whether that's going to happen again. So they were taking some pop shots over towards 40% worse, and it looks like they still are.
And this fight's going on for quite some time. There's a lot of time left, of course, for them to rotate in, but Zone will start to chunk away a little bit more, as we know, as we head towards Zone 3. That's certainly the call that a lot of teams make. Can't be fighting in and around Zone when Zone 3 starts to close. But this is completely isolated, by the way. Cybercats is going to take them about... They're the closest team, and they've just left Pylon to Jurassic. So I don't think they're going to be too much of an influence on this fight, but a listening is available. Let's see how the comms go as the fight now takes place.
I naded him. Might be a good nade. No?
Are you inside, boss?
Yeah, no. Outside.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop in the back.
Window angle?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Sliding here.
One's across here.
I'm taking it back. Slow.
Crack deep, in the left.
Drop my window, mate.
He's on the right now.
Oh, you look.
I can't see shit, bro.
Yeah, me too. There's someone in there. The Gibbies. I think there's two here.
Come on.
Gibby under me now. Gibby in middle.
He
comes on our side.
Yeah. One there.
Do they have a Horizon? Almost correct. I'm popping a bat. They might queue up. It's Horizon.
No Horizon.
One down. Jump.
Nice. Yeah, I'm dropping the jump.
I'm going inside. Fighting him. I'm winning. I'm winning.
Wait for bomb.
I'm going. 51. Nice. Play slow, please. I'm playing slow.
Give me one. Dead. No, chill, play cover.
I'm going.
I'm gonna go down here, I'm dead. It's on you. Nice shit. Good shit. Oh god. I thought I ran out of fucking ammo on my vault. I might die as well because I have no.
LVH stand tall and they will win that fight, but it was delayed so long, Dan. I mean, LVH do win it, but at what cost? Because it's zone's closing. They should be able to get somewhere near the zone, you would imagine, but I think they're gonna be hoping there's a few medkits left on those bodies.
Yeah, they're gonna need to work with medkits. Maybe they can find a crafter on their way through if they were to rotate past station. There is one available just below Cascade Falls. It's not going to be a fun journey, but we'll check in with them later to see whether they survive. For now, everyone else is starting to think about, all right, final zone. Trenches is where we reside at the moment. If you're Aftermath, I hate playing trenches. I'm going to put it out here. I think it's such a difficult spot to hold, but some teams do it well, but there's some commotion going on down here.
Yeah, we're going to see Cybercats taking on E6, and Cybercats are finding out it's E6 right now because Ranches is left on his own. It's a 1v2 for him to try and overcome, but once again, you're seeing E6 prioritizing that Havoc. I think there is a game plan when it comes to the Havoc. Find it, use it, and pick up kills alongside it. Finishes should come in as well. You saw the last player did manage to escape momentarily, but now there's a third party who's starting to appear, Dan, and this might be a little bit more ugly as 2R1C try and say hello.
You can see the game plan from E6. I mean, just look at their composition. Horizon, Bang, and Bloodhound. They are looking to be aggressive. They are looking to pick up kills. And they might be able to just about survive. Oh, no, he's going to be taken out of the sky. But Slab, as he lands here, if he gets chased, might be able to take the fight.
Yeah, interesting. I'll talk a little bit more about Bloodhound and maybe some of the reasons teams are running it, as well as the obvious ones of countering the bang smoke a little bit later. But August and Hungry, he's mentioned the trenches. Sometimes you got to fight in the trenches. It's all about being in the trenches, and they're making it work for them at the moment. Picking up a couple of kills along their way on AM. 17 squads now remain, as we do have, I will say, quite a surprising amount of teams still alive, but not a huge amount of teams in zone, because quite simply, there's nowhere to go. Like we mentioned previously, a lot of teams on the southern side of this zone trying to fight their way towards those chokes.
Yeah, it's a lot of teams alive right now. Also, checking in on LVH. They are still alive, and they've just got in the circle. But as round 3 starts to close, I think the lobby is going to almost be cut in half here, because we've got half the lobby still outside of the zone, and they're all going to have to fight in. Checkpoint is a horrible place to be at the moment, because 2 chokes you're going to have to try and get through to try and get into this zone. And even if you arrive, you're then in a lot of open space, and you're going to be griefed and seen by those who have already found themselves in zone. As for August and Hungry, just holding the northwest here, they're okay at the moment, but Alliance are holding one of the best spots, as 2R1C seem to have found a rat of their own, and Cybercats get eliminated.
I was about to say, that's not a rat, that's a Cybercat, Dan. Come on, very easy to distinguish.
Sorry.
Maybe it wasn't close enough for you to. There's some telltale
What is a solo Cybercat, though?
It's a Cybercat.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. And then multiple, you just add the S. Got it.
You're overthinking it. Anyway, 2R1C, they're in the Spider Cave at the moment. They were the team who were kind of cleaning up a lot of the damage. Element 6 did manage to survive as a 2, and they're going to be fighting full English. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen right now, which will be a 2v3. However, it could change very quickly. They do actually get back to a full 3, so full English is going to find out very quickly that you've got to finish off these players and not let them get back in the game, because E6, if they're back up to a 3, it's a problem, and Noises just found that out for himself.
You gotta finish off your play every single beam, as the beam now comes through. Can they get the finish? No. Well, and again, E6 not gonna finish off the full English either, but I think someone else might do the job for them, as 2R1C again find another rat, and it is going to be full English now eliminated. Don't ask me what a solo full English player is left. Maybe some mushrooms. Oh, no, you never leave a sausage to last.
You're right. Yeah, sorry, my mistake, everybody. 2R1C, though. Interesting composition coming in from them, though. You got the Crypto, you got the Bangalore, and of course, you've got the Catalyst as well. But the Crypto is going to be pretty useful in this situation, just to scout a fight that's going down that they might be able to third party or grief or whatever it might be. And I think 07 are about to have a little bit of a surprise themselves, because Case Winning Crew, Element 6, number 1 and number 2 from the previous games, they are rubbing shoulders right now, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, if you go off comfort playing, and the Crypto and having the ability to play it across both maps, because we're going to see more Watson when we get to World's Edge, and that's when Crypto will really come into effect. But Bloodhound is going to set the beast of the hunt, and E6 is going to start to push in and press in. And it's going to be Bloodhound versus Crypto, which is going to be two of our beacon characters, but E6 just need to be careful here. You can see they want to press, but there's so much stalling ahead of them right now.
Yeah, as you've seen a lot of ults go down, and there is the benefit of the Horizon, right? You can go over all the carnage, but there is the grief coming in from the EMP, and it is going to cause huge damage to 07. They will be eliminated, but also damage to Element 6 as well. Case when he's having to take the time to put a bat into his body to make sure those shields come back. He manages to do so, but Cracked has gone down as well. CJ falls, and now Element 6 are fighting for their life, but Slab will find one.
This Havoc is by name and by nature at the moment, just tearing through any enemy that gets in the crosshairs. But E6 as a 2 still surviving, still doing pressure, smoking everything they can. Digis are massive at them for them right now, and somehow, some way, they're still alive, and they might even be back as a full 3. I don't know how E6 are doing it, but they've been phenomenal so far at the start of this match week.
Well, E6 still alive, but did have to expend pretty much all of their utility in that fight. We'll have to keep moving as well. They need to get healthy. Ultimate Accelerates will be a premium pickup if they can find them, because we did see Beast of the Hunt was picked up. We saw the Bangalore Ultimate was used as well. The Rolling Thunder, Bloodhound, everything was used to try and force their way into zone. And in the top 12 now, they're going to have to plan what they do next. We have an opportunity to jump into a listen-in. Let's see what the plan is ourselves.
Anywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna die. Play on the ping, 100%.
Yeah.
Play on the ping, we're still on the fucking corner.
It's in there.
Come in,
We can go ahead.
Come in, fight.
I'm with you.
With you. I'm batting him. I'm dead. You guys come in.
I'm above them.
Nice. One shot, blood.
Bang is one on me.
Hold you. I give you my knock. On you.
Behind you, inside.
First that guy.
No.
It's fine.
9 kills.
No HP, bro. 9 kills.
E6 in a horrible position, trying to make it work, Dan, but this is the problem. There's nowhere to play as E6, Red Dragon, and LVH all eliminated. We're down to 6.
The comms quite rightly so intense, because the whole lobby at the moment is trying to find somewhere to play, and everyone is struggling to do so. Alliance, one of the only teams who is really away from all of the action at the moment, and are surviving well. You can see Cold and Infinite going at it. The Dark Veil goes down to allow Cold to cross to try and finish off Infinite here. Aimbot, though, he gets the bat off, but look at all the grief that's happening from the northern side. Alliance just being a nuisance right now.
Wall goes down as well. They've had to give up their height. Aimbot needs to get this battery popped because he has a wingman. He can turn a fight, and look at this Cold, who tried to extend to take down the final 2 players of Infinite. Took so much damage in the back from the likes of Alliance, from the likes of Passion, that now they are in a problem themselves. Infinite Aimbot manages to get one, but can he survive? This has been survivability at its best coming in from these 2 players.
Yeah, really impressed with how they've been able to hold off all of these teams, and the wingman has played a big part in that, but they're unlikely to win the game from this position. Now it's just about damage control. Get as much KP, get as far as you can into placements as another team arrives, but another team is held off. Mind eliminated, Infinite still going, and it's gonna be more shreds coming through, but I don't think they're gonna be able to survive for much longer. Passion go down, and they're into the top 3.
They're into the top 3, and he's still got the wingman. He's still got an opportunity to get another. Aimbot takes another down. Infinite finally fall, but it's August and Hungry versus Alliance to see who is going to be champion in our game number 2. Alliance up on the high ground. August and Hungry, they had to stick a res themselves. Damage comes in from effect, and now you're going to see Hackett's trying to move in with a shield swap, trying to swing with his Digi on the R9.
And maybe it can be another victory for Yuki to put under his belt before he leaves the squad, because they've got the damage, and this should just be clean up now. Easy as that. 1, 2, 3. Alliance take match number 2.
Homer Simpson meme in mind. Do it for Yuki, Alliance, and that's exactly what they do in game number 2. Just remember, they were in a position where they had some pretty rough armors at the start of that game, decided to commit to an early northern rotate. They held down that spot for the entirety of the game and then execute in those final moments. Alliance, like I mentioned, they're doing it for Yuki today. They want to send him off in the best way possible, and I tell you what, winning game number 2 is a pretty good start.
Honestly, like the wall behind me, you see the pictures of like Horizon. Is Horizon? That's not Horizon. What am I even on about? Mirage. You could just have like little Yuki pictures there, and we'll make sure that we do it for Yuki, because I mean it is a sad day for Yuki to be leaving the squad, and I think if he can go out with a bang here, it would just show what an incredible player he is and how important he has been to Alliance. But then there's the after effect of, right, what happens afterwards. Is it going to be a downward spiral or an upward trend for Alliance? But right now all they can do is get points whilst they have him, and as you say, it was an impressive game where they held the northern zone. And similarly to match 1, when I was speaking about how good Alliance are at making themselves big, pressuring teams, not allowing teams to push them too easily, that was a perfect example through that entire game. They kept everyone at bay, kept everyone at arm's length, no one got close enough to them, and then it was just about finishing off the pieces at the end.
Well, I'm gonna let you take 2 minutes just to catch your breath, because you've just been giving it the beans and you need to just rest those vocal cords for a few seconds down. I'm gonna bring Stella back in here to discuss what we just saw in game number 2. Stella, are you there? Are you here? Are you ready to have a little chat?
Here. I was gonna say you were way too nice. First of all, I thought we were kicking him because he mistook Mirage for Horizon. But anyways, so not lingering on that. That last match was incredible. I mean, Alliance was able to get early rotations and they were able to have supreme positioning in the end. It was really sad to see E6 just come back and then finally get taken out kind of early. But it's really funny to see how teams always end up clashing super hard at around round 5. So it's been really interesting to see everyone survive really well, you know, avoid fights where they can, but then of course there's an all-out battle royale at the very end.
I think one team to actually, it's very interesting, that zone, to highlight the difference between where a zone is ending, having prio to that zone and having to rotate from the complete other side of the map. And we saw that from Alliance and E6, right? E6 had to come right from the southern side of the zone. They did a great job. They fought their way in. And I think you do not expect to win that game. And you heard it in the comms, right? They hit the evac tower, they landed, they died, but Swinny wasn't angry, he wasn't mad about it. He was like, that is what it is. We got good KP, we got some placement points. And after our monster game 1, we're pretty happy with that. Whereas Alliance, they had really good prio. They had ring console, they knew where their second zone was going, they had a little bit more information than the teams around them, which allows them to hit an early rotate and get into a position to hold down for the long game. But also want to give a shout out to Aimbot, by the way, with that wingman. He was a one-man army in the center of the smoke and the carnage and the cat cues and all of that. He wasn't bothered about that. He was bothered about headshots, and he was hitting a few of them.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought up the point about the comms and how the team leader was like, no, it's okay, you know. Obviously, he wasn't going to win a 1v2 when everyone else was fully armored, so I love that there was that positivity. It's okay, game 2. Go again, you know, and that mindset is so important. And also, I want to point out how Alliance used their Cat, Horizon, and Bangalore perfectly in the last fight. I mean, Alliance's effect, he's so good at repositioning with Horizon, especially over the cat walls. It is a perfect combination, but I know that we kind of have debates on whether or not we want to use Cat or if we want to use Conduit instead. But let's go ahead and take a look at the results after that match, and Alliance looking really great with 8 kills and total of 20 points.
Yeah, very, very strong performance from Alliance. August and Hungary as well. They've been there or thereabouts in the first 2 games as well. So keep your eyes on the final standings, because those first 2 games, very consistent, very good point total for them. Element 6 as well. We mentioned them. We were saying, hey, they might not have had the best of placements, but look at the kills again. Forcing your way into a zone that's rough for you, that there's nowhere to play, and coming out of it with 9 kills and 11 points. You offer them that from that zone, I think they take it every single day. So great performance from E6 once more.
Yeah, even though they were in 9th, they did have 9 kills, which is incredible. And we do see here a lot of the teams that we saw playing a little bit better. ANCL Play is actually in 15th now, and with full English, we did see them kind of struggling to get into Circle, which is why when you bring up the importance of having ring console access, it's so important. So yeah, hopefully these teams are able to get it back together for game number 3, the last game on Stormpoint. And do you remember the stats that we brought up with the teams that were more consistently successful on Stormpoint?
LVH was certainly one of them, and LVH have been a little bit quieter today on Stormpoint. They did have that elongated fight with 40% worse earlier on today, but look at the stats from Alliance in that last game. I mean, Effect, Dan Gaskin modeling his hair on, of course, Effect's haircut, as he will deny it, but he's told me in private, and I'm exposing to the world that that's what he's trying to do. He wants to be the guy to replace Yuki, and he thinks that's the best way, to pretend he's Effect.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, no, with Effect being able to rotate... Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, Star. I just noticed that he dropped 2k damage in that game, Effect.
Yeah.
We need to highlight that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up the fact that he uses Horizon to get a better angle to help his teammates. He does a lot of the damage. Of course, he got a lot of the kills, but it's because he's able to help his team with Crossfire, and it's incredible. So we are looking at the results so far, and Element 6 is on top with 21 total kills, which, I mean, above second place from Alliance, 14. That's a pretty big jump in points.
Yeah, I mean, those two are pulling away a little bit at the moment. August and Hungry tied in third and fourth. You can see just the kills, maybe the difference between, the placement points, the difference between the two, but points pretty much tied up. Down at the other end, though, Full English, who had a pretty good previous game day, they did struggle when these two groups went up against each other the first time, and it seems to be the case once again. But Vamo Kader, their move from the wall towards North Pad is not working for them. I mean, it's tough to see. There's only one more game left on Storm Point, so you might as well try it once more before going back to the drawing board. But something needs to change for them, and it needs to change now.
Yeah, listen, for the next match, I want E6 to win because they were robbed in the first game. But also, I mean, this would be a great way for Alliance to round out their Storm Point games. And also, it is the 5th anniversary of Apex Legends. So what a great way to go out, right? 2 wins on Storm Point? I'm just saying. Anyways, we're going to take a quick break before we get into the last game on Storm Point.
No time to really get too much of a rest because the games are coming thick and fast today, everybody. Game 3 is just around the corner. Danny Gaskin, that shirt is magnificent, by the way. I will ask you after the show where you got that one from because I might get one in a different color.
This
kind of
might be
thinner corduroy, this one, than yours.
Honestly, I think it might fit you. It's like one of those oversized ones. So it will probably look really tight on you, but it might be one of the few bits of clothing we could actually share.
To say, oh, I've put on a bit of mass. I've been working.
No,
it might fit you.
I'm saying you're big. No, I'm saying I'm small. It's oversized for me, but it'd be good for you. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough. Well, there's two teams who seem to be separating themselves a little bit in these first 2 games, and it's going to be the 2 teams who, of course, are at the top of the leaderboards. Alliance, though, a return to form and a welcome one. I think, Dan, very important for them just to maybe play with a little bit of a carefree attitude, a little bit more comfort, I would say. And speaking of comfort, I've got to say, Effect back on Horizon. I've been waiting for this for a little bit of time as well because he looks like he's just so much more comfortable playing Horizon than any other legend that he's been playing in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more Horizons as well on Storm Point, considering how important she can be and the differences that she can make for those kind of mitigating those height differences that are sometimes available to you. But not just that, you can see in those fights and the way that Effect uses them, you can get out of a fight quickly, you quickly use a shield battery, you can get back into the fight, the movement that you're available to have as well. I think having the right player on Horizon can be the difference maker in a lot of 3v3s. Not to mention, we're not even talking about her kit and the black hole and the differences that that can make as well in any sort of engagement. So I think it's great to see Effect playing it. Seems to be very comfortable with 2k damage. I mean, you know he's comfortable, right? Like, that's just ridiculous, that amount of damage. And the fact that he went down. Remember, he got picked back up at one point. Like, it's crazy, like, that we see that these teams are being able to find new ways to put people back on their comfort picks so that they can output damage like that.
Yeah, I think one thing that's always overlooked a little bit in Horizon as well is how it counters a lot of the abilities of other characters as well. You know, you see the Rolling Thunder coming from Bangalore, Q over the top of it. Dark Veils, Q over the top of it, if you time it well and you get a little bit of damage yourself. So Horizon certainly, in my personal opinion, I think is a must pick at the moment for a lot of teams. And even though there's been some experimentation away, it's always going to have that value with the grav lift. So Horizon effects, I think it's a match made in heaven, and he seems to be putting in some pretty good performances so far. And we're also seeing a little bit more Bloodhound start to come back into things. And I've got a little bit of theory crafting on this, been thinking about things, because I like to have fun, right? I think Apex, one of the great things about Apex is you can always think forward on why and perhaps this might work in this meta and all that kind of stuff. And we have seen a little bit of a drop in ring console spawn rates across a lot of POIs, which we saw has affected a few of the games in previous game weeks where teams have maybe made a bad read on zone and everyone else follows the traffic, and then we have like one team is sitting there going, hey, cool, we got zone, like wonderful. And I think the ability to hit survey beacons as well on your way to zone is going to give you a lot of information on where you can plan your rotate and take a more of an isolated fight, right, instead of just relying on a ring console. And then you add in the fact that Bloodhound's one of the best fighting characters in the game. You can hit the scans, you can hit the ultimate, and you're going to be extremely effective in those engagements. I think it's something that people are starting to think a little bit more on, and how to counteract maybe ring console spawns dropping off a little bit and thinking, hey, what else is available can we use to give ourselves access to some of these zones?
Yeah, I think that Bloodhound and Crypto, the only two meta characters that we have right now that can hit the survey beacons, so that's why they're the two that people are kind of dipping into. More so Bloodhound, because I feel like it is going to help those teams who are playing in that way, because it is slightly more of an aggressive manner, because you aren't going to be able to play zone straight away. You are going to be playing through certain POIs, and Crypto maybe not going to help out as much in that situation. You have to play a very different style, so I think it's great. And especially for a team like E6, for example, who have been phenomenal at fighting, adding that Bloodhound, giving them the ability to get those scans, get that extra information, but then also being able to get the survey beacons on their way, means they're going to be in a position where they know where everyone else is, and if they feel like space is not available in the zone, and they want to just go for kills, they also get that information. They also find out where those teams are, and they can start hunting them down. And I think that, you know, Bloodhound, even though fell out of the meta a little bit, is starting to work the way back in, and I'm very excited to see more of it.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing how Bloodhound is utilized a little bit. We know the Dark Zero have been tinkering with that in the previous weeks as well, so I love the fact that there's just constantly evolving gameplay, right? And then right around the corner, we've got a new season, so who knows what that's going to hold as well. Certainly going to be an exciting few weeks. The match has just started up, by the way. I've got my watch this. There it is, it's just started up, so we'll be getting into it in just a few moments time. Dan's been holding off because, as we all know, everybody, casters start the game in esports, and Dan's been holding off on it. Why would you do that to us?
Hold on, I'll press the button and we'll go. All right, everyone's in the lobby. They're starting to pick their compositions, and we'll have to see whether we start to see more Horizons as we go in, because I think that NA have definitely adapted to that quicker than EMEA. For some reason, EMEA like to stick to their truths a little bit with some of their composition choices. NA, it seems to be at least 50% plus on Horizon, whereas a lot less here in EMEA. And that's one of the things that I've always found interesting. Not just EMEA, not just NA, APAC as well. We start to see such different kind of approaches to the game, and then you get to LAN, where all those different approaches start to be just fudged together, and suddenly some work, some don't, some that didn't work now work, and it's why all these different regions coming together makes LAN so exciting for me.
It certainly is what everyone's playing for, right? And like I mentioned at the start of the show, the top of the show, we are over a third of the way through now with 2 games under our belt. And the third game is just around the corner. You can see, speaking of compositions, what everyone is going to be picking. And I got to say, Bloodhound Element 6 seems like a match made in heaven for me. And that's exactly what they are going to be running once again here. Excuse me as I catch my breath, but Cold I want to talk about as well, because I've been in some pretty good positions so far in these first 2 games, Dan, but just not being able to execute on those really important kind of top 8, top 7 positions where you can turn that into a win.
Yeah, and Cold at the moment, they come into this match week on 18 points in 17th position. So they're one of these teams that are on the bubble. Right, one of these teams that are kind of okay and they can perform like averagely and consistent across the board. They don't need anything too big, too dramatic, but you do still have to stay ahead of the race. Speaking of staying ahead of the race, it's another race to Northpad, and we get our contest yet again. Remember, Vamo Korea are 2-0 down here. They have not been able to win this contest. Last time, they just ran away, but they still got pummeled down. So, in my eyes, I still take that as a loss, but I guess some would see it as just a 1-0 at the moment.
Yeah, it was an opportunity, really. I think that the zone made it maybe a little bit easier for them to leave, because they were like, hey, we might be able to get a pro position here, and we might just have got enough weapons to do a little bit of poke damage and last the end game, but it just wasn't to be for them. And Vamo Korea, don't know if they're going to run this time and they're just going to steal the loot like they did previously, but Mines, they don't look like they're too worried about fighting it, or maybe the threat of a fight. They do have that player up on the extreme height on the kind of crane arm, the bridge here, who can kind of give the information of what's about to happen, and from that, it looks like it's going to be a little bit more quiet. A few shots going to go down, a little bit of damage is going to be exchanged, but nothing too worrying as we're going to a Stormcatcher zone, everybody. It's looking like we might be pointing either Stormcatcher or down towards the cannon just below.
I'm still surprised by this move from Vamo Korea, because, I mean, Mind are technically performing better than Red Dragon at the moment. They've got more points. They have been a lot more successful. They're all around the same kind of area. They've all been struggling a little bit. They're around 20th position in the overalls, but clearly VQ saw something and felt like Northpad was going to be a better position for them to try and take off of Mind rather than continuing the fight against Red Dragon. But I guess it comes down to what we were talking about at the top of the show, right? If it's not working, go somewhere else. So that's what VQ are trying here, and sadly it hasn't really worked out so far at Northpad either. But remember, VQ have been through so many team changes now, right? What Kashira was trying to do with the Brazilian players, with the South American players, bringing them over, starting this new team, has come to an end. So now they're going back to post-kill, and this is a new start, a new beginning, so there's going to be a lot of learning curve coming through.
We've got a revved up Rampage, and I'll tell you what, this triple swing, it can do so much damage! Ow! Oh, I felt that one in my bones. I don't know about you. There's even more damage coming in as well, and Vamo Korea, unfortunately, it is going to be good night, sweet dreams once again by the looks of things. One does go down for Mine, but that is going to be them being tucked in and kissed on the forehead as they're sent to bed, Dan. That is 3 games now. No real points to talk about. 2 contests lost. Vamo Korea, a rough start for them.
Well, we can start to look at the zone. We're going east over towards Stormcatcher. Infinite have already made their way there. Passion, Full English are already moving. Alliance did have Ring Console, as did Full English up towards Zeus. So the far northeastern teams are going to be moving pretty fast, although I say that Alliance actually are going to be staying at Lightning. They're more than happy at just holding this northern choke, it would seem. And then all the southern teams are going to be starting to move their way as well. At Coastal Camp, there was a Ring Console for 40% worse, but they have to go through Pylon, which isn't going to be fun because 2R1C are going to be waiting for them.
Yeah, 2R1C sat on height with a crypto as well, so they're going to have the cameras in the sky droning around and letting them know exactly where 40% worse are. However, they can be forced off height, of course, by the Gibby ult, so we'll have to see if Mandy can have a little bit of an effect on that one. But looking elsewhere as we swing our way around the map to a little bit more southern from the northern side of things where we started looking today. We're going to go back to 40% worse in and around Pylon and see if they can win this fight. Shiv, luckily for him, has a little armor swap poking about. He has a Sentinel, and I tell you what, one shot with this and a headshot, this man can do damage.
Speaking of 40%, it's a 40% pick rate for Horizon in this match, so it has gone up a little bit, and we are trending towards that 50% plus mark that I was talking about in North America, but here in EMEA, just slightly under, but still, people starting to see the value of a Horizon on Stormpoint and what she can add to a team. Now, 07 fighting through smokes and anything that also might prevent them, but it's a Watson team they're going up against. Only 3 Watsons in the lobby right now.
Yeah, Watson again, I think is one of those legends we're going to see picked up a little bit now that it doesn't be healing enemies through walls. It gives you a little bit more consistency on areas that you can hold and how you can play around that pylon, but they are going to be able to pick up some pretty easy kills, and holding down this staircase for the end game is going to be a very, very good place to be. Look what's happening above them, though, in the rope shaft, shall we call it? A little bit of a questionable call out, but, you know, it is what it is. You know where I'm talking about. I'm looking at Yikoi here.
I mean, if you said it, I would know where you were talking about. So I think it's a call out that definitely works, as Stay Healthy are staying healthy at the moment. And they're just pressing themselves against anyone that is starting to arrive. And I think this is good. I think when you have a position that you can work with and you feel like it's going to be a comfortable spot, you need to start pushing people back. You need to make and take as much space as possible. And Yes, you can do that with certain legends, like a Watson, for example. You can fence areas off, but when you have a composition that doesn't allow that, then you need to be using your guns to do the same thing.
07 feeling a little bit fruity, and it's because they've got a wingman. Damage comes in, but not good enough. This is a very aggressive push, and it works out for them. So 07 decide to give up the staircase. They win the fight, but they do have one player finished. So Amphi is going to be down. Now, can they get him back in? As again, looking for the third party, but not willing to overextend, is going to be full English. And they are in a good spot for the end game here. But full English, we've seen in good spots for end games down. They do have the Watson and are one of those teams with the composition with Watson in to maybe help them hold this push. But there's been a few fights where they just seem to be rolled a little bit. And unfortunately, Triple M and K can cause that.
Yeah, and 30th position at the moment for Full English, so they're in a pretty good spot. They had a rough week one, but started to pick things up in their second match day, and they're looking to try and continue with that consistency to stay in the top 20. We're seeing a lot of Havocs. I mean, probably the main reason for that turbocharger is in the crafter, so not only is it fantastic when you have the turbocharger, but if you can guarantee a turbocharger every game, why wouldn't you pick up that Havoc? As for getting teammates back in, we don't have the respawn beacon available. The mobile resi is not going to be in the crafter, so it is about finding one on the floor. K20 has one, by the way, as E6 start to press their advantage here.
And here is the Bloodhound again, trying to force the fight, right? The smokes not going to be half as effective as they previously were. E6 is going to take this space pretty comfortably, to be honest, and I think just popping that Bloodhound ultimate just allows them to do so. It forces that team back, so I think they're going to be pretty comfortable here. They're not going to have to do too much. Now they just control this space, and I've always liked this side of the map, Dan. This side of the zone, you can look down on teams who are rotating up. You have a lot of cover and rocks to play off of, and you can kind of third party a lot of the teams that have to leave those staircases late in the game. So E6 is a different type of game for them this time. They are in a good position for endgame. As I say that, that is a zone pool we haven't seen for quite some time.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to start pulling even further north, and that's going to be great news for Passion and Outplayed. But for teams like E6, like Stay Healthy, who are on that southern side, they're going to have to then take high ground off of those other teams, and they're not going to have that information yet. That's the scary thing, right? They're going to have to wait for this zone pool to come through before they get that information, and then they're going to have to play around it. And by that time, teams might have already taken the spots off of you. So we'll have to see how that one plays out as we get further into round 3, but for now, still, Zone 2 is 40% worse, still going through Pylon here, and this is what we were concerned about, right? They are just being held out, they're being gatekept.
40% worse, almost in their own mini-game at the moment. Just a straight TDM on the edge of where the zone is going to be going. And 2R1C, understandably, are just thinking, hey, this might be free KP for us, but they're going to have to rotate away at some point as well. And this can be a frustration sometimes, like 40% worse, thinking, why don't you just rotate? Like, why are you holding this for so long? Why don't you try and progress towards where the zone is going so that you don't have to run into 7 teams a little bit later on? But your 2R1C, you're thinking, hey, we have the ultimate high ground here. This should be easy KP for us, and when we get it, then we can move with even more loot.
But I spoke about 2R1C's consistency throughout the match week so far, and they are a team who like to take fights, like to get KP, and even though they haven't had much winning success, they haven't had a win yet, I don't think, they are a team who just is able to pick fights, win fights, and then move and progress. And I tell you what, if you're finding consistent points by doing that, then by all...
Then we can move with even more loot.
But I spoke about 2R1C's consistency throughout the match week so far, and they are a team who like to take fights, like to get KP, and